tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Sinner made a bang.
Purchase your tracks today.
Sinner made a bang.
Purchase your tracks today.
Sinner made a bang.
Hey, Shalom fam. Oh, hold up. Shalom fam. Hey, listen, I'm trying out a new mic, seeing how it sounds. Also, give me a few minutes, all right? And keep in mind, I'm doing the class that we did yesterday and the day before, but I'm combining them, okay? So I'm gonna sit back and watch it, but I want to make sure that it's all combined so then people can get the actual entirety of it. I am gonna show. We're going to be showing some stuff regarding Peru. There's a lot of stuff going on over there right now, okay? So just give me a few minutes. Let me get started.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of the United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principle material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law. All right, fam. It's your brother Emmanuel. Listen, as I said in the morning, this is a rerun, I guess, in a sense, because I want to make sure that this class is complete. There's two separate classes, and I see people watching two separate things. Some views are more than others. So I want to combine both of them. But at the same time, I also want to add regarding Peru. There's a lot going on right now. Excuse me. There's a lot going on right now, and I think we need to at least show some of that going on, okay? Again, by the way, look, I take notes, I review my notes, I watch the video again, I watch other videos. Ever since I came into the truth, I would always watch things again and again, and because I want to make sure that my memory is reminded, you know what I'm saying? Because it's a spiritual thing, brothers and sisters, so you got to show yourself approved, and you have to be meek in this walk, all right? So let me begin with this video here real quick. It's pretty sad what's going on over there, honestly, family. And I don't
to make $1 zillion online without having to do a single thing.
For days, chaos in Peru. Roadblocks on fire as protesters throw rocks and sticks at police. Authorities shooting tear gas into crowds as they march towards the legislative palace in Lima. A growing tension as President Pedro Castillo imposed a curfew Tuesday to quell recent anti-government protests over rising gas and food prices.
Hago un llamado a la calma, a la serenidad. La protesta social es un derecho constitucional, pero debe hacerse dentro del marco de la ley.
Less than 24 hours later, amid escalating manifestations, that curfew dropped.
Lo único que podemos hacer ahorita es unirnos y salir todos adelante.
Cansados del mal manejo, cansados de que nos esté gobernando alguien que no sabe gobernar.
The government confirming at least 4 people have died, 3 of them over the weekend in the city of Huancayo, inland where protests began.
La policía ha manejado con mucho tino para evitar costo social. Sin embargo, se ha producido 3 muertes, pero no por la policía.
The outrage over the government's response to protests, another hit for the man who came in promising economic stability and was just elected last June. In less than a year in office, he's already faced 2 impeachments. President Castillo's curfew and handling of the deadly protests raising concerns about rights violations. The country's national coordinator for human rights saying the state of emergency violates Peruvians' rights and accusing the national police of using disproportionate force against protesters.
Y'all see that? You guys see how our gente is being treated? Now, could they be our people doing that to them? Maybe. Could they be the other nation doing that to them because we know that there's several? Yeah, maybe. A big maybe.
It's a delicate topic that for many Peruvians brings back memories of 1992. And amid social and economic unrest, since jailed former President Alberto Fujimori shut down Peru's Congress and judicial system and sent tanks into the streets.
What do you think it was about the curfew specifically that made the Peruvian people say, okay, that's it?
Oh, well, first of all, not even in the worst times of COVID, not even in the worst years of terrorism, which Peru has been through, decades ago, was there this 24-hour shutdown with no preparation. So this was clearly seen as a reaction by a president who didn't know what else to do.
Inflation has been an issue in Peru for years. One worsened recently with the war in Ukraine, hitting a 26-year high in March. Before the curfew, the government proposed dropping most fuel taxes in an attempt to lower prices, while also raising the minimum wage about 10%. Those protesting saying it's not enough.
There had been work stoppages and there had been roadblocks before the curfew, but the reaction has just emboldened those who were protesting. And I really feel that it was a measure that not only is the president surely deeply regretting, but that it may actually be a turning point downward for.
What? Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, and I know why. Oh, my dear God. What a silly man. Let me go back. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
For days, chaos in Peru. Roadblocks on fire as protesters throw rocks and sticks at police. Authorities shooting tear gas into crowds as they march towards the legislative palace in Lima. The growing tension as President Pedro Castillo imposed a curfew Tuesday to quell recent anti-government protests over rising gas and food prices.
Hago un llamado a la calma, a la serenidad. La protesta social es un derecho constitucional.
Can y'all hear? Let me know real quick. I'll pause for a second. Just let me know. I need a yes, thumbs up, or something. Let me see. No problem. Thank you. No problem. We good. Okay, cool. We good.
Pero debe hacerse dentro del marco de la ley.
Less than 24 hours later, amid escalating manifestations, that curfew dropped.
Lo único que podemos hacer ahorita es unirnos y salir todos adelante.
Cansados del mal manejo, cansados de que nos esté gobernando alguien que no sabe gobernar.
Hey, and family, honestly, this is the same thing that I've been trying to tell y'all, man. We need to come together because whoever's trying to lead us into the actual truth of the Bible, right? It's not possible. They're not doing it. They're not doing it at all. Yeah, it's a little bit slow on my end, brother. I appreciate you telling me. All right. So I'm going to see if the line can speed up on my end regarding the streaming.
The government confirming at least 4 people have died, 3 of them over the weekend in the city of Huancayo, inland where protests began.
La policía ha manejado con mucho tino para evitar costo social. Sin embargo, se ha producido 3 muertes. Pero no por la policía.
The outrage over the government's response to protests, another hit for the man who came in promising economic stability and was just elected last June. In less than a year in office, he's already faced 2 impeachments. President Castillo's curfew and handling of the deadly protests raising concerns about rights violations. The country's national coordinator for human rights saying the state of emergency violates Peruvians' rights and accusing the national police of using disproportionate force against protesters. It's a delicate topic that for many Peruvians brings back memories of 1992.
Because they look at our gente like they're just a bunch of native, man, like uncivilized. You know what I'm saying? And this guy right here made it worse. He wasn't even from that area. He's some Asian dude, China or something. Watch. He's completely shut down the government.
Social and economic unrest since jailed former President Alberto Fujimori shut down Peru's Congress and judicial system and sent tanks into the streets.
What do you think it was about the curfew specifically?
They do, brother. They do. Now that I've been looking at them, it's just ridiculous, man. So much influence down there. You know what I'm saying? That's why I wanted to bring this to light because what I like to listen to is political rap and in Spanish one. And there's some kids rapping out of there that are being very mentioning names. And I'm like, let me find out. And that's what led me to this, man, for real.
That made the Peruvian people say, okay, that's it.
Oh, well, first of all, not even in the worst times of COVID, not even in the worst years of terrorism, which Peru has been through, decades ago, was there this 24-hour shutdown with no preparation. So this was clearly seen as a reaction by a president who didn't know what else to do.
Inflation has been an issue in Peru for years. One worsened recently with the war in Ukraine, hitting a 26-year high in March.
By the way, fam, do you know why I'm showing you issues from every tribe? You know why? Because you cannot go around saying that our people, if you don't teach about our people. You cannot go around saying that you're an expert when you're not. Life is not just in the Americas. There's many, many issues all in Mexico, Central, South, all the way to El Pico, hasta mero abajo in Chile. So if you're going to claim that you know and you're an expert, then show yourself approved for that. Because it sounds ridiculous. This is why I'm showing you, brothers and sisters, what is going on with every single one of our tribes. You don't want to be ignorant, living in America, and saying you know our people and you don't know what is going on everywhere. How can you connect to a Peruvian if you can't talk about their political issues? How can you connect to a so-called Mexican, a so-called Puerto Rican? The next one is the ones is Bolivianos, Venezolanos. How can you connect with them if you don't know what is going on with them? And you're an expert? No. And I'm going to say something to y'all family, man, because I had a call from a brethren, and we had a nice little talk, and apparently, man, and I didn't want to get involved in this. Honestly, I didn't, because I don't want separation. I know that there's not a lot of people teaching our gente about like the struggles in the Bible and all that. But when you're being taught things that are just confusing you, never mind them, because they're not in the truth. I'm going to show y'all something real quick. This is off topic. And I you know what I mean? What's his name? Tree. Give me a second. I think it was this one. Let me look for it. Matter of fact, let me play it. Let me look for it.
For the curfew, the government proposed dropping most fuel taxes in an attempt to lower prices, while also...
Okay, I'll praise. I got it. The book of John, the third book of John, chapter 1, verse 9. Watch this real quick, family. Just watch this, all right? Oh, man. And the only reason I'm bringing it up is because of the conversation. John 3:1-9. Watch what it reads, okay? It says, I wrote unto the church, but Diotrephes, who loveth to have the preeminence among them, receiveth us not. Wherefore, if I come, I will remember his deeds which he doeth, prating against us with malicious words, meaning against the truth, against the Bible. You know, look, I'm going to tell y'all something, family. I'm going to tell y'all something, man. I prayed to the Most High, and I literally went, before I went into this channel, before this revelation was coming to me, I prayed to the Most High, and I begged him, please don't use me as an instrument of evil if this is what you want me to bring out. Because if that's what you want me to do, then destroy me right now. I don't want to destroy my gente. I don't want to do that. I want to build. So I took it upon myself to really reflect on what I'm going to be bringing out, because I know that if I teach something wrong, y'all can be destroyed. And if I confuse you and it keeps you from the full truth, then I'm going to get destroyed. This man right here, Diotrephes, was no different. He loveth to have preeminence. What does preeminence mean? I'm going to show y'all something, man. It's not a so-called Mexicano or Puerto Riqueña word or Cuban word. So let's find out. Oh no, it doesn't even have, shoot. My dictionary of 1828 doesn't even have that word. So we're going to use the other dictionary. Matter of fact, let's use it online, man. I'm always doing this to y'all. I apologize. Hold up a second. Preeminence. Let me spell it out. Is it preeminence? Eminence means the fact of surpassing all others, superiority. Nah, brother, I'm an expert on everything. You can't be that way. Okay? But Diotrephes, who loveth to have the attitude of an expert among them, receive us not. Wherefore, if I come, I will remember his deeds which he doth, prating against us malicious words, and not content therewith, neither doth he himself receive the brethren, and forbidded them that would, and casted them out of the church. Brothers, when you're teaching confusion, when you're teaching, you got brothers here wondering, hey man, so you got this dude over here teaching this, and that, and this confusing is going against Deuteronomy 28 and Jeremiah 7. I'm like, what? Bro, I didn't want to say nothing, but it's time. Y'all need to separate yourselves from these so-called prophets. They're not teaching anything but confusion, straight up. And what hurts me the most is it's our own people. So they say. So they say. So let's continue, man. That's the most painful part because we're already destroyed as a nation. And the last thing our gente needs is much more doctrine so we can do to and fro, going back, right when we're trying to build. All of a sudden, bam. Now we got some questions about, can we enslave our own gente? It's not biblical. But let's continue. What do I know, right?
So raising the minimum wage about 10%. Those protesting saying it's not enough.
There had been work stoppages and there had been roadblocks before the curfew, but the reaction has just emboldened those who were protesting. And, you know, I really feel that it was...
Especially these camps, man. Especially these camps. They don't teach anything. They don't teach about Peru. They don't teach about Bolivia. They don't teach them on the history behind it, the great men that have actually been fighting back, right? No. If it's an African thing, if it's a black man, then all of a sudden they're going to jump on it. I'm going to tell you that right now. Hey, like, for example,
sure that
when
not only is the president...
When the Haitians, right? When the Haitians were at the border and all of a sudden the horses were like going in with the border patrol, they made a big deal about it. And I'm like, bro, we've been going through that for years. Y'all didn't really make a big deal about it. Oh, but you got some black Haitian people. Now it's a big deal, IUIC. Now it's a big deal, ISUPK, GMS. Now you care. We've been getting arrested for years.
Surely deeply regretting, but that it may actually be a turning point downward for this government.
All right, Issa joins us now live in studio. Issa, a lot.
So as you can see, man, this stuff is really on fire pretty much where you look at. So y'all got to be mindful and be very mindful regarding, like, when you're talking to one of our brethren and they're from these particular areas, you got to know what to talk about. You got to know, because if they don't know, if you're trying to tell them, hey, man, you're so-and-so according to the Bible, and you're over here trying to tell them, yeah, this is who you are, and then you can't even, like, explain what they're going through, you can't relate to what they're going through, well, they're not going to believe you. Be like, bro, talk to me when you actually know about your heritage before you try to teach me a new one. So remember, family, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this first one and I'm going to connect it with the second one, because these other nations need to be reminded. And we need to remember that we are descendants of Abraham, meaning you're the Hebrews of the Hebrews. All right, let's go.
Quick. Give me a second here. We always got to do this here real quick. Praise to the Most High, I was able to finish my work on time, so I'm able to spend some time here with y'all again. As you know, there's a reason why I do these classes, and the only purpose is because I need them. Okay, I'm a student as much as I am here in the front, or at least so-called teaching. All right. Anyhow, let me read. Content disclaimer. It says, this content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law. Okay? So now, the name of the class is called The Transatlantic Lie. Yes, you heard me say it. The Transatlantic Lie. Okay? So now, why do I bring that title?
Hey, brother, you know, Peruano gente, bro, they're very
I really don't want to talk about these topics. There's so much.
Peruano gente, man, they're very down to earth, man. You know what I'm saying? And when you're saying that they're emptying their pockets, bro, it's because they really put an emphasis on trying to help. Like, I was giving alms. I never said how much I would give, but I'm gonna tell you this: I wasn't cheap, because I didn't concern myself with what they were doing with it. I really wanted to help. Unfortunately, that's not the case. But yeah, man, I understand what you're saying. And it's not just them, several of us, man. Several of us. Anyhow, let's continue. And by the way, again, fam, I understand if y'all don't stick around and watch it, man. But me personally, I always want to go over my verses, precepts over and over and over. You have to. This is our book. We didn't have proper schooling, so this is our schooling. So let's go.
Much more to worry about. But it's just that right now, in this last few days, this last couple of days, we hear a lot of bombarding regarding the so-called Black Jews, because that's what you guys call yourselves. So I'm gonna call you that. Okay. Now we got a little video here from I guess you guys know these people. I don't know if you heard of them. The video is called West Dummies shit on land of their forefathers, Northeast Africa, but except Hispanics. Okay. So apparently these guys think that Hebrews are Africans. Apparently that's the case. So let's listen in and see listen to the ignorance, okay? Because we're gonna prove regarding exactly that this is all a lie. Everything that it's all imaginary. My so-called black people. This whole idea, like for whatever reason, these videos that I showed y'all, right? And I present material after material after material, and I read the material, okay? And I show you the material, but then I get people that say that's a lie. This is ignorance, and then prove that you guys are Israel. Okay, well, it's not up to us to prove anymore. We have the documentation to show it. Y'all are just going by some Deuteronomy 28:49, and it doesn't apply to you. So let's listen to them. Let's see what kind of mentality they have.
Black Power family, welcome to another Song Letter TV House of Consciousness production. I have a special message. There are Hebrew Israelites in Africa. And I'm not just talking about the brothers that come from America that go over there. I'm talking about Africans who are Hebrew Israelites. So you hear the Hebrews always saying that the Africans are not their people. They are so and so. Well,
and this guy here, the Sanetta, right? That guy's everywhere. First of all, he's everywhere. He's Kemetic, and he says Yahweh. I'm sorry, Yahweh Shai. His wife supposedly believes in the Bible. Then I don't know, man. This guy's everywhere. And you're gonna hold this to face value? This is your king? Okay, let's see.
Check this out, fam. Check it out.
You an African. You're not my people.
See, now, am I gonna say that all of these are not our people? No, I'm not. Now, are they majority our people? No, they're not. Is a small portion of them? Yes, they are. So is he an African? He's an African. He's an African. I don't know, man. That's Most High is going to reveal that in the.
Hey, I can't either, man. I remember one time, I actually hit him up. I think I was like, "Hey, man, I want to come on your channel." Yada yada yada. Nobody wants to have me on their channel, man. I don't know why, dude. I told him, "Hey, watch my channel. What do you think?" Nope. Same thing. But anyways, nah, man. This guy's. Anyways, let's continue.
Within themselves. But I find this ironic because just like this black man is yelling at this other black man or African man yelling at this other African man, you guys also yell at the white man, yet you don't even realize, I don't know why, that your own people mix with them. So you got white people that are black, and you got black people that are actually white. So remember that when you're listening to your own. Anyways, let's continue. Let's find out what's going on.
I don't give a damn what language you speak, and you still a stinking African. You still a stinking African.
Where you from, sister? Where you from? Africa? What part of Africa? West Africa? Which country? Ghana. Ghana. Okay, you from Ghana. Now listen, what we teach you today is the Israelites are the so-called blacks, the so-called Hispanics who went into the slave trade. All right? So your people, obviously, you didn't go into the slave trade. Y'all stayed back. You didn't go into the slave.
You didn't go into the slave trade. Y'all stayed back. So that means the curse doesn't apply. So what are you doing in Africa? And then you got this. This is a FOP thing, right? FOP, whatever. The guy that their leader, the guy looks white. Just because he's got tan skin and woolly hair. But if you look at his face, the guy is white. He's a white man. He just got a tan. Y'all don't see it? Let's continue.
Slave trade, y'all stayed back. Obviously, you didn't go into the slave trade. Y'all stayed back.
See, let me tell you something. We think slavery in America was something. Slavery in Africa is still in force.
Yeah, it is. And we're gonna.
Hey, by the way, real quick, sorry, man. Side point. Remember, guys, the reason I watch and I go over my notes again is because remember the scripture that says in season and out of season. So if you're learning the scriptures and you're learning in order for you to understand, comprehend, and gain wisdom, and you believe that you are Hebrew, okay, and you try to go and explain this to them, to anybody else, you want to know where to go. And that's why it's good to remind ourselves where to go. Because if you can't explain somebody, well, I'm a child, I'm a seed of Abraham. Well, how? Where does the Bible say? But Abraham was chosen and he didn't keep the commandments. Now you know how to explain it and you know where to go. That's the whole point. And it's not about debating. It's about you, your own self. If you want to teach your family says, hey, Dad, so you're saying we're Hebrews. How you figure, blah, blah, blah. Then you can explain that to them from the beginning. You want to take your family from the beginning, even if it's as basic, not Genesis, just the beginning, just basically how you function, how we ended up becoming, and that we were a chosen seed, even though we fell off and did not know who we were. The same thing with Abraham. So the same way Abraham, it happened to him, the same way it happened to Lazarus, the same way it's happening to us. Not for everybody. John 3:16 is not for everyone. It's just for us. All praises to the Most High for that. And I feel very honored and humbled about it.
We'll find out the historical aspect of the slavery regarding who enslaved who first. Okay?
But they know less about their history than you and I do.
While much has been written concerning the transatlantic slave trade, surprisingly little attention has been paid to the Islamic slave trade across the Sahara, the Red Sea, and the Indian Ocean. While the European involvement in the African transatlantic slave trade to the Americas lasted for just over 3 centuries, the Arab involvement...
Hey, did you guys hear that? The last 3 centuries. Everything that we've been taught is up until the last 3 centuries. And all of a sudden we got drawings and Negroes and Negro and white folks and this and that. But it all happened after the Civil War. We don't have any records prior to the Civil War of them struggling. You don't. You got pictures and material that says they were slaves, but what makes you think you were those slaves? There's no guarantee that you can prove you were those slaves unless you go back in time. And now you're talking like a white man.
in the African slave trade has lasted 14 centuries.
Hey, I'm gonna be real with y'all, man. In this channel, this is for you so-called Hispanics and Native Indians, right? The indigenous, the so-called indigenous. I mean indigenous to the Americas. I don't mean like indigenous like as in we're not Hebrews. Now, you guys, this channel is for you, okay? Now, I'm noticing the average is probably 1 minute and 50-something seconds. Now, people probably are working. I don't think they are. You know what it is? This topic is touchy. This subject is very, very emotional for our own gente. Because our own gente loves, they want to be black. I mean, the moment you told them, hey, man, you used to be black. Oh, really, man? Well, yeah. I'm a black man. Now your brothers and my own people that look like me, hey, what's up, nigga? They calling me that. I'm like, what? Since when did you start using that word? Oh, well, you know, we used to be. Oh. We're going to, because I'm not going to watch this whole video. I just want to show you a little bit of this. About another minute or so, and that's it. But we're going to go through history and find out if that exactly, if this is really true. If it was always a white man that was enslaving the black people. Let's find out. Let's see if you guys never enslaved any white folks or their women. And you're still complaining about people still being I guess you could say trafficked in Africa. Well, guess what, dummies? Here in America, they're being trafficked too. And you don't care because they're so-called Hispanics because they don't have woolly hair. You see how stupid this is? I literally feel like I'm wasting my time, but hey, man, it's the spirit that moved me. So I was already planning on this class. And then once I heard something like this and I pushed it a little bit more, I wasn't even going to do it, to be honest. That's a waste of my time. But for the sake of reminding.
And I'm glad I did, because when I found that other video, it literally confirmed that I was supposed to, because that video came after And I'm like, oh, all praises to the Most High. So I wasn't out the spirit. It was just like scripture after scripture, video coming through. All praises. Let's go.
People of the biggest lie in the world, that the transatlantic slave trade had everything to do about black folks, is the biggest lie in the world. And we're going to prove it today, continually, every day. In this channel, apparently, people like to hear truth. In every other channel, you want to be lied to. Then be like the silly doves.
And in some parts of the Mohammedan world, is still continuing to this day.
See how it says 14 centuries, that's 1400 years, supposedly, okay? So remember that. Black slaves for sale, okay?
Slave trading is a thriving business. Northern militias are raiding villages in the south for slaves, which they then take back to the north. They keep them in their households or sell them to other masters.
Hey, do you guys notice something about the guy that's covered? Did he not have fringes on? He had fringes on, and the guy's black. Oh, but that's right. Somebody actually sent me put up text. A text on the chat, right, on the video. It says, "Oh, well, maybe you're Arab, and you know Arabs mixed with Africans and blah blah blah." You know what it is? You know what they think? It's because I'm a so-called Hispanic. They can't assume that a Hispanic can speak this way with confidence. You see, you guys been dealing with the so-called Hispanics.
Hey, you know what I meant by that, family? Is that most of the time we tend not to say much, you know what I mean? And they're not used to so-called Latinos or so-called natives like really speaking out. The only time is if you're like bugged out, crazy gangster or like a cartel. But not with the scriptures. They assume that. Like, no, I'm not. I was born in Mexico. Too bad you're not used to this. But guess what? It's because the real Hebrews just woke up.
That are from smaller towns. Yes, a lot of oppression happened there. But then you got us that have that spirit of a true Israelite. You ain't going to scare at all. Y'all need to hear the truth. And I'm not going to hold back at all. Let's go.
The Islamic slave trade took place across the Sahara Desert, from the coast of the Red Sea, and from East Africa across the Indian Ocean. The Trans-Sahara trade was conducted along 6 major slave routes, just in the 19th century, for which we have more accurate.
Islamic Muslims and Arab Moors were the first people to enslave West Africans. Okay, so you see that. Aren't they saying that they ruled Europe? It was Muslims or Islam, Arabs, blackamoors that conquered Europe. So now you're saying that, oh, these blackamoors enslaved the real Hebrews? I mean, what are you gonna? You guys are literally like reaching so far. You're bringing up some other old basketball player who put this dumb book together that I actually completely showed you how dumb you are by using the same book that he said and showed you that what you guys are literally. It's like, this is funny.
And if you really think about this, family, before Granada was conquered, right? Spain was a pillar of wisdom, worldly wisdom, of science and medicine, and the women were even attorneys. They were like a pinnacle of a country. And you mean to tell me that once the white man conquered you or took you out of power, you go to Africa, and then the Muslims and Arabs who helped you conquer Europe enslave you? All right. Well, let's continue then.
To me, this is so funny. Matter of fact, let's stop it. I'm actually over it now. Let's continue. Let's continue with this, okay? Now, let's go to... here, I got something for you. Let's see. I'm going to go to this map, all right? Let's start off with the map. I love maps. Maps say a lot. And maps don't lie. Okay? listen, guys, this is what I was told and showed at one point. And I couldn't really see what they were saying, right? Oh, you see, brother. You see, brother. We know where they all at, brother. That's why. Okay, if you say so. Where are you at? Let me see a clear one. Is that it? Come on. Nope. 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 Sorry, guys. I'm trying to look for the map. Remember, my computer's messed up, so I'm doing the best I can with what I got. It's an unclear map. Okay. Shoot, man. Maybe I can find it this way. Map. Africa. There it goes right here. Boom. All right. So check this out. So we were told that, yeah, brother, the Hebrew Israelites, they're in Africa. Yeah, look, we got a map that shows where they all are. Here, look, here, and they're kind of going on fast, like, yeah. And the one that they showed us was the one I showed you guys. This one, you can't really see much, right? You know what I mean? Like if you try to read that, like, what the hell does that say? You know? And then when you get down here, you're like, what is that? What is that? What does that say? You can't really read it. So they're like, oh yeah, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, Judge Judaism, yeah, you know. So, anyways, all right, cool. Sounds good. But then eventually I'm like, man, you know what? I'm the type of man that if you are not very clear to me, I'm going to and you know, look at it says the nations of the cults. I tried to find this in that book and I couldn't find it. So I don't know why that's traced there, okay? So anyhow, so I literally was doing everything I could to find this picture and I finally did. So let's read first of all what it says in the middle. Philistines, okay? White Libyan dynasty founded among the Negro, about 620 AD. 620 AD. This is an old map. The name suggests yes, Yemenite Jewish influence. Oh, really? Jewish influence. Okay, cool. Sounds good. And then you go to the left, which they didn't show. Jewish kingdom of Granada, or Ganat, I guess, founded 300 AD by white Libyans. Matter of fact, what's that dude, Vocab? He actually showed that Timbuktu, there was a man that looked white. And then to top it off, because I couldn't see this, watch this. The Minian Philistines, right? The compilers of Genesis 10:14 knew that the Philistines and the other Cretans were in a oasis strongholds, meaning the equator, okay, and controlled by Egypt. Cashalum, out of which came Philistines, and Caphtorim. It is not possible on such a small map like this one, right? Look what it says. It's not possible on such a small map to show all the surviving Philistine communities. What? Then it says Yemen Jews, Falasha Jews, Berber, Moorish, Negro Jews. So Moorish are now Jews? But I thought Blackamoors were Africans. That's when they lost power. Yeah, exactly. After 1492. After 1492. They've been fighting, the Canaanites been fighting and trying to conquer Europe for quite some time. They finally did it in 711 AD. From 711 AD all the way up to 1492. That's when they lost the last stronghold, which was Granada. But they started losing right around 1300, you know what I mean? Like around that time. So these are Blackamoors, so-called Blackamoors, okay? So now let's go here, because honestly, you know, this is what triggers me, man. Like you start saying things, you start claiming that you guys are Hebrews. Okay, well then let's prove it. Let's prove it. Okay, this is from, let's see, where are you at? I think it goes right here. Let's see if I can find the book. Yes, I did. All praises to the Most High. I think this is still it again, because the history of the description. Let me see. No, you can't see this one. So you go to archive. Give me a second. The writer is Leo Africanus. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it like this. Give me a second. History. I think I might have found it. No. Oh, I know where I have it. Okay. I'm going to do it this. Okay, guys. Give me a second. I'm going to go to my Facebook page because I have it there. Perfect. Okay. All right. So remember the map Philistines, okay? Philistines. All right. And they're saying that this map is our people, and that's why they're all over there. Okay. Well, I find that very interesting because I also found out that watch this real quick. Where are you at? Where are you at? Let me find you. Let me find you. Da, 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 Leo Africanus. Give me a second. I should get there quick. Okay, it's coming up. We're gonna be in my Facebook page anyway, so we're good. Let's see. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? It's almost coming up. It's almost coming up. Leo Africanus. It's coming up. Okay, so we got the Philistines. Watch this real quick. This is from a book by that guy. All right, and again, I don't have the link with me, but this is from a book called "The History of the Afrique." Oh man! Again, in my other classes, I have it, guys. I sincerely apologize. I thought I had the link. Okay, but anyhow, my other classes, I have it, and I show the book. I ordered the book. The book is on its way. It says, "For all the Negroes or blackamoors take their descent from Cush, from the son of Cam, who was the son of Noah. But whatsoever difference between the Negro and the tawny Moors, meaning the light-skinned Negro and the dark-skinned Negro, certain it is that they had all one beginning. For the Negroes are descendants of the Philistines." Watch this. Philistines, right? It is not possible so small a map to show all the surviving Philistine communities. These guys are not Hebrews. Look, when you look through, Judaism, paganism, Jewish, Timbuktu, Jewish, white, Jewish, Dagator, Philistines, Bantunism, Berber Jews, suppose maybe some are real, maybe. I'm not saying all of them are not. Whole Jews, Jewish. Remember how they say Jewish, meaning you're not the real Jews? Y'all are saying the same thing. Look, there's no synagogues in Africa. But you know what I find very awkward? Let me finish real quick, okay? So for the Negroes are descendants of the Philistines, and the Philistines of Mizraim in the son of Cush. But the tawny Moor fetched their pedigree from the Sabians, and it's evident that Saba was a begotten of Ramah, which was the eldest son of Cush. Diverse other opinions there be touching this matter, which because they seem not so necessary, we have purposely omitted. Hey, Shalom Eastside. Let me go ahead and go through real quick. Shalom Eastside real quick. Oh yeah, that's right. Shalom, Salome. Remember, guys, you guys can post up, but I won't read it right away because I'm going into my class. Okay, so just keep that in mind. All right, so let me go get out of here real quick. And then, as you can see, look, the Philistines. These guys are them. And look, this is what bothered me. They show us this map all blurry here in America, but they go to Africa and they're like, look, guys, the Philistine community. You guys are Hebrew Israelites. This is Nigeria. Really? Here goes the book right here. That's on that page. You see that? I'll show you that in a little bit. Let me leave that here. So anyways, I wanted to show you this. Look, in India, they have synagogues. Jews, synagogues. Look, they got a synagogue up there. Synagogue in Asia, all the way over here. Ancient trade routes from cities of Medes. See, they have this map too, and they didn't show it to us. Why? If we were scattered everywhere, why keep us from India? I wonder why. Look, all of these right here. Look at that. Look at that. All of these. There are synagogues up here. Okay. And I have a better map. I thought I had a better map. That other one that I have does show. Let's see. Yeah, you can't really see it. Well, I don't like to say, oh, well, you got to believe me. No, I would like for you guys to research yourselves. For some reason, it's not being clear here. Look, it even says Beni Israel black Jews. So I'm not saying that there's no Jews that are. And by the way, when they say black, that doesn't mean woolly hair black. So please, black folks, get that out of your head. This means dark skin. Not every dark skinned person has woolly hair. And as a matter of fact, Samoans have woolly hair. Are they Israel? You say you gotta have woolly. I mean, hey, inquiring minds want to know. Okay, let's move on. Now, let's go to the scriptures. Okay, I think I've proven enough in regards to how we start and where we go. Matthew 7:15. All right, so let's read that real quick. It says here, beware of false prophets, which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves. Just like these guys that are really pushing against us, you also have people that they know within their spirit that they don't believe that we're Israel. You shall know them by their fruits. Do men gather grapes of thorns or figs of thistles? And watch this. Even so, every good tree bringeth forth good fruit, but a corrupt tree bringeth forth evil fruit. So now we're going to dissect a corrupt tree. We're going to look at their track record. We're going to look at their women. We're going to look at everything about them. All right. You're going to look at the history regarding slavery. We're going to find out if black folks had no rights prior to Civil War, if there was no judges, no governors, nothing. If they had no presidents, nothing. If they had no decision making whatsoever prior to Civil War, we're going to find out if that's true. Matthew 18, a good tree cannot bring forth evil fruit, neither can a corrupt tree bring forth good fruit. So when in a wicked tree, there's always sin and it prevails, right? So what is one of the things that they're teaching us? They're saying that, oh yeah, we're Hebrews and you guys are not, and okay, well then let's go explore a little bit more. All right, so let's go now to the Africa's gift to America. This is Africa's gift to America. All right, watch this. And you guys can look through this book. Please look for it, okay? I'm not going to give you the numbers, the pages, not always. It says, however, it is safe to assume that there were other Negroes in the expedition, that as there is abundant evidence of their being with later Spanish explorers as de Aviles, Hernando de Soto, Narvaez, remember that guy? With 600 soldiers from yesterday? Yeah, Coronado, Tristan de Luna, and Menendez. Another important fact, Spaniards of that time were much mixed with Negroes and had been from before the Moorish invasion of 711 AD. I said it. It says Simon Bolivar reminded Spanish Americans of his time that they were not pure Europeans to begin with. Spain itself, he said, had ceased to be European by its African blood, its institution and character. Watch this. Popular history starts the Negro in the United States in 1619. In 1919, it was a tercentenary observance of this at Jamestown. But this date, based on letter from John Rolfe, Sir Edwin Sandy, is 107 years too late. Negroes first came with the Spaniards, who were the real founders of the United States. The first of them was Ponce de Leon, who landed in Florida. Easter Sunday, 1512. Ponce de Leon was a black man? Maybe. Negroes first came with the Spaniards, who were the real founders of the United States. The first of them was Ponce de Leon, who landed in Florida. There seemed to be no record of the number of persons in his expedition or their ethnic origin. But Salvador Brau does mention one Negro, Pedro Mexia, he says, was a mulatto and one of the companions of Ponce de Leon. However, it is safe to assume that there were other Negroes in that expedition, as there abundant evidence of there being later Spanish. So far, so good. We're not seeing any transatlantic slave trading. So far, we're not seeing any. It shows like you guys came with the Spaniards. Okay. Now let's go. I'm not done with this book. Is this it? I'm trying to look for the page, guys. Oh, here it goes. No, the Negroes is introduced here. No, that's not it. Give me a second. Okay, hold up. Let me see if I can find it. I can get this one. Let me say this song. Motivation. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm looking for a specific page that tells us a little bit about them. It shows that there was no 1619 slave trade. Not at all. They were coming in after. Here, let me see. Maybe it's back here. There goes the Philistine pages, as you guys can see. So if you guys have Facebook, I would suggest to friend me, because you guys can have access to all these pictures. Download them, save them for yourself. It's important to have these materials. And we're going to touch on this book slightly. I'm probably just going to move on because I don't know why I can't find that page. I thought I had it with me. Let me check real quick over here. Let's see. Africa's gift. Gift to America. There it goes. Okay. I think it's this one. It's the same page. Okay, let me see. You know what? We're just gonna move on because in that one, it shows that the Africans were not being enslaved. I'll do it on another class, and I've had it in another class, so I'm not too concerned about it, to be honest with you. But some of these materials we're gonna look at, and I wish I would have had the page with me. I thought I did. I think this is it. Oh my God, it's right here. Watch this. It's the same book, page 61. It says, "It is clear that the enslavement of Africans did not start in racial issue. The great need then was for human beings to develop a new world, and Africa had an unused reservoir of them. Had the Africans been white instead, it would have been no different, as we see from the captive whites of from the captive whites of Europe, also shipped to the Americas. In fact, it was rather a religious issue." White folks being enslaved, huh? Did you guys know that, Fopi? Let me see if this is it. Oh, watch this. Okay. I forget what book this is. I wish I would have had the material, man. It's from darkarchive.org. Let me read it, and then I'll see if I can find a book. That these first Negroes could buy white people shows in earliest America there was equal treatment for white and black according to class. That were the first Virginians did not regard Negroes as a race of slaves, or that, as Thomas Carlyle, a great advocate of slavery, said, God has put into every white man's hand a whip to flog the black. Right? Discrimination came later. Why? There was at least two causes: the dispensability of the Negro and the human attitude of some of the white colonists, and later, as the opposition of these latter, the abolitionists, grew, so tightened the laws to hold Negroes down because you guys were outvoting them all the time. All the time. So these guys were getting tired of being outvoted. It really all became just about civil power. You enslaved our people. You lie about everything that you guys went through, all for the sake of power. Simple Power. Let me see. I have the book. Give me a second. And it's on page. Let me see if I can find it real quick because I want to read it to y'all. It should be on page 58 from Africa's Gift to America, and it reads. Let me see. Let me see if I can do this. And I typically don't do this, guys, because I want to kind of flow with my class, but I think it's important. Where's my phone? Okay, give me a second, okay? I'm gonna take a picture of it real quick, and I'm gonna send it to myself. Well, I can't. My phone died. Oh, great. This is great. Anyways, all right. So let me read it. I'm doing my best. It says, strong document to prove that the first Africans in America were not slaves, and that chattel slavery of them did not start until 1659 or 1682 is given by competent researchers. 4 of them are J.H. Russell, M.P. Andrews, Mary Standard, and Helen Catherall. Russell, in his chapter, Origin of the Free Negro Class, calls the belief that the first Negroes were slaves a popular error maintained and supported by a large number of writers. M.P. Andrews says the evidence clearly points to the customary indenture for Virginia archive shows that throughout the page 60, throughout the second quarter of the 17th century, Negroes were being released at the end of period of indentured. This is from a book called Virginia, the Old Dominion, page 88, 1937. I have that in PDF. Marty Snyder said the common belief that all Negroes brought to Virginia in the early period were slaves in error. Virginia's First Century, page 159, 1928. And Helen Catherall in Judicial Cases Concerning American Slavery and the Negroes. A Carnegie Institution publication gave instance of the first Negro serving for only a number of years. Only a court ordered September 1625, ordering Lady Yardley, wife of governor, to pay Negro 40 pounds of good merchandisable tobacco per month. That was an actual true African Negro, because our people were not free. You guys already showed y'all the law of partis quorum ventrum. You guys know that about that law. That law basically said they're going to enslave our gente, especially our women. The law in 1960, the Retribution Act, that they were going to enslave our women and our children, and obviously kill the men. So what really happened? Look, listen, let's be real, guys. Black Europeans, because that's really what happens. Africans were in Europe for 700 years. Wait, for 700 years. And the Black Europeans, right, of that colonial period, they didn't even consider themselves Negroes. Matter of fact, they even had European accents. And they considered themselves elite. Because in case y'all don't know, the term Negro was first coined for our people, the Indians. Now, let me remind you, Fopies, guys, all you black Hebrew Israelites, well, wannabes, converts. Black is not a phenotype. It's a skin tone. Negro. It was in Spanish first. It's a skin tone. It's not features. So the question is, what happened? Why all the massive influence, and why this belief that you guys are Hebrews if the facts are on the books? Because you guys aren't aware of your history. Do you guys know who Daniel Webster is? He's a politician. He was a judge. He was a black man. 53rd 53 Congress, 3rd session. Watch this. Upon acceptance, this was a judge prior to Civil War. Look, it says how little these men could have thought that this sublime portion awaited them when Daniel, a younger lawyer at Portsmouth, on his way to the courts on Concord, and Stark, living in a retirement of his farm, met at the old hotel in Hookstead. And the hero of Bennington spoke of the sale of himself at one time for 40 pounds and was ready to believe Daniel was the son of Captain Webster because the same deep swarthy color of his face, only blacker. All right, who's Webster, man? Who is this guy? The biography of Webster. Well, let's find out who Webster Daniel is. Webster Daniel. Or Daniel Webster. He doesn't look swarty. He doesn't look black. So what happened? Why the secret? Childhood. It says, watch this real quick. It talks about the father, right? Daniel Webster was born in Salisbury, New Hampshire in January 18th, 1782. His parents were Ebenezer, who worked as a tavern owner and a farmer, and was also involved in politics, and his second wife, Abigail. While a child, Daniel earned the nickname Black Dan for his dark skin and black hair and eyes. The second youngest of 10 children, Daniel developed the passion for reading and learning at a young age. Now, some of you silly dubs are going to say, well, it's because his wife was black. No, man. This guy was black. His father, he looked like his dad. Look. This is in page 21. Again, you guys can go back to my site to look at the pages I'm bringing up. Let's see where you at. Oh, my bad. Page 21. Hold on. Let me see. Dark red complexion. Here goes. Following these suggestions, I'm in the middle paragraph on the on the right hand side. Following these suggestions, right here. Following these suggestions, in their relation to Webster, we find him about a thoroughbred and typical a New Englander of that time, as it was possible to be. A native of the native stock, meaning Europe, brought up in the old characteristic environment of religion, politics, and education. On his father's side, he was descended from the Bachelors and the Bachelors, a dark complexion, dark-haired family. Dark hair family, dark complexioned. From poet Whittier was supposed to be descendant. I'm sorry, let me read that again. A dark complexion, dark-haired family from whom the poet Whittier was supposed to be descendant. So a famous poet in America, Whittier, was black as well. The migrating ancestor of his family was a learned minister of gospel, of which talent and independent of character, which kept him in continual hot water in Puritan days in Massachusetts. So these guys were black people. Let's see what you said. Let me see. Shalom, brother. Let me see what you guys. Let me see what you're gonna read. Look up the United States cabinet. They have a bunch of elite working in government. Yeah. Matter of fact, I have a picture, and and on Saturday, man, my main computer bench is shut down, so I got a new one, and I'm bringing all my information over, and I have a picture of the cabinet of that year, 1700. They look like they're dressed like pilgrims. A lot of black people. So what is this that they're saying? Oh, we suffered. Oh my God. No, you did not. No, you did not. You see, the white man and the black man are involved in their cahoots. They're tied to the hip. One can't admit that they enslaved the other. One can't admit that they helped enslave our people. So they're both basically lying to each other, saying, listen, we don't want them to know that it was both of us that did it. We don't want people to know that it was black people that helped the white man. And the black man doesn't want the white people, or I'm sorry, yeah, the white folks and the rest of the nation to see that, damn, it was a white and black man that actually conquered America. That's right. Let them know, Ak. Let them know. That's the seal. In case y'all don't know, that's the seal that's coming at y'all this last hour. Because if you create a history that then matches the Bible, it is very difficult not to believe it. Because it's literally, you're walking in it. That's the Matrix. These men were black. Remember the movie Get Out? They're literally showing you flip side of it. Meaning that the white folks that we see on pictures, they were actually black. All these movies, man, about black folks trying to be white, or they're looking like white, or they're acting like white. I'm telling you, like that other movie with a family, apparently like some weirdos try to be like them, right? That's crazy, man. That's crazy stuff. Let's go to page 22. Let's continue. I'm going to be done with this guy quick. Let's see. Where you at? Page 22. See, I bound apparently early man Stephen article. New Hampshire. Let's see. Several of his brothers and sisters had the light. Oh, look. Several of his brothers and sisters had the light complexion of the Websters. Light-skinned black folks. I think I may not have it here. Outdoor people with many generations English, and the line of the father's name had been presumably been farmers in. Oh, look, it's because of their skin tone. The stock was Sterling, New England, and in the line of the father's name, they had presumably been farmers and out of doors people for many generations. Maybe that's not what it means. I don't know, man. I read it wrong. I was looking for something. I don't know why I'm not finding it. All right, let's continue. Last one. Let's just go here. Last one. See, this is supposedly Daniel Webster, man. That doesn't look like a dark-skinned man. You know what I'm saying? So now, who was John Marshall? Hold on a second. John Marshall is the Chief Justice. Okay. And this is page, let me see, page 23. Watch this. The Chief Justice of the United States is in his person, tall, meagre, emaciated. His muscles so relaxed as not only to qualify apparently for any vigorous exertion of the body, but to destroy everything like harmony in his air and movement. Indeed, in his whole appearance and demeanor, dress, attitude, gestures, sitting, standing, and walking, he is as far removed from the idolized grace of Lord Chesterfield as any other gentleman on earth. His head and his face are small in comparison with his height. His complexion swarthy. The muscles of his face being relaxed makes him appear to be 50 years old of age, nor can be much younger. So who's this guy? Who's this guy? Hold on a second. I'm not sure why I'm getting that. Who's this guy? His name is John Marshall. John Marshall. That doesn't look like a swarthy man, right? Well, this guy was born in 1755. An American politician, lawyer to serve the 4th Chief Justice of the United States. He remains a long-serving Chief Justice and longest-serving Justice. 4th U.S. Secretary under President John Adams. I have documentation about that guy too, but I'm not going to touch on it just yet. Okay? So far so good. We're watching who is these so-called white people are actually black. So what's the suffering about? Look, it says here, his figures, this is John Marshall. His figure says his venerable kinsman I have now before me. He was about 6 feet high, straight, rather slender, of dark complexion, showing little of any rosy red, yet good health, outline of the face nearly a circle, and within that, eyes dark to blackness, strong and penetrating, beaming with intelligence and good nature. As you know that these people writing, they're black. The people writing this are black. They're admiring themselves. An upright forehead, rather low, was terminated in horizontal line with a mass of raven black hair of unusual thickness and strength. The feature of face were in harmony with his outline and the temples of fully developed. The result of this combination was irresisting and very agreeable. The body and limbs indicated agility rather than strength, in which, however, he was by no means deficient. He wore a purple and pale blue hunting shirt, trousers of the same material, fringed with white. A round black hat mounted with the blue buck's tails for a cockade crown, the same figure, the man. Black. Supposedly the first judge wasn't this guy. It was someone else, like in after the Civil War. But that's a lie. Look, watch this. This is from American Yap readers. Many poor white men gained voting rights, also known as suffrage, for the first time in 1830. In the 1830s, many white folks, poor. So who was voting? Black people. These changes, and remember in the other material I have in 1830, they had a convention. Black folks, a convention. These changes in American democracy did not take place without conflict. Voting rights in Rhode Island only changed after poor Rhode Islanders raised a militia and threatened violence. Below is the proposal of the army of men who 7 years later took up arms to fight for voting rights. So white people wanted to vote. Wasn't that something that they told us wasn't true? In case y'all don't know this, man, there was such a thing as called white status before the 1900s. Many blacks that came from Europe, they, like I said, they didn't consider themselves Negroes, dude. They considered themselves white people. If you could prove that you had a European lineage, you were considered white standard. John Marshall is a prominent Supreme Court justice guy, black man, not a white guy, like the pictures we see. They had school teachers. They had judges. They had policemen. You guys were not enslaved. Look. This is from an article, news history newspaper from South Carolina. You guys need to really do your digging, man. Watch this. John McCannon revises constant and Constitution Convention in 1895 over standard of white persons and prohibition of interbreeding with Negroes. Those Negroes weren't black. If you had 1 ounce or 1/8 of Indian blood, you were a slave, which is why in 1662, they took our women and they had babies through them. A lot of them died. A lot of them, and some of them did, of course, because they needed slaves, obviously, right? But those men and women who had a little bit of native in them were enslaved, were considered Negroes, like slaves. But yet, if you were black of European descent and you could prove it, you weren't considered a Negro. You were considered a white person. White persons over standard of white persons. Look, it is instructive to review this contest in the Constitutional Convention over 1895 over the standard of white persons and the prohibition of interbreeding with Negroes. So what do you mean by white person? Look at this. Look at this. Provided that this section shall not be so construed as to disqualify for marriage with white persons, any person, or his or her issue, who shall have had at or before the adoption to this constitution status of white persons. You see that? So if you were a black man and you had a baby with a white person and they look black, that child would not be a slave. You would have the status of a free white person. It says here. It says, provided that this section shall not be so construed as to disqualify for marriage with white persons, any person, or his or her issue, meaning child, who shall have had at or before the adoption of this constitution the status of white person. So prior to this, if you were black looking and you were considered white person at that time, and your child would be considered white person too, you wouldn't be considered Negro. The trickery, man. The trickery. Look at this. Excuse my daughter, guys. She's having a hard time today. She's only 1 year and 8 months. She's trying to hang in there. Watch this. Check this out, Fopi. You guys were literally sleeping with the enemy that you call enemy. This is who you are. Chessboard brothers. Chessboard brother. That's right, man. They're playing chessboard with us, bro. We're playing chess. We see everything that y'all do. Unlike the other cams that go back and, hey, yeah, well, you know, we went through this and second interest says, like, no. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hit your joints because it's where the weakness is. The lie. Y'all really drank the Kool-Aid, man. Look, miscegenation. I can't even say it. It's so disgusting to me, man. You look. Look, I don't see no slavery in this picture whatsoever. Look at this. You see that black man? Look. You guys need to look up this word. Look, the repeal of American anti-miscegenation laws. So that's what they were trying to do, man. They were trying to just stop you guys from mixing with each other. Because you were giving rights to who? The natives, potentially. Look. Are they dressed like recently? No, man. Look at that black man. Look at that black woman. You see, black and white folks, y'all were getting it on prior to the Civil War. It's called the antebellum, prior to the Civil War. Miscegenation, or the millennium of abolitionism. Look at this. President allowed me to honor the introducing my very dear friend, Miss Dina Arabella Aramitha Squash. I shall be proud to number among my intimate friends any member of the Squash family, especially the little squashes. They call them squashes, I don't know. Look at this guy. Oh, you dear creature, I'm so agitated. Go and ask Pa. Lovely Juliana, named Dede when brought her. I don't even know what you're saying. Look. Look at that white person. Y'all didn't have it so bad, man. Why you guys lie? See? Look at this one. It's called debutante. It's called debutante. Watch. See these black folks? Hey, look at that. Look at these white people. I don't know. Maybe they're white. Maybe there are people that are light skinned, but they're the slaves. You see this black man, French, ready to get it on with one of these white women. Look. See? So you white folks, or you black folks that are dissing black people, I mean, you black folks that are dissing white people, look at that. There could be this here. They could skip that and pick two black folks, and guess what? You're still a white man. You dummy. This is the silliness about. Look, this is not like this is in the 1700s, guys. I'm not lying. Hey, look, anybody that's over here coming on and saying, "Oh, you guys are racist, you're liars." I'm not talking. I'm letting the book show. I'm showing the material. If you don't want to believe facts, that's not my fault at all. And then one more. I know you guys are gonna trip out on this. Yes, Lincoln was a black man. Mm-hmm. Watch. For the moment, hold on, I'm looking for the moment I read it earlier. Here it goes. This is from a website, historynet.com, regarding Lincoln. From the moment America's greatest writer caught sight of Lincoln, either in person or through photographs, they took notice too, marveling at the president's sallow, queer, sagacious visage with the homely human sympathies that warmed it. Okay? His hair was black, still unmixed with gray, stiff, somewhat bushy, and had apparently been acquainted with neither brush or comb. His complexion is dark and sallow, betokening, I fear, an insalubrious atmosphere around the White House. He has thick black eyebrows, an impending brow. His nose is large, and the line about his mouth are strongly defined, meaning he had thick lips. Thick lips. So you could see their lips. You could see his lips. Abraham Lincoln. Oh my God, I'm gonna change this. Come on, man. It's not the battery. This keyboard just it does what it wants. I don't know why. Oh, come on, man. Anyways, look, you guys know what Abraham Lincoln looks like. Really? I mean, I don't even have to show you. You guys know what he looks like. Okay? So, as you can see, we kind of go back and forth, and it's like, wait a minute, man. Now that we're looking at everything, y'all didn't really have it that bad. So, what's this about? Hold on, let's see. Where's he at? Let's go do it. Let's go back. So, now that we have a little bit of idea, we left off here.
Indian Ocean. The Trans-Sahara trade was conducted along 6 major slave routes. Just Trans-Sahara trade.
Oh, and that's from Africa's gift to America. Matter of fact, you guys can go and grab the book called The Golden Age, and it shows how they were enslaving white people the whole time. Matter of fact, let me show you. Let's show it, man, because they may be watching too, and they probably need to be educated. Again, there goes Facebook. Okay, come on. I kid you not, this is a blessing in disguise because this computer is so much better and I can do so much more. I can do thumbnails. I can do a bunch of different things. My other computer couldn't let me. So all praise to the Most High for destroying that one. Let's see real quick. Where are you at? Here it goes right here. Give me a second. Give me a second here. Matter of fact, let's look at some of this. Look. Free Negro owners of slaves. Free Negro owners of slaves. I'm going to show you guys a list of all the slaves that they had. You see this here? All those are last names of black people. And all of these numbers are our gente. And some of their people too. Look, the land lottery of the Cherokee. This was in Tennessee. Black folks and white folks voted for this. Look, massive amount of slavery. Black folks, white cargo. Y'all enslaved white people. Our people, mostly. The Free Negro of Virginia, 1619 to 1865. Look at that. Look at that. Now I have like 3 of these books. And I'm still looking for some more. By the end of the century, 2,000 men, women, and children came from the British Isles, would have been transplanted to British America. You guys didn't come to the transatlantic slave trade. That's a lie. You guys are the Phoenicians, the Canaanites. Everything about you is a lie. Everything about you is a lie. The first Negro could buy white people. Why? Watch this real quick. I think this is from that book. The first Negro says were popular, maintaining large. Yeah, that was that book, The Africa. The slaves for life were white convicts shipped from Europe. Oh, but no, man.
Was conducted along 6 major slave routes. Just in the 19th century, for which we have more accounts, only 5% of the slaves ended up in what we call the United States today.
So they say that you have to match all the scriptures, right? So if Africans never left their homeland, then that means you guys aren't Hebrew. But you're going to say, well, you guys weren't scattered everywhere. Yeah, we were. We proved it.
However, a minimum of 28 million Africans were enslaved in the Muslim Middle East, and in some parts of the Mohammedan world is still continuing to this day.
And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people, from the one end of the earth even unto the other, from the one end of the earth even unto the other, from the one end of the earth even unto the other.
These are the city people, the descendants of black Africans who live in communities close to the coast in this area and across.
And you can see the stretch. They're really stretching, man. Like, y'all are really stretching for this. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're really trying your hardest. Look.
When many came aboard
They're those of Arab merchants who traded with kingdoms along India's west coast. The Arabs are believed to have captured the cities after raids on coastal Bantu villages in East Africa.
Anyhow, I think we've had enough of this. Let's see. I don't mean just black then. Let's see. I don't mean just back then, right now as well. Blacks hold high ranking in U.S. cabinets. They do. They even have black admirals. They do. A lot of them don't fit the prophecy of Daniel 7:21. Let's read that. Let's see. Daniel 7:21. I haven't read that in a while, man. All praises. Let's see. Daniel 7:21 reads, I beheld, and the same horn made war with the saints and prevailed against them until the Ancient of Days came, and judgment was given to the saints of the Most High, and in time came that the saints possessed the kingdom. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, they're not in servitude in a sense. And matter of fact, they have a lot of representation in the government. They have a lot of wealthy black people. Black folks own a lot of banks. It's proven. Look, I'll show you. Black owned banks. Look. And they're gonna say, well, the white man owns it. No, look, 45 black-owned banks by state. Hispanics don't own any banks, not that I know of. And we don't have black colleges either. We're not raised to just looking at fact. Hey, man, all praises, bro, because that's really true. Hey, bro, listen, I got people of like, for example, my sister married my brother-in-law, Mikey. And I still call him Mikey, man. He's my brother-in-law. I ain't gonna lie. You know, I've known the guy since I was young. He's half black, so-called half black and Asian. I got along with him before. We don't talk as much because my sister like kind of moved on. I have another nephew who's so-called half Puerto Rican, and he's light skinned. My nieces on my side, on my brother's side, they're dark skin. I happen to be a little bit more on the light side. But it's not about, man, it's just being objective. We just want facts. Listen, if they didn't come in with like Deuteronomy 28 and from afar, from the end of the earth, then okay, that makes sense. All right, you guys were enslaved, whatever. But then you start saying that we ruled Europe and it was just the Judah tribe. And I'm like, wait, hold up. I know the scriptures and that does not make sense. So that's what it is. You're being objective. All praises to the Most High, bro, because that's really what it's about. I don't hate I don't have hate, only for the enemy. And I'm done with that anger, bitterness, resentment. I'm teaching it. The Most High will give us salvation and revenge. That's what I care about. I care about our gente, about the struggle that our people go through. So let me go ahead and finish it off, man, because I know that you guys got stuff to do. 1 Corinthians chapter 15, okay? 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 33, I believe that's what we're looking for. And it says, be not deceived, evil communication corrupt good manners. Does not that lying, claiming that they've been enslaved, transatlantic, blah, blah, blah. Evil communication corrupt good manners, meaning that you're misinterpreting the scriptures. And you're making people believe that you really are Hebrews, when the prophecies that you're using are not applicable to you. Ecclesiastes 1:15. And we see it before. We're going to see it often. Watch this. It says, that which is crooked cannot be made straight, and that which is wanting cannot be numbered. Watch this.
Dude,
First of all, let me read the scripture. Sirach 26:23. It says, a wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man, but a God Lord. So you women, you so-called black women of the African descent, are an example and reflection of your men. So you team to tell me that you guys are Hebrews? Let's find out.
I miss having a man so much right now.
What happens if I meet him and he wants kids and I'm too old to not be able to give him?
I'll cook your children and also I am your husband.
This is the kind of single that sucks. You wake up alone and you start your day. You have a long.
Two nationalities are the ones pushing this agenda. The so-called black man and the so-called white woman and the so-called black woman. A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man. That's your portion, Mr. Black man, Mr. White man. This is your portion. They are a reflection of who you are. So if they're out of control, guess what? So are you. And it's just a facade for us. All we see is a facade. That's it. But we see the reality.
Long day and you come home and you have no one really to tell about your long day. So you sit down, you watch a movie, you watch a show, you read a book. Something is sad, something is funny, something is motivating, and you have no one to tell. And you open up your phone and you have no notifications. And you go on social media and you check out your friends and your family. And they all have people in their
Undefeated heavyweight champion of the world.
Dude, I miss having a man so much right now. So every Thursday, we have a taco truck that comes to our apartments and serves us Mexican food. And I took my dog on a walk and I was waiting and there was music playing really fucking loud. And I'm trying to get the guy's attention. I'm literally there for like 5 minutes, just standing there waiting.
Remind me that I don't need a man and men are useless.
But trust me, guys, they reach a certain point and then they all need us. Or they just go crazy like this woman here.
You can wash your garden, cook your children, and also iron your husband. Yeah.
Hey, let's keep it real. So-called Hispanics and Native Indians, do we have that problem? Yeah, we do a little bit, but not like this. We have it a little easier. So it's us men to get it right. It's the men. Now, don't tell me, don't get me wrong. You women, you guys are bugging out. But the women that are listening to my channel or any other channel that keeps the laws of God, I'm not talking to y'all. Because you're doing your best. And it takes time. But the men, we have to be leaders. Remember, a well-instructed woman is only instructed if she has a well-instructed father and a husband. Let's go.
Yes, I did university in 1977 and passed away.
This guy just canceled our date tonight because he'd rather hang out and get drunk with his friends in the club.
Question for the guys now. Or the girls, if you know the answer, speak up. Where do I find all the decent single guys? Like, where do they all hang out?
Now, remember, keep in mind that all of this is promiscuousness. That's really what it is. Where do I find a guy? You mean you're sleeping around, because now you have no connection. Your dopamines now do not connect of just getting to know someone and talking. You're only connecting when you have sex, which is why you're looking. You see, a wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man.
And don't try to tell me dating apps because I won't fucking believe you because I've been there. Like, where are all the nice, normal, single guys?
Create any more content on TikTok.
I just had like the craziest, saddest thought. I'm in a stage of life where I'm watching all my friends get married and have babies and find love. And I had another talking phase yet again fall through. And my friend was like, you'll meet the one day, don't give up. But now I'm at a point.
We go about fixing that. We cry. No, we don't cry. We put ourselves out there. And then what? Then we cry. No.
Well, ma'am, why did...
Yeah, that's one. And then the last one. This is only a short one.
In January, February, March, April, May.
Hey, guys, every month, her number increases, meaning that's how many men she slept with so far. Okay, so...
November, December.
717. That's about 8 men a day. Wicked woman is given to a portion to a wicked man. This is your women, white man. This is your women, black man. You telling me you're a Hebrew? A Hebrew of the Hebrews?
What's your body count? Are you gonna post this on TikTok? No, probably not. 74? 74? What's your body count?
8.5. Welcome back, guys, to another episode of What's Your Body Count. And if you are new to my channel...
Leviticus 19:29 says, thou shalt not make your daughter a whore. And you shouldn't be out in clubs looking at these whores because then you're just basically influencing our children. This goes to Sakari. The chief guy, he says that he goes to clubs all the time. So what? Strip clubs, dance clubs, which clubs? Bathroom clubs? What? Club sodas? That's not. Come on, bro.
And enjoy my content. A sub would be really appreciated.
What is you guys' body count?
11.
11. Okay, so 33. Yeah.
4.
4. So quick math. 12.
Why are you multiplying it by 3? Yeah.
When a girl tells you how many guys she's with, multiply it by 3, and that's the real number.
Hey, let's keep it real, guys. As a so-called Hispanic Native Indian, we always have looked at this kind of awkward, like, man, these nations of people, they're just different. White folks, black folks, why are these like that? You know, that's the talk. That's the talk at home. Like, why are they so different? White folks and black folks, they really get along, and they're like a love and hate. I wonder why.
And I make it 34 in 12. I can?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, guys, most women lie about their body counts. So you just multiply the number by 3, and that's the real number here.
What is you guys' body counts?
9, 10, 3.
Whoa!
It.
How much is it?
It's like 11, 12.
11, 12?
Yeah, she's lying.
They must be best friends if they snitch on each other like that.
Bonus question?
What's your body count?
It's 3.
Oh, it is? That's dope. That's dope.
Two. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's 2?
Two.
Okay, bet that.
Done 1,000 yet.
By the way, guys,
1,000 men.
She's on a podcast that is seen by millions of people.
What? How 1,000? That's amazing. How long have you been doing this?
So long.
You see, and that's the stupidity. That's amazing. More than like thousands. Yeah. Let's go here. Here, let me close this here real quick. Ecclesiastes 3:15. I'm almost done, guys. It says, that which has been is now, and that which is to be has already been. And God required that which is past. So this is basically showing that who they've been, they're going to continue to be, and they're always going to continue to be. So this is a prime example of who they are. We look at their surroundings, their fruit, look at their children, look at their women. The crooked tree will never straighten out. A good fruit will always bring forth good fruit. So if they're not showing the patterns, if they're not showing or exercising that Hebrewism, which means their women and children should also reflect that, then we need to question it. We need to definitely question it, okay? I got a video for y'all so then you can see, because I have the same mentality in regards to my family and my daughter. And when I saw this video today, I was so happy. I was so happy, man. Watch this real quick. Watch what this says. Watch, all right? It's in Spanish. So for you to speak Spanish, what she's saying is, look, it says gitanos, costumbre gitana. So she's saying, look, my daughter, she's never had sex, nothing like that. Everybody knows it. You know what I'm saying? Blah, blah, blah. And the daughter's like literally crying because she don't have to do this. Well, watch.
Tu madre la trajo al mundo. No está rosada, no está tocada, está entera y verdadera. Nadie puede hablar de ella. Y ahí dentro yo creo que la mujer la queda bastante claro. Tu madre la trajo al mundo. No está rosada, no está tocada.
No está rosada, no está tocada. She says no está rosada, no está tocada. Which means no rosada o tocada, okay?
Está entera y verdadera.
Está entera en verdadera, okay?
Nadie puede hablar de ella.
Nadie puede hablar de ella.
Y ahí dentro yo creo que la mujer la queda bastante claro. Y a su suegro también.
Que ahora yo creo que ven que está bastante claro. El suegro también, ¿o sea? Right?
Así que es lo que hay. La que quiera honra, que se la gane.
So, la que quiera honrada, que se la gane. You see that? Meaning, she is a virgin. Never been with a man, never been talked about. Everybody in the block or the neighborhood knows that she is like that. Watch this. That's her pop right there. So this sister's about to get married. Like, listen, guys, that's a beautiful thing when you can actually do that with your daughter and say, oh, honey, I'm so glad that you actually reserved yourself, that you actually did it for a man that literally, powerful. That's powerful. Yeah, man, it's powerful, bro, because like I have a daughter that's 19 and I showed her, like, you see, mama, te digo, it's not in vain. We care for this. This is our gente in regards to the spiritual aspect. Now, do they look exactly like us? No, but I tell you one thing, gypsies, gitanos, I'll bet you they are our people. They are our people because they're scattered everywhere and they're in Europe. And guess what? They have these costumbres that's a biblical aspect. Watch this real quick. I'm going to read it and then we're going to finish. Hold on. Right there. Here it goes. Watch this real quick. Let's go to where are you at? Where you at? Tobit. That's right, Tobit. Tobit 10:12. Watch what it reads. It says, and he said and he said unto his daughter, honor thy father and thy mother-in-law, which are now thy parents, that I may hear good report of thee. And he kissed her. Adnah also said to Tobias. So the father talked to the daughter, and now the mother talked to the son-in-law. Adnah also said to Tobias, the Lord of heaven restore thee, my dear brother, and grant that I may see my children, that I may see thy children of my daughter, Sarah, before I die, that I may rejoice before the Lord. Behold, I commit my daughter unto thee of special trust. Why? Because she's a virgin, didn't have sex. Nobody has anything negative to say about her. Where do not entreat her evil. The same thing with that video, man. That stuff is special, and that's what we're aiming for. This is what we're aiming for. Remember, a wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man. One more time, guys.
Nos está rozar, nos está tocar, está entera y verdadera. Nadie puede hablar de ella. Y ahí dentro yo creo que la mujer la queda bastante claro. Y a su suegro también. Así que es lo que hay. La que quiera hombre, que se la gane.
And that's beautiful, man. That's beautiful. That's powerful. And that just shows that a wicked woman is given to a portion of a wicked man, but a godly woman is given to a godly man. That's Surah 23. Okay. So, hey, fam, y'all take care. I appreciate you.
All right, let me go ahead and switch it over real quick.
I am going to have to cut it short now because, well,
why? All right, here we go. Here's the second part that was after. Okay, here it goes. I believe it's here.
Gain, however, time.
Wait, fam.
This is
something I found, and not going to be long because I do have to get out, man. Let me turn that down. I don't know why that's so loud. It's loud on my end. Anyways, all right, hey fam, listen. My appointment got pushed back, so I wanted to throw this video in real quick. It's not going to be long because I do have to get to it. So let me start off right now real quick and just get going, okay? Let's go to first of all, the one important scripture that I think all.
Hey, yeah, Mexican. Yeah, I see the 48 banks. There's several. But what I mean in regards to the ownership, right? People that own these banks. And you look at the actual ownership, the companies behind it, the LLCs, the corporations, none of them are really from our gente. It's all resourced and completely out of our control. Let's see. Honestly, being from both American continents, we have to filter those precepts across the Americas too. Yeah, man. Very true. We have people in the seat of power as Egypt taskmaster selling out. Yeah, that's the unfortunate part, man. You know, and a lot of times it's just it's of the Most High. You know, when you really think of this whole thing, man, it's of the Most High. It's just unfortunate that this walk is such a thin line, you know. If you get caught in a sin, the Most High starts slowly taking understanding away from you. And I trust I've experienced it in those first 3 years. There was a lot of turmoil. It was hard for me. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know about other people, but it was for me. It wasn't easy. I had a lot of questions. I had a lot of doubts. I think it was more because of where I came from. But all praises to the Most High that He gave me the strength and endurance to continue. In regards to like how we have so much to really ponder on and filter, man, it's unbelievable. If you're a so-called Hispanic, you have it very hard. I know this. In a so-called native, you have it very hard because we've been indoctrinated for so long. And we're so proud of our indoctrination. And I say that because, like, for example, I was so proud of being Mexican. I'm from Guadalajara. What are you talking about? Now I'm like, man, I'm so happy that I know I'm a Hebrew of the Hebrews. And the scriptures prove it, regardless of whatever test I might take. All right, let's go.
All of us should definitely know if we don't know it by now. Okay. Let's see. It reads, all right. So it reads like this. Let me move my mic over here. Okay, so it reads, this is the book of John, chapter 8, verse 32. And it says, and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Again, let me repeat that. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. All right. Now, there is something I found, and I wanted to throw this video in because of the I guess the emergency that I feel behind it. I don't want the thought to pass us by because of the class that I had done in the morning. Okay, so now if you guys recall, oh, let me do this before I do anything else. Copyright disclaimer. This is Copyright for you. disclaimer. This is for you, Yahoo. Yahoo, YouTube. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of the United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law. So if you guys remember, earlier this morning, we went through a class and I was kind of going over some regarding, what do you call it? Man, I can't believe I forgot the name. Abraham, okay? So anyhow, hey, shalom sis, bendiciones a tu familia también. So anyhow, there was a class regarding Abraham, all right? And I had showed a video yesterday about how we had to remind these other nations of who they are according to the Bible and who we are. Now, the video that I put up, something stuck to me, and it was awkward, man, because something stuck to me. It was awkward because it literally like it didn't leave my mind. I go, I've seen that face, I've seen that video, I remember somebody recommended me to it, and then I found it, and it has to do with Abraham, okay, and what these guys are actually doing. So check this out. Remember this video from yesterday, okay? This video from yesterday, this is what they said. So now I'm going to show you a particular gentleman that's in there that they referenced. Okay, so now we're good. Now again, I'm only using the material that they use. I'm not doing anything other than me using what they basically, have used. So I'm using their material. Okay, so let's remember what happened here.
There are Hebrew Israelites in Africa. And I'm not just talking about the brothers that come from America that go over there. I'm talking about Africans who are Hebrew Israelites. So you hear the Hebrews always saying that the Africans are not their people. They are so and so. Well, check this out, fam. Check it out.
All right, so we've seen this already, okay? We've seen this. So let's fast forward real quick.
West Africa? Which country? Ghana. Okay, you from Ghana. Now listen, what we teaching today is the Israelites are the so-called blacks, the so-called Hispanics who went into the slave trade. All right? So your people, obviously, you didn't go into the slave trade, y'all stayed back.
What? Okay, sounds good. So remember this video. I don't have to go through it again. They're like saying all this.
The Arab involvement in the African slave trade has lasted 14 centuries. And in some parts of the Mohammedan world, is still continuing.
So as you can see, they put a lot of effort in these videos and showing how black slaves for sale, and yet these guys are wearing fringes and they're selling them, and they're black looking, well, dark skin. Because apparently here in America, the word black means Afro, woolly haired phenotype. Okay, so not clear in the rest of the world. It just means negro, meaning your color, your skin tone. Okay. So now they're saying this and that in all this video, and you look through it and you're like, oh God, yes, you're so right. Oh my God, you're so right. And we got some silly doves in these camps that actually believe this heathenish, concept. And then on top of that, that there's actual people that maybe are people that actually believe this. So this is the gentleman that stood out. I'm like, wait a minute.
He's the only non-black man in this video. So, Opie, I'm about to show you something. Hold on to your horses, unless you don't know what that is. But let's find out what exactly is it that we're finding out here. Okay, so let's go to what's the time I'm looking for? No, actually, you know what? Right around here.
The black Yahudians, Judah.
Watch this. All right.
Did you know that Sudan is an ancient name for the Yahudians, the black Yahudians, Judah, tribe of Judah? And did you know that the tribe of Judah exists in Ethiopia? Of course they do.
All right, so I'm like, okay, this guy looks familiar. I remember him. Well, guess what I do? All right, so now we're gonna forward again where they use him again. They use him again, but how ironic that they don't use him recently, because apparently I found something recently, and now his change of heart. I wonder why.
If your people have lived in certain parts of Africa, like, for instance, Ghana, Ethiopia, Nigeria, then it is 99.9% likeliness that you're a Hebrew. You're a chosen person of the Most High God.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Let them know, Ak. Let them know. Hey, guys, you know, we should just shut this channel down right now. Like, literally. Because we should just go by this. No, let's not. That was a joke. Let's see. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to leave this up because we're going to use this. Let's go to Matthew chapter 25, verse 31. Okay. Let's go to some scripture. Matthew chapter 25 and verse 31. This is for you, so-called Northern Kingdom that are allowing yourselves to be called Northern Kingdom. Okay. This is for you guys. It says, verse 31, when the Son of Man shall come in his glory and all the holy angels with him, then shall he sit upon the throne of his glory. There's a list of things that he's going to do. It says, and before him shall be gathered all nations, like Jehoshaphat in Isaiah 66, I believe, or 61. And he shall separate them one from another, as a shepherd divided his sheep from the goats. Yes, he's going to separate the nations. So you so-called Hispanics that are in cahoots with these so-called people that are of the Bible, right? Hey, shalom, Eastside. Shalom, sir. Shalom, Elishiva. I think I said it right this time. It just came out a little easier. All right, let me take it off real quick. So let me read it again. It says, and when the Son of Man shall come in his glory and all the holy angels with him, then shall he sit upon the throne of his glory. And before him shall be gathered all nations, and he shall separate them one from another, as a shepherd divided the sheep from the goats. And he shall set the sheep on the right hand and the goats on the left. Okay? So now, you guys that are involved and all in the betweens with the so-called Africans, the so-called Phoenicians that are calling themselves Hebrews, okay? There's going to be a time where you're going to have to, well, you're going to find out either if it's too late or hopefully soon enough, okay? Because this is not coincidental. All of this that's happening is basically scriptural. Watch this, Matthew 13:24. Then it says, don't forget about the video, guys. I'm getting to somewhere here, okay? Matthew 13:24, it says, another parable put he forth unto them, saying, the kingdom of heaven is like unto a man which sowed good seed in his field, right? So the Most High, in the beginning, had given us these fruits, had given us these tokens, had given us the understanding, the wisdom, right? So it's our job now to find ourselves in order to who? To find out who we are according to the Bible, right? So you dig into yourself in order if you want to know God. Remember that. Now it says here, but while men slept, his enemy came and sowed tares among the wheat. And went his way. But when the blade was sprung up and brought forth fruit, then appeared the tares also. So the servants of the householder came and said unto him, Sir, didst not thou sow good seed in thy field? From whence then had its tares? He said unto them, an enemy had done this. The servant said unto him, Wilt thou then go and gather them up? But he said, Nay, lest while ye gather up the tares, ye root up also the wheat with them. So I pray, you brothers and sisters that are all in there, and I pray that the Most High has actually led you to that walk, okay? Because it's not going to be easy when you find out that you're among the tares. And it says, let both grow until harvest. And in the time of harvest, I will say to the reaper, gather ye together the first tare, bind them in a bundle to burn them. but gather the wheat unto the barn. That's the sheep and the goat. That's the separation of nations. That's the separation of the righteous and not righteous. So you got to start doing this walk. So if you're already in the seal, meaning if you are really sold in the concept that the white and the black Jesus are going to save you, and that's what it's about, man, you're in for a rude awakening. So I tell you, I compel you, brothers and sisters that are listening, listen to this parable here, okay? Maybe you're one of them. Lord willing, you're the fourth seed. It says, Matthew 13:18, hear ye therefore the parable of the sower. When anyone heareth the word of the kingdom and understand it not, then cometh the wicked one and catcheth away that which was sown in the heart, meaning the mind. This is he which received the seed by the wayside. So like, for example, my mother, she's a hardcore Catholic. And I've been trying to help. And you know what? There was a moment where I'm like, okay, she's going to believe. And next, you know, boom, next time I talk to her, she's like way back in her thing again. That's unfortunate. Lord willing, you know, the Most High gives her mercy. Verse 21, yet had he not root himself, but dureth for a while. Let me read it. Let me read verse 20. Sorry, I skipped it. But he said, but he that receiveth the seed into stony places, the same he that heareth the word and anon with joy and receive it. So these guys are the ones and girls are like, I'm an Israel, I'm an Hebrew. I'm gonna go out there and flyer missions and yeah, studying it. Yeah, Esau. Okay. He also, it says, yet he had no root in himself, but endureth for a while. And when tribulation or persecution ariseth because of the word, by and by he is offended. And remember the scripture, the classes I've done, brothers and sisters, regarding how we're supposed to break that clod, break that ground to get rid of those clods in order to seed properly and the root to set. Well, you got to get those. That's why it says, you know, like you didn't endure, you weren't patient. You were like in a rush, and next thing you know, bam, you're done. You didn't root yourself. You didn't break the ground. You didn't examine yourself. That's what the walk is about. Then it says, he also that receiveth seed among the thorns is he that heareth the word, and the cares of this world and the deceitfulness of riches chokes the word and becomes unfruitful. So there's like, I gotta not work this day, man. It's overtime. Bro, really? I can't play sports. I can't tell my kids, You know what? Nah, I'm good, bro, because I don't want to be broke. I like my wealth. I don't really have it that bad. You know, and I kind of want to sin. So even if you slightly sin, you broke all the commandments, quite frankly. So you want to be this other one. But he that received the seed unto the good ground is he that heareth the word, right? You take the word and understand it, meaning you break the ground. You break the ground. You get rid of the clods. You break through all of that ugly, nasty, fallow, dry brain of yours and spirit of yours. And you apply the scriptures to understand yourself, which also beareth fruit. So what is the fruit? The goodness, the tokens that you develop, the wisdom that then comes about from you breaking ground and you rooting yourself properly. Because that fruit is also you yourself, and then that fruit is also who you teach, your family, your friends, your husband, your wife. All of those are fruits. Bring it forth. Some are 100-fold, some are 60, some are 30, meaning, because listen, when the fruit falls, you may not be able to wake everybody up, but when the fruit falls, that seed plants itself. So when you develop a family, guess what? They're going to teach other people. This is why it says you're a tree that beareth the fruit. From a tree comes a lot of other trees, guys. You got to be thankful. You got to be thoughtful of these things. So now let me go back. Let me go back to agreed. Let me go back to the point here real quick, because now we're going to see what I'm talking about. So again, all of this is going on. People have been in our, let's say, quote unquote, nation. Okay. And there are some people that have planted tares. And we're seeing them now. We're seeing them now as they're coming up, right? It makes perfect sense. So we need to just sit back and be the good seed. Break that ground. Get rid of the bitterness. Yes, they've done what they've done. You just watch. Be at peace with all men, because you need to work on yourself. Let them. Verse 9, he who hath an ear, let him hear. That's what it is. You got to be that 100-fold, that developer of 60 to 30-fold. Matter of fact, that developer of 1-fold, one child that you get to change his life or her life.
to keep the laws of God, and they sincerely love it. I'm gonna tell y'all straight up. I know that maybe in this world they don't believe it, but I can't wrap my mind around the kingdom. But you know what? I wish I could not sin no more. I don't want to sin anymore because it's distasteful to me now. The laws have magnified sin to me now. It's bitter wisdom. Like, oh God, no, I don't even want to think of that. That's what I want. So he who has an ear, let him hear. Break through that ground. Be that good seed. Because you don't want to be this seeds where they go by falsifying information, not really doing scholarly work. And then next you know, you find out that the same guy that they use is the same guy that's actually telling them, you guys are
You're listening
liars.
to Rabbi Simon Altaf
Watch
from
this.
Vienna in Austria. Today we're going to
And you know what? And he
discuss.
says a lot of the stuff I say, so it's even more amazing, man. I kid you not. I kid you not. I kid you not. Watch this, all right? I'm gonna sit back. I'll forward some things. We're gonna sit back and watch this for a little bit, okay? That's kind of like why I'm trying to make a short video. After this, and I'm pretty much done. I just want to make sure we touch on this because of the class I did in the morning, and it has to do with Abraham and that region. Watch. So why is he saying this now? Let's explore why he's now saying what he's saying, and I believe I know why, and I'll share it. All right, let's go.
Shalom. You're listening to Rabbi Simon.
Wait, hold up. Just to make sure, I don't know this gentleman. So let me hold up. Just in case. Copyright disclaimer. It's what? This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of the United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law. Okay, perfect. All right, so now let me pull up the video real quick. It was on YouTube, right? Yep, that's right. Okay, here we go. Just pay attention. Let's listen in, okay? Let's see what this guy has to say. And all of a sudden now he's kind of like changing the tune. I'm trying to find out why. Let's go.
Simon Altaf from Vienna in Austria. Today we're going to discuss a couple of things. Number one, ancient Israelites. Who were they? Or more importantly, who were Abraham's ancestors? And we'll also discuss who is a Jew by Torah standards. Not by perception, but by what the scripture writes about the real people of Israel.
Let me just reference the guy's face. I don't want people to say, no, that's not him, whatever, this and that. Okay.
House of Consciousness Production. I have a special message. There are Hebrew Judah.
They look alike? I want to see if anybody can agree that they look alike.
And did you know that the tribe of Judah exists in?
All right.
And then the forefathers, the ancestors of those.
The same? I think they're the same. Okay, let's continue.
Those people, such as Abraham, and going further back to Noah. So a lot of people ask me this question. They say, you say you're a Kohen, but you don't look like me. And this question usually comes from Black Americans who are a little bit confused about their history, especially about Israelite history. And I think it's important for me to at least give you some guidance as to why I don't look like you, or why I don't have locked hair as most of you have. Because I think the more important question should be, when we look at this, we're going to get the answers that you're seeking. So let's go back to Abraham and Abraham's ancestors.
Hey, you know what? Real quick, just to make sure, Isaac. Yeah, man. I was watching some of his other videos, and I was like, why is he saying this now? And they're using that reference, so it's like there's a transition kind of going on in regards to what he was teaching at that time and what he's actually saying. This guy also says that the day starts in the daytime, then the nighttime, and then he believes that the white man's Japhet and all that. So again, I don't agree with all of it. I'm only using him because they reference him. They're like, they reference him. Okay, cool. Sounds good. But look what he's saying now. That's the weird part here. Here's interesting.
Most people.
I hope you're listening, Fopi. This is your king.
People believe that Abraham lived in Iraq, and that's where he was brought up. That's where his family was. So traditionally, most Christian scholars, stroke Jewish scholars, probably say that he came out of Iraq. And that's what I say, perception. That perception is entirely wrong, because Abraham did not come out of Iraq, neither did his family. Since most of you probably never left your state, probably never left your country, so you wouldn't know any better, what real history is about. So first of all, if you had ever gone to Turkey, you'll find out that the cave where Abraham hid from one of the earliest rulers, as you know, Nimrod, when he was hiding in a cave in Turkey. How can he hide in a cave in Turkey if Abraham is from Iraq? Which means he was a baby at that time. Which means that the perception that you have been given about Abraham's family is entirely incorrect. Abraham's family were domiciled in Turkey. So if they were domiciled in Turkey, surely he couldn't be from Iraq, could he?
Now let's look up Turkey. Okay. And then at the end, I'm going to also show you, man, I don't even know if I should, honestly, but I kind of want to, bro, because honestly, I want to, because everybody believes in DNA, man, and it's like, okay, sounds good. So Turkey's right here, all right? So we're talking about domicile, like somewhere up there. Remember when they left the Chaldees, they were up there in Haran and all that area, okay? That's what he's talking about. All right, let's continue.
So you have to now correct yourselves as to what is going on. So did he originate from Turkey? Did his ancestors originate from Turkey? Well, again, unless you really know ancient history, you're going to be guessing, second guessing. It's almost like saying that I live in Vienna, I'm from Austria, but I don't look nothing like the people over here.
Hey, that's why I always say you need historical facts with the Bible. You need it. You need to know history in order to match the Bible. I have a somewhat of an understanding on history. I'm not no expert. I don't know why people say they're experts at anything. Nobody's an expert at anything, okay? Only the Most High. Anyhow, so like I've actually, you know what, let's just continue with the video, man. I don't want to keep pausing. Let's go.
Their skin color, their skin tone, their dress code, nothing like mine. So could I say that I'm from Vienna, Austria? No, of course I couldn't. If I was living here for 5 years, 10 years, I couldn't say that I'm from Vienna, Austria. Same way, Abraham's family couldn't say they are from Turkey or from Iraq. Both conclusions that most people are making would be incorrect. So where did Abraham's family come from? Well, if we look back at India's ancient history, his family actually originated out of India. That means the important question is not, should I look like you, the Negroes in America? The important question is, should you look like me?
You guys catch that? Did you guys catch that? So something happened. Something happened. He's like, wait. Then he should look more like me, not like you Negroes. And I'm like, whoa. Let's see. Let me see what he's saying says. Let me read that real quick. Oh, hold on a second. Let me block this person. Okay. I think geographically names are changed, hidden, and for some purpose. Psalms. Yeah, they found lots of turkeys on the lands. Proceed to the turkey for that Thanksgiving in November, native month. Wow. Yeah. No joke, man. No joke. Watch this. So let's go back again. Remember, they're using this. This is their king. They were like, hey, yo, look, yeah, man, look, man, this guy said.
Ethiopia, of course they do. And did you know that the tribe of Judah exists in Ethiopia? Of course they do.
All right, this guy. Let's go to 12. Right here.
If your people have lived in certain parts of Africa, like, for instance, Ghana, Ethiopia, Nigeria, then it is 99.9% likeliness that you're a Hebrew. You're a chosen person of the Most High God.
And you can see what he's saying. So now let's go back to this. So I'm like, what happened?
So where did Abraham's family come from? From Iraq. Abraham's family couldn't say they are from Turkey or from Iraq. Both conclusions that most people are making would be incorrect. So where did Abraham's family come from? Well, if we look back at India's ancient history, his family actually originated out of India. That means the important question is not, should I look like you, the Negroes in America? The important question is, should you look like me? Because Abraham looked like me. If Abraham looked like me, then I look like Abraham. Therefore, I have more right to Abraham than any of you in America. Why? Because you probably don't even know the plantations, beyond the plantations where you came from.
Are y'all listening to this? Are you guys listening to this? This is their king. They put him up on this video. I'm like, man, oh, this is so. Oh man, ignorance is bliss. Honestly, it's just. You see, there's a difference between a true Hebrew and a fake Hebrew, right? A true Hebrew will dig and be diligent about what he's studying. I'm just saying, and you guys are the same way.
Most of you know where your grandfather worked or great-great-great-grandfather worked as a slave. Well, I can tell you that my great-great-great-great-grandfather came out of Iran, Persia, and we served the great kings of Persia at that time where we were domiciled when we were expelled from Israel, because everybody knows it. It's written in the Bible, it's written in history, so all over the place that where Israel was domiciled, the 10 tribes, they went to north, then to the east, and the 2 tribes.
Hey, and that's very true. They went north because of the Assyrian captivity, like in Turkey, that area. Like that's why I'm gonna have to show it, man. That's why when I show my so-called DNA, it like literally shows that my forefathers domiciled in that area. I'm laughing because I just find it so funny that we don't even worry about those things. We're just focusing on the scriptures and trying to be like just saying legitimately decent human beings, right? And the Bible's the only one that's going to allow us to get there. And that's what I always see about our gente, man. That's what we want. That's all that we want. We just like, I don't want to sin no more, man. Just give us a good, decent life. I can raise my children right. That's all. I talk to a lot of our gente and we all say the same thing.
Tribes of Israel, Judah and Benjamin, with of course Levites, they also went to Babylonia, then to Persia, and Persian Empire in the ancient times. To revise your history, wasn't Africa, by the way. Persian Empire, the Assyrian Empire, in ancient times, they covered parts of ancient India. So ancient India, what is ancient India today? Pakistan, Bangladesh, and India. 3 nations came out of ancient India in 1947 in the partition that occurred through the British rule and the Raj in India. So, taking you back into history, who were Abraham's ancestors? They were people who called themselves Yadavas. The Yadavas were Indian people, and Josephus Flavius, who is an important historian from our people in Israel, and he writes that he believed, and he quotes historians, that the ancient people of Israel belong to Indian philosophers.
And let me show you guys something real quick. I showed you guys this the other day, but look what it says. This is from Hindus America, right? It says Hindus reached America first. This is what the official historian of the Mexican government says in general outline of the history of Mexico. What is called the discovery of America is the meeting of 2 great current of races of people who, after separation extending over many centuries, were again joined after going right around the earth. Boom. You know what I'm saying? Now, again, I'm just doing a connection in regards to our relationship to Abraham. That's all.
Well, if we belong to Indian philosophers, then that takes me back to the Yadava people who actually left India at one point in time. That would mean Abraham's fathers. They left India, and then the question is asked, why did they leave India? And the answer is given because Indians at that time worshipped many gods, idols.
And isn't that true? Didn't we read the scripture? Matter of fact, let me show y'all. Why did that happen? So he doesn't even touch on that, right? But I do know. So let's go to it. 2nd Ezra, chapter 3. Watch this. So after Noah, or Shem, Ham, and Japheth, right? Here's what happens with all of them. It says here, let's see. I'll go to verse, verse 11. It says, nevertheless, one of them thou left it, namely Noah, with his household, of whom came all the righteous men. Noah, Shem, and Ham, meaning they were keeping the laws of God. And it happened that when they dwelt upon the earth, began to multiply and had gotten many children, you mean Japheth or Japhet, Shem and Ham, and were great people, they began again to be more ungodly than the first. Now when they lived so wickedly before thee, thou didst choose thee a man among them whose name was Abraham. And what does this guy say?
Abraham's fathers. They left India, and then the question is asked, why did they leave India? And the answer is given because Indians at that time worshipped many gods, idols, just as Abraham's father worshipped many gods. If you remember, you read about it in the book of Joshua. You will also read about.
And there's a book that I have. I may show y'all, okay? There's a lot of words in Mexico of like certain cities and in Peru that are literally words in Sanskrit. I'm going to look for the book while I'm looking for this, okay? Let me look for it.
About this in the Tanakh, in the Hebrew Bible, what you call the Old Testament, in the book of Joshua, chapters 24, it tells you there that your forefathers came from the other side of the river. What river? What other side? The river Euphrates. The other side of Euphrates, it begins the Persian Empire, and it is a vast area covering today's modern Pakistan, Afghanistan, India, Bangladesh, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, all those areas. So what should the ancient forefathers look like? They should look like me, not you. That's a problem. You see, that's a problem that you have to deal with. When Noah came out of the ark with his 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, well, what do you think? Do you think that there were plenty of women of other nations sitting there for them to marry their children into? Of course not. So the only women that our children could marry into, so Shem's sons, they married into Ham's children. In other words, Ham's daughters. So if we take Ham's daughters, Shem, meaning Indian-looking man like me, brownie, if he marries into Ham's sons who are jet black, and they look like you in North America, what do you think we're going to produce? We're going to produce children with different skin tones of brown, with some with locked hair, some without locked hair. That's where you come from. That's why we have some people of Israel, ancient Israel, who perhaps look black. And we have other people who have lighter skin tones. There is no such thing as black across the board. That would be a falsehood to teach that there's just black across the board. That is not true. Because
yeah, you hear that? You see that? To see that, to teach that it's black above. So that's what I'm assuming. That's okay, perfect. So that's when I was like, that's what happened. That is exactly what happened. So he was teaching them, hey, you guys, according to the curses, you guys fit the scripts. You guys fit the curses. You guys are Israel. He was going with a sincere spirit. Oh, all praises, sis. Oh, that's, oh, okay. Oh, what? Now I connected dots. All praises. I see, yeah, you and your husband, your picture. All praises. Anyhow, so this is where I started noticing that he's like, okay, why is he referencing that? Why is he saying that? So now I know why. Because then they took it. Yes, you black convert Hebrews, you took this knowledge and then you said, F everybody. Only black folks are actual Hebrews. Look what he's saying. It's like, no. I take it. I think he's regretting what he did. He's realized I woke up an animal, basically. Now I don't mean it like in an insulting way. I mean like a mentality. The insane mind to go in and take this information and say, only us. Only us. Really?
That was Ham's daughters. So if we take Ham's daughters, Shem, meaning Indian-looking man like me, brownie, if he marries into Ham's sons who are jet black, and they look like you in North America, what do you think we're going to produce? We're going to produce children with different skin tones of brown, with some with locked hair, some without locked hair. That's where you come from. That's why we have some people of Israel, ancient Israel, who perhaps look black. And we have other people who have lighter skin tones. There is no such thing as black across the board. That would
So now let me show you something, okay? So you brothers and sisters, man, you need to start really being proud of your heritage, brothers. I'm serious. Look, watch this. This is from a book called, I believe it's called, let's see. It's called yes, from Kabiri Pass to Grand Quivira, New Mexico in Boca. It's called When India Ruled the World by Gene Matlock. When India Ruled the World. Oh, shoot. Watch what it says. It says, however, let me read up top. It says, how much more proof is needed to convince the skeptics? Just in case more is needed, my skeptical readers should know that one of the principal Indian strongholds of the Ayappa cult is in southern India, near the Pampa River. Therefore, we need not be surprised to find Pampas River in Peru and Chile. In chapter 4, I mentioned several Indian places and cast names in Inca, Peru. However, it's more convincing examples are needed. I present Pujas, Manu, Pisac, Bonu, and Ayacucho region. In Sanskrit, Puja, honor, worship, Manu, patriarch. Manu, let me read it again. Puja means honor or worship. Manu means patriarch. Pisac, a savage tribe of people in North India. Pune, a famous Indian city. Ayacucho, fortunate, lucky leadership caste. Or the Raramuri of Chihuahua. Then you got the Ram Uri of Shivava. Man, I'm telling you, it gets deeper and deeper.
Would be a falsehood to teach that there's just black across the board. That is not true. Because if I bring you to Abraham, our forefather, and if I tell you about his wives, he had a black wife from Egypt. Well, what kind of son she's going to give him? Ishmael is going to be a son of darker skin tone. Now, what about his other wives? Well, Sarah, clearly, there are two opinions on Sarah. And you can take whichever opinion you like. You can take the opinion that Sarah's from Chad, or you can take the opinion that Sarah's from India. I would probably go with the opinion that Sarah's family also originated out of India. Therefore, they both look like each other, and they're going to produce children that are going to look like Indians. Therefore, Yitzhak, Isaac, is going to look like me. He's not going to look like you, unfortunately. There's no such thing. Therefore, that means we're going to have two sons, Esau, which you call Esau, and you call Jacob. Those two sons. Well, everything is determined by.
Hey, look what it says on the bottom. It says, the Persian generally called Ibrahim Zarathustra. Cyrus considered the religion of the Jews the same as his own. The Hindus must have come from Abraham, or the Israelites from Brahma. So that's why do you think the Most High chose Cyrus to free the Israelites? Because he was a descendant of Abraham. That's right. Let them know, let them know. I don't understand why this other nation of people cannot wrap their mind around that. Oh, I know why. Because you have to have woolly hair. That's all it's based off. Colorism, man. Come on, bro.
By who they married. Now, I didn't go back and explain that Abraham also had a white wife, a Caucasian wife, whose name was Mashiach, who was from Turkey. Well, guess what, guys? If Abraham's family were domiciled in Turkey, what are the chances do you think that Abraham would have a Turkic wife? What do you think are the chances? And what do today's Turkic people look like? Most of them look like Caucasian, white people. They're pass for an Englishman anytime, more than me. So therefore, the question is, if he married into a Turkic woman, which he did, and that's whose son we know was Eliezer, his older son. So if he had a white woman, what do you reckon? Do you reckon she's going to have some white children? Potentially? Yes, she is. That means that Abraham will have white in the mix as well. Do you think they followed the God of Israel? Most likely, 100%. Definitely followed the God of Israel. So where does that leave us? So let's go forward a little bit, then we'll come back. We'll go forward, we'll come back, we'll try to get some understanding. So if we go forward, we come back to Isaac.
Hey, family. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, man. I'm just gonna let it play. And honestly, I'm gonna watch the whole video. Y'all can stick around if you want. I'm gonna watch the whole video because I'm very interested in what this guy's saying. Okay, I haven't watched the whole video. I just went to like maybe 12, 13 minutes, and I was just like, oh, that's enough. Let me go ahead and do the video. I got time right now. Okay, so I got a little bit of time. I don't have to be to my appointment until like 4:35. All right, let's keep going.
So what does Isaac's wife, Rebecca, what does she tell her son, Jacob? You are not to marry the woman of Canaan. Who were the women of Canaan? These daughters of Ham, black women who were corrupted, who were worshipping false idols, who were sacrificing their children to false idols. So the mom, Rebecca, told her son, you are not to marry into these heathens that are worshipping false idols. Therefore, you must go back to the family. Exactly the same pattern that Abraham had taken an oath from his son Eliezer, who is referred to as his servant. He took an oath, you are not to marry my son Isaac into these heathen women in this land where I am. In other words, Canaan, daughters of Ham, who were completely corrupted by that time. Previously, in the time of Noah, that time they were all obeying Torah. But by now, several hundred years later, they no longer were in Torah. They were into all sorts of false worship. Therefore, the indictment was given against them. Do not marry into these black women because they are corrupted. They are into false worship. They do not worship the God of Israel. You must not take those women. And the injunction came from God as well later on. So therefore, what happens? What happens is that Jacob is sent back to his Indian family, Indian-looking family. Where? In Iraq, where they are settled in Padan Aram. Let's break those two words down. Padan Aram.
See, and that's why when I got interested in this. This is pretty much what I was always finishing, because at that point I'm like, wait a minute, it confirms what I had found regarding the actual scriptures. Padam Aram means region, land, and then Aramaic. So I had looked into it, and this guy's literally confirming what I'm saying. But what really stood out the most is like they were using him to say, oh, look. And now he's like, hold on a second, Mr. Blackie. Abraham didn't look like you. Abraham looked like me. More like me. So who has more rights to him? And guess what? Who looks more like this guy? That's all I'm saying.
Aram. Aram is the area where we get the language Aramaic, meaning Babylonia, Persia, which spoke to a large extent. They spoke the Aramaic language, square script, what they call square script Hebrew today. So if they spoke Aramaic, that brings another interesting thing, doesn't it? That means surely if they spoke Aramaic, well, do you speak Aramaic in North America? I haven't heard anybody speaking Aramaic in North America, but you can see plenty of people. Even today, there are people in India who know Aramaic. If you go to Pakistan, you will have people speaking the Persian tongue. My own uncle, who passed away a few years ago, he spoke fluently the Persian tongue. Therefore, that means that North America, the black folks there who want to be Hebrews, they don't have the Persian tongue. So who has more?
Damn, you guys hear that? Well, let me go back. Oh man, this is, oh God, this is so great. Anyhow, let me go.
Well, that means that North America, the black folks there who want to be Hebrews, they don't have the Persian tongue. So who has more connection to Abraham's family, you or me? Who do you think is going to be a Levite priest, you or me? So therefore, we have a genealogy. We have the language. Pakistan speaks today widely a language called Urdu, which has its roots in ancient Persian tongue. That is where the Jews came from after their exile. And today, let me tell you something of interest. Today, in 2017, I have contact with a Jewish man in Pakistan who looks 100% like me. What do you think he should look like? And he came out of Iraq. His whole family came out of Iraq. 2,000 years ago, they left Iraq at the destruction of our temple. and they went to Pakistan and they domiciled in Pakistan. So for all practical purposes today, they look like Pakistanis, of course. They're not going to look like English. They're not going to look like Americans. They're not going to look Negro either. So therefore, I think that the important question is are all the Negroes Hebrews? The answer is no, they are not. So therefore, you need to remove this ignorance card and everybody calling themselves Israelite, shouting in the streets of New York.
Hey, here we go. You see, now now I understood okay. See, now it's because of the way they took it. It's where they went and how they really ran with it. There was no humility whatsoever. If you were potentially the chosen seed and you go off and just completely twist the scriptures, man, this is why he's saying that. Watch.
So therefore, I think that the important question is are all the Negroes Hebrews? The answer is no, they are not. So therefore, you need to remove this ignorance card and everybody calling themselves Israelite, shouting in the streets of New York, oh, I'm Israel. No, you're not Israel. You are just a misguided person. Because if you were really Israel, you would be obeying the Torah. You would be doing the things that my forefathers did, both in Babylonia, such as Daniel the prophet.
Hey, listen, guys, he's right about this. If you are a true Hebrew, you're going to be applying the laws, statutes, and commandments with the understanding of the Messiah, knowing that the examination is what's required of us because we're supposed to be that ultimate last. I don't want to lose y'all because potentially we are that. The Messiah came and showed us what he is. We're supposed to do exactly the same thing he's going to do. So we have mercy to cleanse ourselves from the flesh. Once you're completely separate from that and you got like complete control of your spirit, man, the sky's the limit at that point. And again, this is going to be a process in time. It's the elect that are being called upon right now. 144 and then the 1/3. All right, let's go.
Prophet who was my forefather, by the way, such as the Persian domiciled Hebrews. What did they do? Well, they obeyed the 7 festivals. They didn't believe in Jesus. They don't know who Jesus was. This is a later thing. Rabbi Yeshua came much later. So they obeyed the Torah laws. You can read about it. Daniel the prophet, what does he do? The king offers him delicacies, fruits, everything. What does Daniel the prophet say? No, thank you. I don't want to have your food because I'm a Hebrew. I eat kosher. I want to only have lentils. Well, most of you in North America are sucking on pig, and you think you're Hebrews.
Damn, hold up a second. That's right. Let them know, let them know. Oh my God, man. I literally hold on, let me play a song real quick. I recorded this because this is what you call so-called Hispanics that are in these camps, okay? You're going to a stranger for advice.
No sé, Señor, quizás hable sin sentido, pero al malvado hay que darle su merecido. Mira al diablo en que me ha convertido, pidiéndole consejos a un desconocido.
Literally, they're foreigners, and we're asking for them to tell us who we are according to the Bible. Come on, guys, let's go, man.
It's laugh, isn't it? It's laughable. Thank you. I don't want to have your food because I'm a Hebrew. I eat kosher. I want to only have lentils. Well, most of you in North America are sucking on pig, and you think you're Hebrews. It's laugh, isn't it? It's laughable. In order to be a Hebrew, in order to do the Torah, you have to remove yourself from the very foods that you call your foods and the very way of lives living. You have to remove yourself from that kind of lifestyle to a Torah lifestyle. A Torah lifestyle is, number one, obeying the God of Israel, keeping the Sabbath, guarding the Sabbath. Number two, you have to eat the foods that are qualified kosher. That means you can't have pig. Number three, you cannot be celebrating festivals of the Goyim, the Gentiles. You have to celebrate festivals of Israel, Passover, Pentecost, tabernacles, all those kind of good things. So, whilst most of you,
and you're supposed to do it with sincerity, with like real joy, man. Like once I started learning how to keep the laws slowly and better, I'm getting better. There's so much joy, like so much joy, and it's like, man, this feels good. Like literally, your spirit starts to awaken to the real holidays, and it's just amazing because then your family enjoys it as well. And that's the blessing. Those are the fruits. But see, I dug through that damn hard, dry ground, man, and I had a lot of clods in my head. Trust me. I think we all do, but we can do it, man. And then, anyways, the scriptures. Without the scriptures, we can't.
Who are still stuck in churches, still running Pentecost, tabernacles, all those kind of good things. So, whilst most of you are still stuck in churches, still running after Jesus Christ and going after other things, maybe some of you are into Islam and Muslim and all that nonsense. So, therefore, question is this: how can you be Hebrews if your character does not resemble anything from the Torah? That means if you really had the blood of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, then surely you would say that the Torah is your life. Torah is your faith. Torah is your way of living. But if you don't, if you're running to church every Sunday, then I'd have to question, are you really a Hebrew? Probably not. So, I wouldn't even bank on it. However, if you were connected to Israel ancient, as I explained, that when Noah's sons came out of the ark, Shem, who was a brown man like me, his daughters married into Ham's daughter. His sons, married Ham's daughters, which was permitted at that time. And so therefore we're going to produce a mixture. And if Abraham's going to have a Caucasian wife, Abraham's going to have Sarah, a wife that looks like brown color, then she's going to produce brown children. That means Isaac was like me. And then if Isaac subsequently produces two sons, they're going to look like me as well, right? So you look at the Middle Eastern Jews, what do they look like? Do they look like me, or do they look like, somebody else in China maybe? No, of course not. So we have to understand that we must take scripture and history with it and get an understanding. When we do that, we'll never go wrong. But if we dissect, if we just remove ourselves from scripture and just pretend to be somebody we are not, we'll never get anywhere. However, I'm not saying that you cannot become part of Israel. You can. Every one of you can become part of Israel.
So now then he's going off to some other stuff, right? But my whole point was basically the video. So I kind of don't want to see if I don't want to convince, but let me see. Maybe he'll actually don't say some crazy stuff. Hold on.
Covenanted people of God, you have to take the oath. You word
Oh, here it goes, right here.
The humans inhabited in Israel, an area, have to come out of that. So let's go back to Abraham. Let's go back to these people called Yadawas. Let's go back to the land that we once inhabited in Israel, an area known as Judea. Judea, from the Hebrew word Judea, and from the Hebrew word where we get Judah as well. And we get the Indian Sanskrit word Yud, which actually means a warrior of God. So therefore, the people who are known to have come out of India, settled in Turkey, and then Abraham gave away, he left that worship of his forefathers, which was idolatrous, worshipping statues. So Abraham left eastern Turkey, southeastern Turkey, to be on the exact space. He then traveled down into Iraq. From Iraq, he traveled down into Israel, into what we know as Hebron. If you go to Hebron, Shechem, then if you go to Hebron, you will see that his grave is there today for everybody to see. It's 100% guaranteed that he was buried there. No doubt about it. Therefore, if Abraham traveled down there, let's look at Abraham's name. His name before God changed it was Abram. Abram's name came from the Indian deity, Indian god Brahma. So Abraham's forefathers were Brahmins. Brahmins are priests in India. So these priests, and if you go look, they still exist today. So
they're the Magi. That's the Magis that went to see the Messiah. You see how it's all connecting now?
We know our history. Because we know our history, we know what we should look like. However, this is not to say that you can't be Israel if you are and you produce a Chinese-looking child, then of course that's an Israelite as well. Just as I explained to you, if we marry into Ham a black woman, Ham's daughters, what are we going to produce? Dark colored children with with locks and all, the looks that you have in North America. So therefore there is consensus that a certain portion of Hebrews were taken in the slave trade. Not all of them, but a certain portion. That portion is what is in North America, potentially in Europe as well. So we know that an island in the coast of Africa called Sao Tome, from there a British ship that was carrying the Portuguese flag exported slaves, took slaves out from that island and shipped them over to the Americas. By the way, they were Jews. Yes, that's the only people that I know definitely who were black Jews. But there is no other account of Africa, Ghana, for instance, Nigeria, or for instance, what's known as a slave coast today or in the ancient times, which was an area that was domiciled between Nigeria, Benin, Ghana, where the slave ships went and brought back slaves. Well, most of the people that were gathered from there were the sons and the daughters of Ham, not Shem.
Did you guys? Let me read that again. Let me repeat that again.
Nigeria, Benin, Ghana, where the slave ships went and brought back slaves. Well, most of the people that were gathered from there were the sons and the daughters of Ham, not Shem. So let's get this straight. Not all of the slaves came out of, that came out were Hebrews.
You hear that? Let's get that straight. And that's what I've been saying the entire time. You guys did not go into slavery like that. And he says the ones that did were Canaanites. And the scriptures say that in Judges 3:5 that we're going to be dealing with them so then we could learn how to war.
As I explained, some were, not all of them. So today, by my estimation, and you can disagree with it if you like, by my estimation, only 10% people that boarded those ships potentially were Hebrews.
Let's read that. It says only 50,000 people were of ancient Hebrew extraction brought to America of Negro looks. That's in my estimation would be around 2 million people in North America. Today, America has a potential of 45 million black people. They do not represent Israel, but minus 2 million, which means 43 million people are not of all the Hebrew, but sons and daughters of Ham. However, they can choose to obey the God's law. Wow, man, that's heavy.
Everybody else, nothing to do with us. Totally Hamite went. People that boarded those ships potentially were Hebrews. Everybody else, nothing to do with us. Totally Hamites, 100% Hamites. But as I said earlier, your father, if you're a Ham, your father Ham at one point did obey the Torah laws until Nimrod, the one who became rebellious, started, calling for his worship. He deified himself as some, ancient rulers do.
I gotta do that again, man, because I mean, this is just fantastic. Honestly, all praises says I do agree with that. Let's see. Let me see. India is the most idolatrous nation today, though, right? And 4 billion people in landmass. Doesn't it fit the scattering? Yeah, I mean, we've been scattered everywhere. So, like, remember, what I'm suggesting is particularly, well, first of all, this man was referenced by the Fopi people, okay? So I'm like, wait a minute. That reminds me of this guy. Then I'm like, this guy didn't say anything that they were saying. So how come they don't put this video up? Okay, of course not, because it doesn't benefit them. There's no narrative. Now, we all scattered everywhere. What I'm trying to show with y'all is the connection between us and Abraham. Now, am I saying that we're India or Hindu? No. I'm not saying that at all. But there's a lot of similarities in regards to the traditions. Well, what I mean is also because of the Arsharith class that I did, it shows that we actually went through, to get to Arsharith, we had to travel through that area. That's why you have Yucatan, because it's Joktan. So when you look at all of these things, like los voladores, this is the voladores, right? This is India with several synagogues. Look, this is in India. Ramuri, look, this isn't in the temples that we had. That's like the Krishna or Shiva, whatever, the 6 arms. Now, come to find out, I read it somewhere and I can't find that link, that it was an interpretation of the menorah, the 7, the 2, the 3 arms, the 6 arms in the head. So it's a lot of similarities. Nahuas of Yucatan, los voladores. See? Look, that's us. And there's only 2 nations of people that do this. Now, you ask people in Mexico, they don't even know where that comes from. So that's what I'm saying. But we've been everywhere.
At that point,
and Israel is very idolatrous, bro. Like, why do you think we have like our mothers on their knees, crawling all the way through from, like, I'm from Guadalajara. They go from let's say Colonia Miravalle all the way down to downtown San Diego. Los voladores de yeah, that's it, brother. That's it. And Mexico, yeah. And see, I never knew this, man. I never knew. Wait a minute, voladores in India, that they used to have that. Oh, it's crazy stuff, man. So all I'm doing is doing a connection between who Abraham was, how he was in those regions, and we have a lot of similarities in those costumbres and names of that region. So he put the 2 and 2 together, and he says they look more like him. And if you look at us, there's a lot of people in Mexico that look Arab, a lot of people in Mexico that look like him, a lot of people that look dark skin, light skin. We have it all. And all over the Americas, in Puerto Rico, in Aruba, in Mexico, in South America, in Peru, in Chile, Bolivia, Argentina, everywhere.
Can see that is when it digressed. We read about in Genesis chapter 11, the Tower of Babel, the Tower of Prevail. Well, go look up where it is. So, as I said, that you've got to stop this chapter of ignorance, and you've got to stop this cursing down, white people and calling them sons of Edomites, etc. They are not Edomites. Most of the white folks that you see in America and Europe, they are the sons of Japheth. What they got to do with Edom? Yes, if they had married into the ancient Edomites, then you could say, yes, some of them could be, but not all of them. So therefore, once again, you only demonstrate your ignorance of ancient history.
Damn. Hold on a second, sis.
And your arrogance of today by calling yourself what you're not and then putting other people down. That, by the way, is not permitted. What is permitted is that you can obey God, you can go to a rabbi.
Hey, this is why the scriptures say you should not abhor an Edomite. Why? Because it creates bitterness in your flesh. That's why. There's no other reason. Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite, because it's not about him. It's about you. It's about you. Japheth lived in the tents of Shem, as the scriptures, it did say that, right? So now, do I agree 100%? I came from the One West doctrine, remember? I came out of these rooms. So in a way, I'm still, in a sense, indoctrinated by that whole Edomite, theology, right? Because that's really what it is. But now I'm starting to dissect it a little bit more. So I'm listening to both ends, because I believe Meshikan had mentioned it, that he believes that it was Japheth, Ham, and Shem. Japheth was white, Ham black, and then Shem the brown or red skin, right? Like that. I think that's what Meshikan had mentioned. So because there's a lot more things that are coming out now that we're separating ourselves from these camps, like the white doctrine, indoctrination. We got to cleanse ourselves from those things. So all of a sudden now the eyes are starting to open up, and I'm starting to see it more clearly. Lord willing, he allows me to go further into finding out who the true Edomites are. I have a feeling, but I'm not 100% there yet.
You come to myself, you go to another rabbi who can convert you into the Torah, and you can obey God. You can become part of Israel. That is allowed. But what is not allowed is your foul mouth in New York City square, Chicago, foul mouth on the streets. That is not permitted. That is very, very bad, and it reflects really badly on every black person in America. It makes a stereotype that all the black people are the same. That's
and in a way, he's correct, but I don't care about that, because they're not using the scriptures to what it truly should be. The scriptures is to dig ground, examine yourself, if you're in the faith, so you don't be a reprobate. That's what your scriptures say. To be a man, to be a woman, to raise your children, to take care of your families, to be a community, to not rob, to not steal, to not kill. If we, us Latinos, can live like that, imagine that, brothers. Because you know damn well we deal with cartel, gangs, and uncivilized, chaotic home. Because we all come from that. The natives and the so-called natives and the so-called Hispanics of the indigenous Americas, of your indigenous of the Americas, you guys, we suffer like that. And this is all we want. But yet they're out there in the corner yelling and screaming and saying the white man did it, 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 the white man did it. Yeah. You're right. Unless you was black. I've been having feelings also, but I'm a babe in this. It's all good, man. Don't even trip. Just stick around. It's the Most High is literally the walk is long. The walk is long. It's not short. It's not a race. You got to have a pace. You got to know exactly. Yeah, we come at humility. We come at the scriptures with humility. You know why? I'm gonna tell you why. Because if you're given the opportunity to have so much power, why would the Most High deal with you if you on the fleshly level you can't even be humble enough to be like, man, all honor and praise and glory because I don't deserve a kingdom as crappy as I was, bro. Seriously, it's like the prodigal son. Yo, listen, man, I am, you know, Father, I'm really sorry. Can I just be the servant? Just a servant. That's the kind of contrite heart that you need to have. What do you mean all boastful? Like, yeah, F you, white man. You women need to get it together because we're the men. No, bro. If you're the leader, like a general doesn't blame his troops. He takes responsibility. So it's our responsibility. Those are responsibilities. Yeah, Abuelita, bro. Yep. Let's see. I left IUIC idol worship of a black guy who looked like their bishop. Yeah. I was actually part of them, man. I was part of IUIC almost 4 years. Well, they became a soldier. They were da-da-da. All I wanted to do was keep the commandments, man. That's why I had a lot of questions, but I'm like, I just want to keep the laws, bro. I don't want to start ruckus. I just want to keep the laws because I'm so destroyed. I just want to keep the laws. That was all I had in mind. I just wanted to keep the laws. Well, Missy says, what you got? Would you believe that through a sister, someone from NY and IUIC called me here at Aruba to become part of them? No. Yeah, they do that stuff. And you know what? Here's what happens. This is true. And Hey, family. Here, okay, so I'm gonna pause it here, and then I'm gonna play the other section. If you guys want to stick around, I understand. If you don't, I get it. I wasn't gonna play this part, but I think it's a segue into it. So I know we're already several hours in. I understand, fam. If you don't want to stick around, will I do a class tomorrow? I don't know. I did want to take advantage of it. It's just I got a lot going on at the house. My son's not well, and there's a lot of things that I still need to work on here at the home. So I may or may not be able to do any class tomorrow. Okay. So I figured let me take advantage of today. Anyhow, one more, and then you know, if the spirit moves me, man, we'll just play another one. Maybe I'll do a class because I do have one in mind, but I was wanting to reserve it for later. Let's go. Oh, anyhow, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go over some. Now this class is just confirming. Well, no, I don't want to say confirming because he's confirming what I was actually referring to in regards to when I started researching our forefathers, because the scriptures talk about that in Job 8:8. And one thing led me to another, and I saw a lot of similarities between our gente and the people in India. And then when, I ain't gonna lie, man, like when, you know, we had that DNA done, my wife and I was like, what the hell am I doing over there? In Sri Lanka and India. And then my brother, he took one too, that were not the same as mine. And his showed that they were more native towards those areas. So it's like, okay, it made me really look into it. All right. And then a lot of other things, the Most High and all praises, man. But this is my understanding of what I found. And I went into some, you know, material regarding who Abraham is, where he came from, where he sojourned, and the similarity between the area that he sojourned in and to us, and the similar names. And also, remember, keep in mind, Abraham was God's friend, guys. He chose him because he knew that his seed would have faith and then keep the laws of God. All right, let's go. I'm gonna skim through some things. I'm obviously gonna read scripture.
I'm gonna show you a video, and I try to find another school that would talk about this topic, but not many schools even mention him, honestly. And then the only one that I found was IUIC, and it was I don't know what school, what camp they're from, I guess, what state. It's a young.
Yeah, hey, shalom, shalom, brother Turquoise Prince. They called it Hezuk, Kazakhstan, something like that, you know. But at the same time, um, the people in that area, how they pronounce Jerusalem wasn't with the J, it was with the H type of. It was spelled H, like Jerusalem, something like that. And keep in mind that whole region was, you know, inhabited by gente that looked like us. You know what I'm saying? So darker skin too. I'm not saying only light skin. No, darker skin too. But they look more like our gente. All right, let's go.
It's a young dude, and well, you know, they put him up there, so apparently they think he knows what he's talking about. Anyhow, we're going to start off with that, but before I do, let me go ahead and, you know what I mean, and I told you I was going to record it, so let me play it now. Copyright disclaimer. This content to content owner, not intended thus by the same U.S. copyright law. Okay, perfect. So now, why am I doing the class in the morning? Because I'm not going to be able to in the afternoon. Something came up, and I have to basically get prepared. Because yeah, like I said, we're moving. So we're basically, you know, I got to take care of some stuff. All right, and it happened last night. So anyhow, let's start off with the video, and we're gonna go through. Let's say we'll start at 3 minutes. Like 3 to 5 minutes. 2 minutes. We'll start at the third minute.
That's your.
Give me a second. And again, it's not necessarily this school. I'm not targeting IUIC. I sincerely was looking for any other school that would talk about this subject, and I didn't find any. Okay, so I'm not trying to be dismissive or luring somebody, or I'm being deceptive and trying to create hate. No, I like I said, I looked for it, no, couldn't find it, and I was not going to go to the so-called white man because I already know they're not explaining anything. So I thought, well, let me see if these guys maybe might be able to. So I listened to them, and here's their explanation of things. Okay, so let me be quiet. We'll run to the 5th minute. It's regarding Abraham.
Knowledge of God. So this class is going to increase y'all in the knowledge of God. All right, so let's go to Genesis 11 and 27. The seed of Abraham.
The book of Genesis, chapter 11 and verse 27. Now these are the generations of Terah. Terah begat Abram.
Right, so Terah begat Abram. We will later know him as Abraham, but right here he's Abram. All right, the son of Terah. Read.
Nahor in Haran. And Haran begat Lot.
Read.
And Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity, in Ur of the Chaldees.
So it says the land of the nativity was Ur of the Chaldees. So where was Abram at first? In Ur of the Chaldees. Let's get Judith chapter 5 and verse 1.
So now the question is, why? Okay, it's mentioned, but why was he there in the first place? Why wasn't he in Africa? Or in Europe? Or up in Russia? Or up in China? Why was he sojourning in the Ur of the Chaldees? Let's continue.
Judith chapter 5 and verse 1. Make sure y'all follow. This is one of them classes where you can't pop in and pop out and expect to know what the hell going on. Everything gonna tie in together throughout the full course of the class. Judith 5 and 1.
The book of Judith, chapter 5 and verse 1. Then was it declared to Holofernes, the chief captain of the army of Assur.
Holofernes. Go ahead.
Holofernes, the chief captain of the army of Assur.
Hey, shalom, fam. I again, let me remind y'all, you two both that are listening. Appreciate y'all being here. The topic is Abraham, the friend of God. I was trying to find a different, like any kind of school that would teach this subject regarding Abraham. I wasn't going to go to the white man. so-called white man and listen to their Christian doctrine on them. They don't really know. They don't know what they're talking about. Not really. So I figured, let me see who I can find. I only found IUIC. Okay, GMS, ISUPK, Zakari. I couldn't find anything. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm not targeting them. Okay, just again, it's the topic. This is their breakdown. This is what they're saying regarding Abraham and all of that stuff. Okay, well, let's find out what they're saying. Where they're reading Judith, which we're going to touch eventually.
Sir, that the children of Israel had prepared for war and had shut up the passages of the hill country and had fortified all the tops of the high hills and had laid impediments in the campaign countries.
Right. So this chief captain is in charge of this army that's going through and conquering and defeating all these lands, all these nations. But he come up on Israel and he sees all type of.
So basically, Judith 5 is just talking about there's some other nation. Like, wait a minute, who are you guys? What they're about? They're inquiring about our people. Okay.
Hills fortified and protected, and he's like, man, what the hell are these damn hills? You know what I'm saying? What's up? Read
verse 2. Wherewith.
Let me fast forward this because they're gonna go through the story here. Let me see.
Country. And what are the cities that they inhabit? Yeah. Inhabited milk tree. By the them out of the mouth of the history of the Israelites. Read. And there shall no lie come out of the mouth of thy servant.
Read.
This people are descendant of the Chaldeans.
I remember that. Descendant of the Chaldean. These words matter. Descendant. Why descendant? Why? And then why just walk over that? Watch this.
What? Of the Chaldeans.
They are descendant of the Chaldeans. Why did he say that? Alike.
Check. Shalom, leadership. He said that because Abraham, Abram, his father was Terah in Haran and died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity in Ur of the Chaldees. So he was saying that that was the lineage that we came from.
He said that's the lineage that we came from. And watch how he responds to it.
He was just going back to Abram.
Okay, was it the that was the what that we came from?
I'm sorry.
That was the what that we came from?
The lineage.
That ain't quite the word.
Or the land.
Land.
Okay, I don't know the psychological word for this, but that's leading. I know that in law it's leading the witness. Okay, so if you are lawyers of the law, then you are leading the witness here. All right, you asked a question and it wasn't defined properly. It says descendants of the Chaldees. So the question is why? Now they walk over it. I'm only going to show a few more seconds, a few more, and then I said we're going to move on.
The land. Remember, he said that's the land of their nativity.
Right.
That's where they was dwelling at in Chaldee, in the land of the Chaldees. Right. Go back to Genesis 11.
All right, now he's going to Genesis 11. All right, cool. Sounds good. All right, so we're clear on that. So that's their interpretation of the scriptures. Now, hey, by the way, guys, I want to show you his background. All right. Me personally, this is my thorn in the flesh. I need this reminder every day because I know that I have a lot at stake. And if I submit myself ever to this again, then I'm locked in and God knows what would happen. I'll become a reprobate. Who knows? He's already given me enough warnings. I don't have time to play around. So that's what you see in the background. It's not the class. Okay. So in case I go back and forth and you come in late, hopefully they understand. Hopefully people listen. Anyhow, so let's go ahead and continue. Let's go to Proverbs. Let's start the class. All right. So let's go to Proverbs chapter 1 and verse 1. It says, the Proverbs of Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel, to know wisdom and instruction, to perceive the words of understanding, to receive the instruction of wisdom. Let me repeat that again. Verse 2 and 3 say instruction twice. To know wisdom and instruction, to perceive the words of understanding, to receive the instruction of wisdom, justice, and judgment, and equity, meaning being fair, being firm, being just, being wise, being disciplined, being well instructed, to give subtlety to the simple, So to the Jew, I'm a Jew. You know the law, I'm gonna talk to you like somebody that knows the law. To the Greek, to the Gentile, so to speak, in a Gentile state of mind, I'm gonna be subtle. Subtlety to the simple. To the young man, knowledge and discretion. Why? Because he needs to know the example of what a man is supposed to be like. A wise man will hear and will increase learning. So you brother, you sister, or you brethren that are listening, whatever we're listening to you today, you are supposed to increase the learning that you get from me today. It's of the Most High, obviously. I'm only an instrument, all praises. If I could even be that, man, believe me, better than what I used to be. A wise man will hear, meaning he was just not just listen and not apply. He will hear and will increase learning, meaning he'll listen and apply. And a man of understanding shall. Oh, I lost my thought. Where am I at? I need my glasses, guys. My apologies. Let me go back. A wise man will hear and will increase learning, and a man of understanding shall attain unto wise counsel. Now, is this wise counsel? Yeah. Verse 6. To understand a proverb and the interpretation, the words of the wise in their dark sayings. The only way this happens is the fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge. But fools despise wisdom and instruction. So the only way you get this is by instructions, meaning by discipline, meaning that you are supposed to be what? Meek. That's why the scriptures talk about Moses being the most meek man, meaning that he was the most disciplined. He listened. He listened to the Most High, regardless of what his personal thoughts were. Okay? Now, we go to Revelations chapter 3, verse 10. And it reads, because thou hast kept the word of my patience, I will also keep thee from the hour of temptation. So that's something that always stood out to me. Why the hour of temptation? If we've had the so-called white image for more than 500 years, it says here, I will also keep you from the hour of temptation, which shall come upon all the world to try them that dwell upon the earth. So are you saying, One West, that 5 minutes or 1 hour is 500 years? Where does the Bible say that? So my question is more of, what's this last hour, which shall be upon the whole world? And we're starting to see it. We're starting to see it because we already dealt with one. We dealt with one Jesus. Now we're dealing with another one. Matthew 24. Then, if any man shall say unto you, lo, here's Christ, or there, believe it not. IUIC, ISUPK, Sakari, GMS. I believe Sakari is a little more neutral than all of them. The main ones, right? And OGC. I don't know those other ones. Or House of David or House of Israel, whatever. HOI or HOD. But I do know that they claim that they have the truth. I know IUCPK says that they have 100% truth. No doubt about it. That's what they say. But the Bible says otherwise. The Bible says, if there be any man, verse 23, if there be any man that say to you or say unto you, lo, here's Christ, or there, believe it not. That is contrary to what they're saying. We have the 100% truth. I sometimes wonder if they really read the Bible for what it is. Verse 24, for there shall arise false Christ and false prophets, meaning false teachers, telling y'all that Abraham doesn't really matter. Isaac, Jacob is what matters, because that's when Israel became Israel, or Israelites, because Jacob's name was changed to Israel, so to speak. But yeah, they forget that they call themselves Hebrews, and that came from Eber. For there shall arise false Christs and false prophets, and show great signs and wonders, in so much that if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect. How are these great signs and wonders? They're able to break down the scripture. So our people are like, oh my God, they must be Hebrews. They know how to break down the Bible. Wow, this got to be Christ. Yeah, you're right, brother. The white man did this to us. That's what we knew. So I don't blame y'all. for saying that, assuming that at first. Excuse me real quick. I don't blame y'all for assuming that at first, of course. I believe that my as well. But then as you start studying the Bible for what it really truly is asking for, then you find out, why are you guys running to the Messiah? Which I understand you could, you should, right? But not in this sense. Because the scriptures don't ask you to do that. It says, Isaiah 51 says this, exactly like this. Excuse me. Exactly like this it says, hearken to me, ye that follow after righteousness. Okay, so listen to me, you that want to keep the laws of the Most High, ye that seek the Most High. You see that? He's literally saying, listen to me, guys. Hearken, meaning hold on to what I'm about to tell you. Like me grabbing your shirt. Hearken to me, bro. Listen. You that follow after righteousness, you that seek the Lord. That's kind of what he's saying, right? Look unto the rock whence ye are hewn. So me telling you, all right, you want to know where God is, you want to do his laws, look unto the rock that I built. Like what? Yeah. Look unto the rock which ye are hewn, meaning cut, and to the hole of the pit whence ye are digged, meaning he took Abraham out of some pit, some rock, and he polished it and cut it perfectly to what he wanted because he saw something in Abraham. Why? Because Abraham was always a Hebrew, first of all. Then it says, look unto Abraham your father. That's an instruction. The wise man will take the interpretation and add on to counsel. Look unto Abraham your father, and unto Sarah that bare you. It's Noah, Shem, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. Okay? And then it says, for I called him alone and blessed him and increased him. And the verse before says, if you want to listen to me, hearken unto me, ye that follow after righteousness, ye that seek the Lord, look unto the rock when ye are hewn, and to the hole of the pit when ye are digged. That's basic black and white instructions. It is not complicated to see. Hey, Shalom, he said, 115, thanks to the Most High that I never joined a camp. Always felt that they were false in their teachings. Yes, sir. Shalom, hermano. All praises to the Most High. And you know what? Some of us had to walk that way. You know what I'm saying? So there's some brethren that had to walk that way, and Lord willing, they're starting to wake up. There's some that did walk that way and they lost the spirit, man. So that's the scary part. So yeah, you're right. All praises that you didn't go through it. But you know, some of our brothers make it, some of us don't. You know what I'm saying? So anyhow, let me continue. All right, so far so good. We're understanding now that Isaiah 51 is literally saying, if you want to follow me, you want to look at the Most High, well, look at what Abraham is about. Wait a minute. Okay, well, shoot, those are instructions. I'm gonna follow that. So look unto Abraham your father, and unto Sarah that bare you. For I called him alone, and blessed him, and increased him. Now, there is a reason why this is in there. Because the Most High knew that there was going to be false for Christ, false prophets, false teachers, claiming to say the Messiah is here, the Messiah is there. And he says, don't believe them. He's literally saying, don't believe them about the Messiah. Don't believe them. So anything that has to do with the Messiah, don't believe them. Now, it says in John 7:38, let's clear this up for you, One West Camps, because you're going to probably say, you're the devil teacher. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Look at this. John 7:38, he that believeth on me, as the scriptures had said, out of his belly shall flow rivers of living water. What does this have to do with how he looks like? So Revelation 1:14 is everything? So if that's the case, if your doctrine is based on Genesis 2:7 and Revelation 1:14 and Jeremiah 14:2, then guess what? John 3:16 is a legitimate doctrine. That is a legitimate doctrine then. So now we can twist the words because listen, brothers, this is what I've been hearing, okay? So Deuteronomy 28:49 now. It has nothing to do with being so far away, like in another continent. No, they're telling me now, okay? And then sending me messages saying, well, brother, you know, the other land and from far away or whatever it is could also be like the next city or your neighbor's house. Man, let the Most High strike me if I'm lying to you guys. They literally said to me, one particular brother from this camp said, well,
It could also be your neighbor's house. What? So in that case, man, then John 3:16 all day, every day, baby. Shoot, man, I might as well be Christian now. You see what I'm saying? He that believeth on me. What is it that you believe on him? He is a representation of the Most High. So if the Most High says, you that looks unto me, that wants to follow righteousness, look unto the rock that I cut from, then it says, if anybody says, hey, if there's Christ is here, Christ is there, don't believe him. Those are simple instructions, but we're believing a black Jesus and a white Jesus. Let me show y'all something. This is their king. This is one West's king right here. This guy. They say that this is the Messiah and this is the Most High. Okay? This is what they're saying. They put a face on the Most High. I'm going to go just to Exodus, but there's other scriptures that say don't do this. But Exodus is pretty plain. Apparently they're going to say, well, that means to bow down. Yeah, well, you know what? Your mind is a photogenic mind. The moment you open your eyes and you see an image for the first time, you're always going to remember that image, okay? It's just like if you're, let's say you're looking at a fan and then you close your eyes, you see the shape of the fan, dummies. So that's why the Most High said this. Exodus 20:3. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Before me. Before me, meaning anything that has to do with an image or even soccer. World Cup is coming. You guys are all obligating yourselves to like wake up in the morning and get drunk and all this. That says, thou shalt have no other gods before me. Just like Ecclesiastes 12:13, the whole conclusion of the matter is what? Keep the commandments. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Verse 4, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. Any, okay? Not some, not a few, not maybe, any. Not to represent me. No. Why? Because look, it says, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the waters under the earth. So you see that? It says, thou shalt not make any image. So why are you doing this? Huh? I'm going to play something real quick for you. Look, listen to this. I recorded this just for this because listen, the devil has tricked us so bad that we're going to desconocidos to ask for advice on who we are according to the Bible. Watch this.
No sé, señor, quizás hable sin sentido, pero al malvado hay que darle su merecido. Mira al diablo en que me ha convertido, pidiéndole consejos a un desconocido. Verá cómo va. You see what I'm saying? We're asking these men for advice on who we are according to the Bible. And it says here, thou shalt not make any graven image unto thee. Thou shalt not make unto thee, any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in the heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the waters under the earth. So you know what I'm saying? I'm kind of wondering. Give me a second. Let me close this up. I don't want to do this right now. Let me close this. Let me go back to the scripture. All right. So it's very clear. It's very clear. All right. So now let's go to Genesis 11 because that's what the kid was going to jump on. Right. All right. So now let's go through the descendants. Genesis 11. I'm going to read just a few things, but as you can see, I'm going to give you the lineage of Shem. All right. So Genesis 11:10 starts with the descendants of Shem. These are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old and begat Arphaxad 2 years after the flood. All right. And Shem lived and begot Arphaxad 500 years and begot sons and daughters. Okay. So if you go down all the way, then it says verse 14, and Salah lived 30 years and begot Eber. And Salah lived after he begot Eber 400 years and begot sons and daughters. Then it goes Eber, Peleg, Serog, Nahor, verse 24. Nahor lived 9 and 20 years, so 29, and begat Terah. And Nahor lived after he begot Terah 119 years and begot sons and daughters. And Terah lived 70 years and begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. So Terah had more. Nahor had more than just one kid. Terah, he had begot sons and daughters, but they're mentioning Terah only. So why Terah? Yeah, you see that? Why Terah if Nahor had sons and daughters? He didn't pick a woman.
And he didn't pick any other brother. He picked Terah. Lived 70 years and begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. So he named this kid again. All right? Like his grandpa. Like his dad, I'm sorry. So that's Nahor's descendants. Now Terah. Verse 27 and 28. This should be easy. And now these are the generations of Terah. Terah begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. And Haran begat Lot. All right? And Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity. Of whose nativity? And Haran died before his father Terah in the land of his nativity, of the of the Chaldees. So this man was born here. Okay? So now we're seeing that they sojourn, Haran and all of them were sojourning in the of the Chaldees, because this is now they're mentioning the nativity where they were born. Okay? And Abram and Nahor took them wives. And the name of Abram's wife was Sarai, or Sarai, like they say it in Spanish. And the name of Nahor's wife, Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah, the father of Iscah. Now they're all related. And Sarah was barren, and she had no child, so she couldn't have babies. Okay? So now, let's go to Abraham and marry Sarah. So now let's go to verse 31. And Terah took Abram his son, and Lot the son of Haran, his son's son, and Sarai, or Sarai, his daughter-in-law, and his son's Abram's wife, and his son's Abram's wife, and they went forth with them from the of the Chaldees to go into the land of Canaan, and they came unto Haran and dwelt there. So now, why? And Terah took Abram his son. So Terah took Abram his son, and Lot, the son of Haran, his sons, and Sarai, the daughter-in-law, right? And went forth from the of the Chaldees into the land of Canaan. And they came into Haran and dwelt there. So he took them young. And the days of Terah were 200, and Terah died in Haran. Okay? So now, so far, we see the descendants of Shem. We see Terah. We see Abraham. Abraham was born in the of the Chaldees, and so is Sarai, or Sarai, right? Now, in verse 12, it's when I'm going kind of quick so I can kind of get my point, because the other class I did was very extensive, and I don't want to take too long on this. I just want to kind of skim through it because there's a point here. I'm just establishing the lineage and where they came from, okay? So now, Abram is called, and in its Genesis 12:1, it says, now the Lord said unto Abram, get thee out of thy country and from thy kindred and from thy father's house unto a land that I will show thee. And I will make thee a great nation, and I will bless thee, and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. And I will, let's see, no, that's enough. I think that's enough. Abram. So he's being called at this time Abram. He's still Abram, not Abraham. Okay. Now Nehemiah 9:7. Let's go to Genesis 17, and then we'll go back to Nehemiah 7. You know what? Let's just go there first. Nehemiah 9:7. Watch what he reads. It says, thou art the Lord, the God, who did choose Abram and brought him forth out of the of the Chaldees and gave him the name of Abraham. So now we're seeing that Abraham was called out of the of the Chaldees again. All right. We're re-emphasizing where Abram and his family were living at a time. All right. Now, let's go to Genesis 17. I hope I'm not going too fast, but go back to the class. I have an extensive one on this, so I would suggest to go to that one too. But here we're just trying to get to the point. Genesis 17:5, it says, neither shall thy name or more be called Abram, but thy name shall be called Abraham. For the father of many nations have I made thee, and I will make thee exceedingly fruitful, and I will make nations of thee, and the kings shall come out of thee. The kings, meaning the 12 tribes of Israel. Okay? So now we see Abram, now being called Abraham. Now let's go to Isaac's birth. It says here, verse 19, it says, and God said, Sarah, thy wife shall bear, and then Sarah's name was changed from Sarai to Sarah, okay? Then it says here, and God said, Sarah, thy wife shall bear thy son indeed, and thou shalt call his name Isaac, and I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his seed after him, okay? So now you see here, and then it mentions, and as for Ishmael, I have heard thee, behold, I have blessed him. I will make him fruitful, and I will multiply him exceedingly. 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant will I establish with Isaac, which Sarah shall bear unto thee at this set time in the next year. Okay? So now we're seeing the birth of Isaac. Okay, so now let's go to Isaac and Rebekah. So Isaac and Rebekah. So now so far we see Abraham marries Sarah. Then Abraham and Sarah have Isaac. Okay, so now we're going to see Isaac meet Rebekah. Genesis 24:2, it says, and Abraham said unto his eldest servant of his house that ruled over all he had, put, I pray thee, thy hand under thy thigh. So he's like, grabbing him right there. Right? I will make thee swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and the God of earth, that thou shalt not take a wife unto my son of the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I dwell. Here we see a very important distinction. A very important distinction between Abraham's lineage, and basically every other image. Isaiah 44:9. Let me get that for you real quick. Let me see that real quick. All right, he said Isaiah 44:9. It says, they that make a graven image are all. Oh, that's the one. Yeah, that's right. They that make. I think it was you that put that one, man. I appreciate you. I don't have my Bible open. I'm actually going through my notes. They that make thee a graven image are all of them vanity. Ooh, and they are, and their delectable things shall not profit. They are their own witnesses. They see not nor know, that they may be ashamed. You know what? Give me a second. I'm going to write it down now. That is an excellent scripture, man. I appreciate you, brother. Give me a second here. All right, so Isaiah 44. Appreciate you very much, fam. Appreciate you very much, man. That's a beautiful scripture right there. Never too late. Anyhow, let me continue. All right, so then we got this here. All right, so far we're back to Isaac, Genesis 24, 2 and 4. So Isaac, in this case, here's where Isaac meets his wife. Okay, so we know now that his father doesn't want him to take any daughters of Canaan. Okay, but thou shalt go into my country, into my kindred, and take a wife unto my son. Huh? So where's that? My country, my kindred. Is that in Africa? The question is that in Africa? It's not. I think it says it here. And you know what? Let me go to 25. Women will not be willing to follow me. And Abraham said, beware, I'll bring my son thither, then to the father's house. Okay, here goes. Verse 7 says, the Lord God of heaven, which took me from my father's house and from the land of my kindred, which spake unto me, and that swear unto me, saying, unto thy seed will I give this land. He shall send his angels before thee, and thou shalt take a wife unto my son from thence. And if the woman will not be willing to follow thee, then thou shalt be clear from this oath. Only bring not my son thither again. And the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham his master, and swore unto him concerning the matter. And the servant took 10 camels of his master's, and departed. For all the goods of his masters were in his hand. And he arose and went to Mesopotamia, into the city of Nahor. Okay? Then it says, and he made his camels to kneel down without the city, by where a well of water at the evening, even the time that woman go out to draw water. Even like in the evening, the time that women go out to draw water. And he said, O Lord, God of my master Abraham, I pray thee, send me good speed this day, and show thy kindness unto my master Abram. Okay? So now you start seeing, behold, And there comes, let's say, and behold, I stand here by the well of water, and the daughter of the man of the city come out to draw water. So as you can see, where are you at? I want to get to the point. And it came to pass before, verse 15, came to pass before that he had done speaking, that behold, Rebekah came out, who was born of Bethuel, son of Milcah, the wife of Nahor, Abram's brother, which her pitcher upon her shoulder. So they're relatives. They're relatives. So now we see Isaac and Rebekah. We don't got to read more. We know that they met. We know that they had Jacob. Okay. So now let's go to verse 25 and 20. It says here, and Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebekah to wife, right? The daughter of Bethuel, the Syrian of Padam Aram. Remember that word. And the sister of Laban, the Syrian. Remember, the daughter of Bethuel, the Syrian of Padam Aram. And Isaac entreated the Lord for his wife because she was barren. You understand now? So she was barren, and the Lord was entreated of him, and Rebekah, his wife, conceived. So here we see now of Jacob. All right. So now we see verse 24 and 25. It talks about the Esau and Jacob, yada, yada, yada. We already know that. We know that. Okay. That's not a main issue here right now. So now let's go to Genesis 28, because then Jacob meets Rachel. Okay. Remember, I'm showing the lineage here. The lineage never went to no African. All right. Because he met this woman. Watch this. Genesis 28 and 1, it reads, and Isaac called Jacob, blessed him, and charged him, and said unto him, thou shalt not take a wife from the daughters of Canaan. He said it again. And by the way, he didn't even say Esau, for that matter. He said Canaan. Arise and go to Padan Aram, to the house of Bethuel, thy mother's father, and take thee a wife from thence of the daughters of Laban, thy mother's brother. Relatives. Yes. Yes, Mr. So-called black man. Yes, cousins did marry each other in those eras and that's times. That was not awkward for them. It was not awkward for them at all. Okay, so let's continue. Let's continue. So now we see Jacob. What does Jacob do? He ain't going to marry no Canaan, but he's told to go to Padam Aram. So now let's go to Genesis 20. Let's Genesis 28 to let's go to Genesis 48. Let's go there real quick. I'm gonna show y'all something. Well, no, actually, you know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do this. Let me see if I can bring a little. I'm gonna use a Blue Letter Bible. Blue Letter Bible. Okay, now we're gonna go to Genesis 28. I'm gonna show y'all something. Let's find out what this means. Genesis 28. It says, and Isaac called Jacob and blessed him and charged him and said unto him, thou shalt not take a wife of thy daughters of Canaan. Arise and go to Padam Aram. Why there? Now, this is a Blue Letter Bible website. You guys can use this. It's a very, very good resource. It helps you with giving the root definition of the word. Okay. So the root definition of Padam Aram is 86307 from the Concordance. Here's what it says.
Strong's 86307. Padan.
Padan Aram. And it says Padan or Padan Aram is a field. So Padan, a plain tableland in North Mesopotamia, in Aram. Okay, so it's a region. So Padam is basically a region. You see that? Padam, the table of Aram, Padam, or Padam Aram, the region of Syria. So it's a region, a plateau. Okay. All right. So follow me here because I'm going to show you something. Now let's go to Genesis 48. Genesis 48 and verse 7. Watch what it reads. And as for me, I came from Padam. Rachel died by me in the land of Canaan in the way when yet there was but a little way to come unto Ephraim. And I buried her there, the way of Ephraim, the same as Bethlehem. So we see here that Rachel had already passed, but look at this. No, I'm sorry, not 48, verse 22. Oh, God, what a dummy. Genesis 22. Genesis 22 and 20. Sorry, I was reading the backwards notes. It says, and it came to pass that after these things that it was told Abraham, saying, behold, Milcah, she had also borne children unto thy brother Nahor. Huz his firstborn, and Buz his brother, and Camille the father of Abram, of Aram. Okay, so the father of Aram. Pay attention to that. And Ches, I believe, and Hazo, and Pildash, and Jidloth, and Bethuel. And Bethuel begot Rebekah. These 8 Milcah did bear unto Nahor, Abraham's brother, and his concubine, whose name was Remiel. She bare also Teba and Graham and Trab. I don't know why I put all that in there, to be honest with you, but my point was this right here. Okay, it was regarding and Bethuel beget Rebekah. Bethuel beget Rebekah. Okay, so who's this Bethuel? Right, and then you're talking about this city here. Where is it at? See, Aram, right? 8758. Aram means Aramaean. Aram, exalted. First son of Shem. So Padam, Aram, if you really look at the translation, it basically means place of Aram or field of Aram. In case y'all don't know this, Aram is the area where you get the Aramaic language. Okay. Now there's some areas in Pakistan where they speak square script Hebrew. They call it Urdu, I believe. So again, Padam, Aram, is in Iraq. 8758. It's in Aramaic language. I'll show y'all something. Oh, that's not it yet. Let me see a second here. Oh, here it goes. Okay. What's that about? Here it goes. So as you can see, this is the whole land, and then you see Aram right there. So this is like the Ur of the Chaldees is here. You see Arphaxad. You see Jock, Tan. These are all relatives of Abraham. Okay, so they're sojourning in Aram, Padam Aram. You see the Ur of the Chaldees right there. The Chaldees is somewhere here. Now, the Persians basically conquered this whole continent. Okay, so like here in America, if you're in California, that doesn't stop you from going to New York and living in Florida. So there are basic migrations, which is something that awkwardly strikes me, that they don't mention the migrations of the potential mixing. They just say, oh yeah, he went to Ur Chaldees, then he went here, then he went to Africa, and all of a sudden now he looks African. Well, what about all these people here in this area? What about the Arab-looking people, the dark-skinned Arab-looking people? What about the people from India? They didn't look African. They don't have woolly hair. Not all of them. They have dark skin, yeah. We're not denying that. But what I'm saying is why even ignore all of this sojourning here? They're born here. They're being sent back to marry the women of their nativity of their land, of their people. Why is that not important? And then we see that Padam Aram means basically the land of the Aramaics. So they spoke Aramaic. They had to speak Aramaic, or for sure they had to speak Hebrew, right? And Aramaic sounds like a lot like Hebrew. Aramaic, Hebrew, and Veda or Veda, a Veda language, I believe, which is a branch of, or Sanskrit is a branch of Veda, something to that effect. I'm not too well knowledgeable on that language, but that's basically very clear. So why the so-called mystery regarding, oh, let's forget about Abraham. When we see in Genesis 29, watch this real quick. Ten 11. It says, and it came to pass when Jacob saw Rachel, the daughter of Laban, his mother's brother, and the sheep of Laban, his mother's brother, that Jacob went near and rolled the stone from the well's mouth and watered the flock of Laban, his mother's brother. And Jacob kissed Rachel and lifted up his voice and wept. She was that beautiful. He couldn't hold it in. Like, wow, she's beautiful. She's my relative. He was happy because she was attractive and it was family. So far we've seen, we're watching that Abraham married Sarah. Isaac married Rebecca. Jacob married Rachel, all from their nativity, all of the land of the Aramaics or Aramea or Aram, Padam Aram. That's not in Africa. That's not in Africa. Let me repeat that. That is not in Africa. Okay? That's far from Africa. Africa's over here, which there's no point of even showing you on the map. You know what that map is. This is where they were sojourning. Okay, this area here, they were first here, and then they came up here. So even if they were in Canaan, like here in Canaan, he was saying, I don't want you to marry any of my daughters to these heathens. Send them back to where I'm from, the nativity, this bloodline. And again, I'm going to say it. If you live in California, I know many people that have moved from Florida to California, and from California to Florida, from New York to California to New England, all of that. So you telling me that we wouldn't have migrated at one point? After Shem, Noah, and Ham, what happened? You see, this is not something that they want to talk about. This is why when I started reading the scriptures on my own, not being influenced by anybody, then I'm like, okay, now I got some serious questions. Why does it say this here? Judith 5:6. These people are descendant of the Chaldeans. And they sojourned, meaning they lived here before in Mesopotamia, in the Chaldees, because they would not follow the gods of their fathers, the gods of their fathers, meaning their descendants, which were in the land of Chaldea. So in this particular region, right, you had a massive amount of gods. We know about Krishna, we know about Buddha, we know about all sorts of things. Zoroastrianism, we know about all of that, okay? And it says here, they sojourn here in Mesopotamia because they would not follow the God of their fathers. Hold on, let me see if I have any notes. Real quick. Let me see real quick. Let me put your post up real quick, Mexican. Shalom, brother. In the past, I listened to them as I did Christianity lessons in the Bible precepts and how they break down, but never accept their interpretation agendas, measure their lessons on precepts in history. Yeah, man, it's true. Like, it's all biblical. It's all historical. They don't want to actually look at the map and say, wait. You got to remember, we're very quick to say that the so-called Hispanics, that we migrated up north and we went down south until we found the eagle in Tenochtitlan. That's what we were taught, right? That's what we were taught. So the migration aspect, look, listen, we even migrate now. Do you not see a bunch of our gente coming up to the Americas? I'm from Guadalajara. That's on a flight that's 3 hours away. Mary Mountainous Range, okay? I'm here in California.
I was all the way up in Sacramento. Are you telling me that we don't migrate that way? And if you migrate that way, then you also pick up other what? Other religions, other customs, and you also what? Pick up other, unfortunately, you mix. When Abraham, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, we're going to read it. They bugged out. So what happened? You think we mixed with them? I don't know. But it says here very clearly, don't marry the daughters of Canaan. Canaan specifically. Canaan. These people are descendants of the Chaldeans. Remember that. Now let's go to verse 8. For they left the way of their ancestors and worshiped the God of heaven, the God whom they knew. So they knew the Most High. So they cast them out from the face of their gods and fled into Mesopotamia and sojourned there many days. Okay? So they cast them out from the faces of their gods. All right? So now at this point, we're seeing now that they're like, you know what? We're going to worship the Most High. And they went to Mesopotamia and lived there many, many days. Okay? And there God commanded them to depart from the place where they sojourned and go into the land of Canaan, where they dwelt and were increased with gold, silver, and very much cattle. But even then, Abraham said, nope, I don't want you to marry no Canaanite. You need to go back to the land of my nativity with my people, my kindred, my cousins. That's family. So if they're very strict on keeping the bloodline intact, right? Why would you go off and assume that they're all of a sudden Africans? Where you look, okay, so what are you saying? That everybody looked like a Hamite? You see, then you're going back to white science, the evolution of man. Supposedly, they were monkeys, and then they became black, and then we all became out of black people. If you're saying that, then you don't believe in the Bible. So now, I'm going to show you a book real quick. It's called it's by Higgins G. Anacalypsis. I showed it before. And I'm going to go to page, I'm going to skim through this rather quickly. I'm going to go to page 80. Yeah, I'll read a little bit of that. Why not? Watch this. Page 85. It says here, but Abraham was not merely the founder of the Persians. Okay, let me go up to 3. The Persians also claim Ibrahim, an example, Abraham, for their founder, as well as the Jews. Thus, we see that according to all ancient history, the Persians, the Jews, and the Arabians are descendants of Abraham. Really? Yeah. Check this out. But Abraham was not merely the founder of Persians, but various authors assert that he was a great magician at the head of the Magi. That is, he was the head of the priesthood, as our king is. As the Persian kings always were, and as the Roman emperors found it necessary to become later in the days. So we know that Abraham, his father, was worshiping other gods. Is this possible? Would he have been practicing their customs, their laws, their traditions when you were a child? I listened to my mother. I was a monaguillo. I was an altar boy. You think I wanted to be one? Hell no. But my mom said I better be one. I'm going to get my butt whooped. So guess what? I listened to my mama. You damn right I did. She was hardcore, man. Page 87. Dr. Hyde, after allowing that the religion of the Persians was originally the same with that of Abraham, and that it fell into Sabiism, says he thinks that it was reformed by him. You guys can continue reading. He says, he adds that the ancient accounts call it the religion of Ibrahim or Abraham. The idea of reformation by Abraham seems to be without any proof. However, we may safely admit that this is consistent in the worship of one true God or of the Son merely as an emblem, and that it was really reformed and brought back to his spot from which it had been deviated, and from some great man, whether we were Abraham or Zoroaster, as that of the Jews was. You see what I'm saying? There's a lot involved in Abraham. There's a lot to be said in Abraham, but that's why we have to have a discerning spirit to understand what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. Watch this. This is page 94 from the same book. It says, the religion of Abraham was that of the Persians. They remember Nahor and Terah were worshiping other gods. This is not far-fetched. And whether he was a real or fictitious person, a matter of doubt, both the religions must have been derived from the same source. If Abraham really did live, then the evidence both Jewish and Persian show that he was the founder of both nations. You see pictures of of the Persians. Never have you ever seen a so-called black man say Persians were black people. Now you see the movie, and supposedly they're black, but they're dark skinned. Now, were we dark skinned? Was everybody dark skinned? Well, the curse of Cain, I believe, it's really the color of white skin. You know what I'm saying? That's what I believe. And again, I need to study it more, but that might be a class I would do. Anyhow, let's go to page 400. We're almost done with this book. Hold on a second, guys. Hey, let me take my dog out real quick. He's a puppy, guys. Sorry about that, man. Let me play some music real quick. Hold on. At least in the meantime. I don't want him to. I'm trying to train him. So as soon as he like asks me to go to outside to the bathroom, I definitely have to do that. You guys understand, I'm sure.
When we first arrived, just Claire and I.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Hay tiempo para pensar si hoy me queda más que reír por lo que nos hizo sentir. Si la intuición no te deja seguir, no te vayas a rendir, no te quiero ver sufrir. Es que te escucho, te lucho, que mucho de tu fuerza nace de ti. Vas a ver que alimañas muerden tus entrañas, con sus artimañas extrañan tu fin. Sigue pues si tus pies tocan el suelo, el anzuelo no tira de ti. Grita fuerte si la vida te duele, que vuele el dolor, lo expulsamos de aquí. Dale ya nago. Mi llorar yo. Dalo ella mira las nubes antes de perder las formas. Sé la luz del sol cuando no lo puedas ver. Cierra su boca cuando te hablen de más normas. Todo lo mal montado se ha de romper. Aunque que tú te rompas no hará más que estorbar. Si es bajo el castigo y mando de Lucifer, en verdad tú sabrás con lo que te conformas. Y yo con el super amor traer.
Hablan sin sentido y se enamoran, pero todo llega y solo te queda esperar. Pasan los segundos y las horas y sin darte cuenta todo vuelve a comenzar. Todo parece lógico en este mundo de plástico, hay que ver la fe cómo se va perdiendo. Quizás me quede afónico de ser mi propio médico y crecer sin ser un hombre que va muriendo. Me estoy volviendo loco.
All praises. I appreciate y'all waiting. Okay. Anyhow, all right. Let's continue. Real quick. Let me close this up real quick. Okay, we're on page 400. Let me look for it. All right, a little bit back. Yeah, man, come on, man. This should be it. All right, cool. Okay. Watch this. It says, right here. Let me see if I could magnify it a little bit. Magathanes, who was sent to India by Seleucus Nicator, about 300 years before Christ, whose accounts from new inquiries are every day inquiring additional credit. It is very remarkable manner confirms the hypothesis of the Jews coming from India. What? He says that they were an Indian tribe or sect called Kalani, and that their theology has a great resemblance to that of the Indians.
Okay. Now, am I saying, or are they saying that they are of the India, like Indians, like the India? No, they're saying they're a tribe or a sect, meaning that they sojourn in that section. And as you continue reading about these guys, they were really looked down upon. Okay. But at the same time, they also saw them as just a particular type of people that just acted different and was different. Okay. And it's just like us here in the Americas, man. Like, for example, here where I grew up, right? I'm still here, even though I'm gonna move, but I'm still here. So we have a community, you know what I'm saying? And everybody outside of that community, like we call this place Pozole, because apparently they used to sell Pozole here. And this used to be a crazy hood, right? So people come over here and they're kind of like that. Like, oh yeah, that's the east side. That's the east side. There's a pozoleros right there. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a sect of Kalani. All right. Then it says, in the discovery of this passage, after I had written and the reader has read respecting the Jews, gives me no little pleasure because it almost proves the truth of my theory and very different from founding my theory upon it. I will not produce another proof if records by unwillingly witness of proof, for Josephus is an unwilling witness. It says Aristotle gave an account of the Jews that they come from the Indian philosophers, and that they were called by the Indians Kalami or Kalani, and by the Syrians Judea. You see that? So the Indians called us Kalani, and the Assyrians called us Judaic or Jews. I think few persons will doubt that the Kalani or Kalami here are the Kalani of magistrate. That's exactly it. One of those two being miscalled. We have seen a Kalani in Ceylon. We found a Zion, Adam's Foot, Mount Ararat, Colombo, Genesis 10, Amos, okay? And it says here, Amos 4:6-2, a colony or Kalani is also named. Let me see, Amos 6. Let's find out. You know what? I did not ever see that. That's why I like to read stuff over and over again, guys, because it says 6:2, right? It says, pass ye unto Kalni and see, and from thence go ye to Hamath the great, then go down to Gath of the Philistines. Be they better than these kingdoms? Man, I'm gonna have to read this. This is heavy duty right here, guys. Look at that right there. Wow. All right, now I'm really intrigued by this. All right, so now let's go to page 392, sorry. And then we're almost done with this book. Again, it's just evidence, man. Their assumption, remember, they're assuming that, oh yeah, Genesis 2:7. Okay. Well, then you know what? Like, you're giving us that breakdown. Well, this is what we're finding so far. And this is just evidence. You know what I'm saying? Watch this. It says here, I will now state another fact, which coming from quarters whence we have it, cannot be disputed on the account of the interest of system. The tribe of Krishna has had a name, noticed by one before, book 5, chapter 2, the sect, which is very remarkable. It says, the Yadus, his own tribe and nation, were doomed to destruction for their sins, like the descendants of the Yahuda or Judah, which is the true pronunciation of Judah. They all fell in general by the mutual wounds, and a few accepted, who led through Aim Boom Wapi, I guess, a miserable and wretched life. There are some to be found in Gujarat, but they are represented poor and wretched. And it says the Yadavas were the most venerable immigrants from India. They were the blameless and pious Ethiopians. Watch this. Whom honor mentions and calls the remotest of mankind. Part of them, says the old Hindu writes, remains in this country. You see this? Let me not pass it by. Part of them, says the old Hindu writer, remain in this country. And hence we read of two Ethiopian nations, the Western and Oriental. So now, you so-called black man that you're like, oh yeah, you know, like the Ethiopian. Well, here it says that the Ethiopians came from India. From India. That's why Ethiopians don't look like a lot of African people. Let me see this real quick. Let me read your Israel has always been nomads ever since we left Jerusalem. This is a Native American. Yeah, man, migrating. Yeah, you're right. We have. But remember, we're sheep men. We're men of sheep. We tend the sheep. We're men of the tents. We handle cattle.
We move with our animals. Our animals have to travel, right? We find a migration. That's why our natives were chasing the buffaloes. We would migrate. Man, that's a heavy point, Michigan, man. That's a heavy point, bro. Matter of fact, brother, I sent you an email, okay? Because I want to talk to you about something, man. So check your email. And if you responded to me, my apologies, man. I don't check that one much, so I'll check mine as well. Anyhow, all right. So we're going there. So that's interesting. Now, this is something that I want to bring up because, again, we don't hide nothing here. Because just like this guy said, oh man, my research led me to this, and I really didn't want to. Hey man, if my research leads me to be that I'm not a Hebrew, then hey man, it is what it is. I can't I can't cry over it. I'm not no Esau. Ooh, no, the Most High didn't choose me. You see, this is the difference between the so-called Hispanics and the so-called Native Indians, right? Of the indigenous Americas. We live like that. We either are or we're not. We either are Hebrews or we're not Hebrews. We're not going to cry about it, beg our way through it. Oh, poor me, look at this. No, man. I straight up look at it like that. If we are, we are. All praises. If we're not, then we're not. There's nothing you can do. So the only thing you can do is find truth. That's it. So here we're seeing that Ethiopians, truthfully, were not originated in Africa. They were originating in India, which is why they look different than you guys. And which is why they don't look at you guys the same. I wonder why. Do your homework. A so-called Mexican, not an Arab, not a mixed Arab with African, a so-called Mexican is teaching you guys your own history. Okay? Wow. And this is not arrogance. This is confidence because I know now who I am. According to the Bible, I'm a Hebrew of the Hebrews. And according to the white man, I'm a Hebrew as well. Go figure. Because you guys run to him too. All right, let's continue. Let's get out of this page here. We're done with this book, I believe. We're done with this book. We'll probably come back to that map. Let's see. Let's go back to Judith 5:6 so now we can kind of like figure out the point. And then we're going to move on. Give me a second here. Oh, I'm going to show you that later. Okay, hold on. Where you at? Where you at? Judith 5:6. Judith 5:6. Judith 5:6. It says that these people are descended of the Chaldeans. So as you can see in the Chaldees, there was a lot going on, man. There was a lot of movement. There was a lot of migration. There was a lot of bad customs that we picked up. Just like Mexican, you know about this, man. You know your history regarding our people here. We basically picked up sacrifices for the Toltecs, right? If you can post that up there, I'll post it for them. Well, some little history on that, man. Because I remember listening to you saying that. That's why I was like, man, that's really weird. That why would we have those heads? And even if we might have looked like that, we might have had mixed as well. I always had that feeling. And guess what? A lot of it is true. Then it says, and they sojourned here for in Mesopotamia, because they would not follow the gods of their fathers, which were in the land of the Chaldees. So these guys were worshiping who? Krishna, maybe? Zoroastrianism? You know what I'm saying? You don't know. Because at that time, it's been so long. For they left the way of their ancestors and worshiped the God of heaven, the God whom they knew. So they cast them out from the face of their gods, and they fled into Mesopotamia. Now, the way I'm reading this, I'm actually reading it in a slight difference here. So they cast them out from the face of their gods. What I'm seeing here is that wherever they were sojourning, they were also being told to leave because they didn't want to worship the gods of their fathers anymore. And you know how it is, man. If you look, let's say you grew up here in the hood and you don't agree with their ways anymore, they're like, hey man, you better get out of here. They're gonna beat you up. I mean, again, but we see though that they sojourned their ancestors and they were out of Mesopotamia all of a sudden now, and then they end up in Haran and then they go to Canaan. But never did he tell never did Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, never did they marry women of Canaan. You know who did? Esau. Esau married women of Canaan. That was one of the first things he did because he wanted to piss off his family. Joshua 9. And then we'll move off from this topic. I think I've already hit it enough. It says in Joshua 24:2. It says, and Joshua gathered all the tribes of Israel to Shechem and called for the elders of Israel and for their heads and for their judges and for their officers and for their and they presented themselves before God. And it says, and Joshua said unto all the people, thus say the Lord God of Israel,
Your fathers dwelt on the other side of the flood in the old time, meaning in the Ur, the Chaldees, in that area, that region. Even Terah, the father of Abram, the father of Nahor, and they served other gods. And I took your father Abram from the other side and led him throughout all the land of Canaan and multiplied his seed and gave him Isaac. And I gave unto Isaac Jacob and Esau. And I gave unto Esau Mount Seir to possess it, but Jacob and his children went down to Egypt. Okay? So now we're seeing that what? That they served other gods. All right, so that's my point on that particular part. Let me move on. I got this to show y'all real quick. So now we're going to move on. Now, what is the point? Why am I even bringing this up? I'm going to show y'all that we have a very, very unique connection with Abraham and his people and in that region. Watch. So now this video. And again, let me play the hold on, let me see. Again, just in case. Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of the United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principle material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law. All right, perfect. Okay, so let's go.
Why did you wish to sail west?
To open a new route to Asia. Asia is the richest kingdom, the land of spices and gold. At the moment, there are only two ways of reaching it. By sea, sailing around the African continent.
And by the way, Asia isn't Asia like China. They're talking about like India, that area, Asia, because all that used to be called Asia. From India, Asia, all of that. Where let's say, because where the Persians ruled, not all the way back there. Like let's say halfway through from where India is and all the way to Asia and a little bit up north. It's called Euro-Asia as well, that particular northern part of Russia. So it's a very vast area at that time. All right, so let's go.
The journey takes a year, or by land, but the Turks have closed this route to all Christians. There is a third way. By sailing west across the ocean sea.
The distance is unknown. It's said to be infinite.
Superstition. I believe the Indies are no more than 750 leagues west of the Canary Islands.
And to be so certain?
The calculations of Toscanelli, Marin de Tir, Esdras.
Esdras is a Jew.
So what's worse?
2 minutes, and already you're a dead man.
For telling the truth?
Yes. We are burning people for less. The man you're about to confront have no emotion.
So if you remember that, that was a famous video that we were, told, right? It was a famous one. Okay. So now this is from interpretation. So example here. If they were supposedly going to Asia, why would they not have like some kind of other language? Instead, they didn't. We'll go like this. And in 1492, Christopher Columbus landing in the Bahamas changed the whole world forever. It helped establish trade routes between North America, Europe, and ushered a new age voyage to discovery. You see that? Let me tell you again, it helped establish trade routes between North America and Europe. It didn't say Africa, did it? Then it says, and ushered a new age of voyage and discovery. Columbus brought Luis de Torres, an interpreter, with him during the first voyage. De Torres spoke Hebrew, Aramaic, Spanish, Portuguese, French, Latin, and some Arabic. Why didn't he speak, what do you call that? Mandarin. If he was going to Asia. He knew where he was going. And you see, when I did my so-called DNA, those two actually came up, Hebrew, Aramaic. because he expected to encounter Asians. Why? Why Asians if they don't speak? Do Asians speak Hebrew? You see the trickery? Columbus felt that Torah's proficiency in Hebrew and Aramaic would be particularly useful. Why? 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 So why in the world are we listening to camps tell us who we are according to the Bible? We see it very, very clearly that there was never even mention of Africa here. At the end of the first voyage, Columbus brought back native Indians with him to Spain. This is from our brethren. This is a book called La Historia de México. Watch what it says. The descendants of Arsafath es la siguiente, is the second, is the following. De Eber, nieto de Arphaxad, proceden los hebreos. Jectán, hijo de Eber, dio origen al pueblo indio. Una vez más. This is a Spanish bilingual class, so I'm going to read it in Spanish, guys. I don't know why I'm translating. La descendencia de Arphaxad es la siguiente. De Eber, nieto de Arphaxad, proceden los hebreos. Jectán, hijo de Eber, dio origen al pueblo indio. ¿Se acuerdan del mapa? Ahora, les voy a decir algo. Jectán, ¿por qué tenemos ese nombre Yucatán? So entonces, I'm speaking Spanish, my bad. So if we're technically, Yucatán, right? Here we see Joktan. Joktan is right here. So if we migrated to Africa, why do we have Yucatan? That means we had been over here. We would have known these people as much as possible. Look, Arphaxad, Joktan. And we see la descendencia de Arphaxad es la siguiente. De Eber, nieto de Arphaxad, proceden los hebreos. Jectán, hijo de Eber, dio origen al pueblo indio. Ustedes son, you guys are the Hebrews of the Bible. And no, we didn't have woolly hair. Now, all of this, again, this is going back to the relationship. Watch this, guys. I found this website, very interesting, right? And it was translated. So watch what it says here on the bottom. It says, let me see if I can, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Watch. Avesta is the book of Zoroastrians, which literally means foundation, basis in the scripture. This book has been written in Avestan language, which belongs to the ancient Persia. Shares the same root as Pahlavi and Sanskrit. In addition to the Avasti, Zoroastrian has a Tarsis by the name of Zand Avesta, in another holy book written in the Pahlavi language. Sanskrit is a language in India. Who are the Magis? The term Magus, which is used to denote Zoroastrians in Arabic, derives from Magush or Magu, the ancient Persian language. This is why, look, watch this. After entering the Arabic language, it changed to Magus. Zoroastrianism, which is a religion of the Magi, is related to the Torah and Bible. The Bible doesn't directly mention this term, but but in 8 of the books of Torah, the kingdom of Persia has been mentioned. Okay? Well, now, remember those Magi guys that went to see the Messiah? Guess why? Because they were Hebrews. And they knew that when the Messiah would come, he would open the doors again to all the people, because remember, under Torah, a lot of us sin. That's why Abraham, when he was called, he still circumcised himself and he circumcised his son. He had faith and he applied the laws. So we're seeing Abraham sojourning in that area, not Africa. So why are we doing this?
No sé, Señor, quizás hable sin sentido, pero al malvado hay que darle su merecido. Mira al diablo en que me ha convertido, pidiéndole consejos a un desconocido.
Why are we doing that? I recorded that because like that stood out to me, man. Why are we going to these other nations telling them like, oh, who we are according to the Bible? Oh, okay, we're gonna sit back and just listen to them. No, man, you gotta study yourself. Because I've been doing that, and this is why I'm finding these things. Watch, this is from the Great Migration. All right, let's see if I have it here. Give me a second. Great Migration. Maybe I have it in my Facebook account. I'll find it after. Let me at least skip it because I don't want to waste too much time. Okay, this is a long class. Watch this real quick. All right. Nah, you know what? I need to find it. Because it relates. So watch this real quick. Watch this, okay? This is from a book called let me see. Give me a second. I believe it's the one called India Once Ruled America. I think this is it. Let me see. Chapter 1. No, it's not it. No, not this. Yeah, I think it's this one. It's from Heber Pass to Grand Kivara, MH, New Mexico, and Bobo Kabiri. It's from Gene Matlock. So look up the word When India Ruled the World. When India Ruled the World by Gene Matlock, okay? Then it says here, watch what it reads. Again, I'm making a connection. The history of the Jews, the Jewish scholar, theologian Flavius Josephus, wrote that the Greek philosopher Aristotle said these Jews derived from the Indian philosophers. They are named Indian Kalani. Solis wrote, the Jews descended from the philosophers of India. The philosophers are called India Kalanians. The Syrians, Jews. So the Indians called us Kalanians, the Syrians called us Jews, okay? Then it says here, the name of their capital is very difficult to pronounce. It is called Jerusalem. It's because it was spelled like H J or Haraz Salium, something like that. Okay? So look at this. The Jews were Indian tribe, were set called Kalani, and that their theology has a great resemblance to that of the Indians. That's why you have a lot of people from India. They're pretty good philosophers, man. They have a lot of good philosophy. If you just listen to philosophy in its own, on its bare ways. Let's see. On medieval maps, you'll see India superior on this side of the world. Wow. What? No, actually, man, you know what? You on point with me, brother. I appreciate you. Because you always mention stuff that I'm about to touch. Watch this. I'm gonna show you this real quick. Hold on. Watch. Let's see. Hold on. Where are you? Is it here? Yeah. This is it. Watch this, man. This blew my mind. Remember, I'm making a connection to Abraham. It says Hindus reached America first. This is what the official historians of the Mexican government says in general outlines of the history of Mexico. What is called the discovery of America is the meaning of two great current of races of people who, after separation extending over many centuries, were again joined after going right around the earth. Wow. Then it says on the bottom part, and those who arrived first on the continent, later to be known as America, were groups of men driven by the mighty current set out from India towards the east. Hindu in America. That's the book. All right, let's see what we got here. Now I'm going to show you something. This is why when he said that he found India, or he thought he was in India, is because we resembled them a lot. And the people over there. Okay, watch this. I don't know why it's taking. There it goes, right here. Look at this. Joven India Gallón de El Cerrito. You see, black people here with that, oh, you see, she's a so-called black woman. No, dummies. She's not. Why? Because she has dark skin, her hair straight. This is what my niece looks like. A few of my nieces. A few are dark skin, a few are light skin, a few are really light skin. Some even look Arabic on my brother's side. You never know. Let's see. Mysteries of the Mexican pyramids. Watch. This is also why they had to destroy a lot of our material. Watch this. Hold on a second. Let me turn this down. I don't know why there's an echo sound. Look. Look at that. Renditions of Maya reliefs are strikingly similar to the motifs of the Buddhist countries. The sun, the tree, the serpent are the three most sacred symbols of the Buddhist. Let's see where else I'm looking at. I'm looking for a picture. Let me see. Watch this. This is from the mysteries of the Mexican pyramids. Cabrera adds that Amagumecan was in the province of Chiapas, where the Indians carefully preserved the remembrance of their origin and of their ancestors' early progress from voluntary or enforced abandonment of Palestinians on the ingress of the Hebrews. You see that? Voltan says to have declared himself a snake descendant of Emos of the line of Cam and said that he came to America from the distant place, blah, blah, blah. Remember, you got to discern information. Discern information. Okay? And again, we're reading everything. Look, this is a custom from India. And here in Mexico, they have the thing called voladores. Okay? Where are you at? Even from back in the days. It's our gente right there. Look, this is what I want to show you. Look at that. That was in the temple here. The mysteries of the Mexican pyramids. That was inside the temples. So why would they not want to destroy who we are? Look, this is from the book Hindu America. The Mayas, Nahuas of Yucatan and Mexico were immigrants of the Maga and Nahusha tribe, who pertained to the race of the navigators known by the Greeks as the Phoenicians, supposedly, and who continued in their own new land, America, and worshiped the rain god, in whom their fathers in Central Asia, they dedicated the signs of the cross, supposedly. Supposedly. Look, the snake, the common deity, the worship of the snake in India and in Mexico is one of the important links between Hindus, Mayas, and Aztecs. It says the name of their cultural hero, Kukulkan, or Quetzalcoatl, incorporates the word serpent, Maya, and Nahuatl. And I believe, Mexican, you had mentioned something. Let me see if you have something to say about this. Nope, not yet. Let's see. All right. So, anyways, I'm just making a connection. You know, some similarities. That's all. That's all I'm doing. Making a connection that we were descending in that area. That we actually look. I've seen people where people from that region look like him. Arab, Indian, Pakistani. Pictures don't lie, guys. Pictures don't lie. I'm almost done. Oh, they blocked that one? That's crazy. Watch this. I have two more to show you, and then that's pretty much it. Oh, and then I'm going to do something real quick at the end, guys. I'm going to play a video because I have something to show you, okay? So you guys can stick around. It says here, so I have another maybe 30 minutes. But most people think that Phoenicians, as a tribe of sailor traders, inhabited what's called now Lebanon, right? Okay, so let's continue. Watch this. The Spaniards called the land of Ram Uri Chihuahua, pronounced as Shivava by the natives themselves. In Sanskrit, Shivava, Shiva's temple, according to Hindu religion scholars, Ram and God Shiva were once the same deity. So Shivava, okay? Now watch this.
Okay, yeah. Oh, something's wrong with my my connection. I hope you guys don't get bothered by that sound. I don't know what's going on. I'm using a new mic. It may not actually be something I'm going to use from now on. Anyhow, yeah, Mexican, let me read that. Hold on a second here. Mexico not long ago donated a few Olmec heads to Ethiopia. We should stop following the camp frame of mind from east to west. We should study the codices, history, west back, east home. Yeah, man. In Veracruz, Puebla, los voladores de Palpantla. Yep. That's it. Xali Ixco or Jalisco. Jali Ixco, right? Yep. That's where I'm. Well, that's where my recent family is from. So apparently, there's more to it. But let's continue.
The Ramuri of Chihuahua. See the Raramuri of Chihuahua? In India, they have the Ramamuri of Shivava. You see what I'm saying? The similarities, the customs. Watch this. Tlolacan, okay? What is Tlolacan? Tlolacan is described as several Aztec codices in the paradise, right? So watch this. Tlo is a word being used where? America, South America. Here and here. A lot in India. Tlo. Now watch. Tlolocan. Locan. Is that it? Yeah. Locan. Where are you at? How come it's not showing it? Oh, it's still spinning. Hold on. I know why it's not showing it. Let me see. I'll do it this way. There it goes. Locan. Surname. Surname distribution map. You see that? Look at that. The majority is there. Tlalocan. Tlalocan. I already showed y'all books regarding our and remember, keep in mind that we migrated that way. I did a class on Arsarid. So I have a very I can sincerely tell you that because of the customs that we picked up, that we definitely migrated that route instead of what we were told that we went on ships and somehow floated for years. That's ridiculous. I don't even think that, and because verse 46 and 47 and 48 on 2nd Ezra 13 basically destroy that doctrine. Okay, so now why am I doing this class? Why am I aiming at Abraham? Because even here, watch this. Isaiah 51 told us already, and then look at what James said. Ain't no one else saying. There's no one else in the Bible being called this. It says, James 2:23, and the scriptures had fulfilled which saith, Abraham believed God and was imputed unto him for righteousness, and he was called the friend of God. I want to be called the friend of God. Why wouldn't you want to be called the friend of God? So it says, look unto Abraham, your father, who I cut, who I hewed, right? Okay. Well, I want to be called the friend of God. So Second Chronicles chapter 20, verse 7, and it reads, art not thou our God, who did drive out the inhabitants of this land before thee, before thy people Israel, and gave it to the seed of Abraham, thy friend, forever? Thy friend. Thy friend. Wisdom of Solomon 7. Watch what it reads. Verse 14. For she is a treasure unto men that never faileth, meaning wisdom, discipline, instructions, which they that use become the friends of God, being commanded by the gift for the gifts that come from learning. Verse 27. And being but one, she can do all things and remain it in herself, and she make it all things new. and in all ages entering into into holy souls. She maketh them friends of God and prophets. You don't think I want to be a friend of God? You're damn right I want to be a friend of God. I don't want to be his enemy. Isaiah 51 and 1. Let me remind you, hearken unto me, ye that follow after righteousness, ye that seek the Lord, look unto the rock when ye are hewn, to the hole of the pit when ye are digged. Now we know what hole they came out of, the areas of those times, all those religions. He cut us from there. And Terah had many children, sons and daughters, but he picked Abraham. Why? Because he knew Abraham would have faith and apply the law, statutes, and commandments. And that's what we're doing today. And we're going to the source. Let me read some of this info, brothers. Let's see. Some of it's not popping up. Let's see. Oh, no, that's good. Okay, cool. Hearken unto me, that ye that follow after righteousness, ye that seek the Lord, look unto the rock when ye are hewn, and unto the hole of the pit where ye are digged. Meaning, look into that. Look into that. What does that say? What happened? What was the migration like?
Hey, check. I'm gonna show y'all the scripture real quick. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Genesis 18:10. Hold on, let me see if you guys can hear me. Testing.
When you start looking at that, when you start seeing that for what it is, let me see, why is that still showing up? When you start seeing that for what it is, then you realize, I got to look at him. Okay, well, he was taken out of the pit. Aren't we taken out of the pit? Isn't this the pit? Look unto Abraham your father and unto Sarah that bare you. For I called him alone and blessed him and increased him. So he's going to call you alone as well. Out of the pit. Out of these doctrines. Out of this wickedness. Unto the rock, his enemy. See enough for what it is, then you realize, I got to look at him. Okay, well, he was taken out of the pit. Aren't we taken out of the pit? Isn't this the pit? Look unto Abraham your father and unto Sarah that bare you. For I called him alone and blessed him and increased him. So he's going to call you alone as well. Out of the pit. Out of these doctrines. Out of this wickedness. Okay? But you got to look into him to know what happened to him. And he picked him out of all the brothers and sisters. And he fell off and he went into idolatry. And he didn't circumcise himself in 8 days. But when he was 99 years old, he did. And he circumcised his son. So you Christians that say, oh, well, Abraham was called. Okay, why aren't you circumcising? Why aren't you keeping the laws of God? Why aren't you circumcising your children? You're not keeping them. You see, that's why James 2:23 said, faith without works is dead, which is why God called Abraham his friend, because he has sincere faith, unbelievable faith. And he applies the laws, the moral, civil, ceremonial, and what? Dietary. Because he didn't sacrifice Isaac. He gave him a sheep for it. You know what I'm saying? Or a lamb. So for all of you that are still, debating whether, we should look into Abraham or not. No, I'm not being like those Pharisees, like, oh, well, we have Abraham, our father. I already know Romans 9. But what I'm saying is the instructions are there, which is why the scripture said, if anybody tells you Christ is here, Christ is there, believe him not. So I'm not going to believe any of y'all fools with the image of the Negro or the image of the white man. Speaking of which, this is a class that I'm going to finish up with, and then I'm going to show you the map of Arami. Okay? Stick around. This is 18 minutes. All right, listen. Manual again, okay? I'm going to... Second Esdras. Let me do this real quick. I'll wait a little bit, maybe another minute or so, and then I'm going to start. All right, so nobody's still here, bro. I know that I've been kind of getting on board and then, doing a lot of classes recently. It's been upon my spirit. This one in particular, I want to touch on Arsrith, and then the second Ezra, chapter 13, verse 40 and through 45. Okay. So let's get to it. The topic is Arsrith. Okay. So now I'm gonna read the scripture. I'm gonna go all the way through 45, and then I'm gonna play a video of some just random individual. Okay. And this is what they had to say about what this means. And this is why that one West doctrine was so confusing and putting our people in that particular type of state of confusion, because they were just, man, like it made no sense. All right. So let me go ahead and read this first, and then we'll go from there. All right. Second Ezra chapter 13, verse 40. It says, "Those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king, whom Salmanassar the king of Assyria led away captive. And he carried them over the waters, and so they into another land. But they took this counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt, that they might there keep their statutes which they never kept in their own land. And they entered into the Euphrates by the narrow place of the river, for the Most High then showed signs for them, and held still the flood till they passed over. For through that country was a great way to go, namely a year and a half, and the same region is called Arsareth." Okay, so the same region is called Arsareth. Now, I'm gonna put a video on right now, so you guys can see what some of I don't know what you call them. I guess non-believers, maybe. Okay, watch this. Oh, that's right. I need to read the disclaimer. All right, here's the disclaimer. Oh, hold on, let me pause it. Here's the disclaimer, okay? It's in Spanish. Here's the English one. Okay, perfect. All right, here we go. It says here, the content, the copyright disclaimer, that this content does not belong to Bible Chronicles, nor does Bible Chronicles claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes. And thus, Bible Chronicles believes that this principle of material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law. Okay. All right. So then now I read that. So check this out. Look what this guy has to say. I'm gonna let it play. All right. And then it's only 4 minutes. So let's hear it out.
Shalom, coming back with another video. I just want to touch on these subjects that the Israelites like to go over to try to prove Native Americans and Hispanics, our people. I'm going to the scriptures where they go to. Second Israel 13 and 40. Those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoner out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king, who Salmanassar the king of Assyria led away captive. And he carried them over the waters, and so they came into another land. So they try to prove this and make it seem like they came to America, which they didn't. They still in Africa. These people don't read, man. I mean, this it's just simple and plain, man. If people don't get this stuff, man, the Most High just ain't showing you. But they took this counsel among themselves that they would lead the multitude of the heathen and go forward into a far country where never mankind dwelt, which is still in Africa. Y'all know how big it is in Africa. There's a lot of places that ain't nobody been to in Africa yet, man. There's a lot of places still over there ain't never mankind dwelt over there. That's how big the land is. That they may keep their statues, but they never kept in their own land. And they enter into the Euphrates by the narrow places of the river. For the Most High then showed signs for them, and hell stood the flood till they were passed over. And this part right here is finna kill them. Watch this. For through that country there was a great way to go, namely of a year and a half. And the same region is called Azareth. then dwelt they there until the latter times. Until the latter times now. Peep that until the latter times. The Most High had stood the flood for them until the latter times. And now when they shall begin to come, that the highest, it's talking about the Most High, that the highest shall stay springs of the stream again. That means he gonna hell flood. He gonna hold the water again like he did. And we'll see what spring is. Well, I'm gonna miss nothing. I mean, it's just so easy, man. And the Most High just gotta show you. Mean leap, fly back, or move. Springs mean move. He gonna move the water again. That's what it means. A small narrow river. He gonna move the small narrow river again that they may go through. So by the Israelites' logic, that means the Native Americans and the Hispanics got to get back on the boat and go back to Africa. By their logic, if Native Americans and Hispanic Israelites, that means they got to get back on the boat and go back. Because verse 47 say the highest is talking about the Most High shall stay the springs. That mean hold back. The springs mean hold back, or the stream mean water, a narrow river. Again, that mean he gonna do it again. That they may go through. Therefore, size thou the multitude with peace. So I don't know what they get out of this. What do it say that they came to America? Verse 47 says the highest shall stay the springs of the stream again. That means he gonna hold for the water again. That they may go through. That they gonna go through. That's in Africa. And I don't know how these people miss over this, man. What verse in this said came to America? Verse 47, it debunked all that, man. Verse 47, they go through 40 through 45 or something like that, or 46, but they won't try to read. Now won't try to read verse 47. When they say the highest shall stay springs of the stream again, now won't try to read that. That means he gonna do it again. So that means if Native American Israelite, Hispanic Israelite, got them mixed Spaniards, Israelites, that means they gotta get back on the boat and go all the way back to Africa. Because the Most High said he gonna bring them through there again. Shalom, I'm out, man. I just wanted to put that out there that people they just jump right over 47. Like the Most High said he ain't gonna bring them through the water again. That same water they the northern tribe ran through the first time, he gonna bring them back again the second time. Just saying the same thing, man. Shalom.
Okay, so you guys heard him. Oh shoot, my bad. You guys heard him, okay? And because of One West, that's pretty much where we stand, right? Just based on that, maybe he makes sense, maybe not, right? I don't know how some people feel about it, but let's start it. Deuteronomy chapter 29, verse 29, and it reads, "The secret things belong unto the Lord our God." It said our God. But those things which are revealed belong unto us and to our children forever, that we, as a people, may do all the words of this law. So regarding the secrets and doing all the words of the law is also teaching the history of who we are, where we came from, how we migrated, all of that. Okay? Psalms 25. Psalm 25, chapter 14, it reads, "The secret of the Lord is with them that fear him, and he will show them his covenant." So what's one of them? What's one of the covenants? Deuteronomy 4:13, watch what it reads. It says, "And he declared unto you his covenant, which he commanded you to perform, even the 10 commandments, and he wrote them upon 2 tables of stones," meaning there was more than 10 commandments, right? It wasn't just 10. Those are the main, like the predominant ones, in a sense, for lack of better words. So it says, "And he declared unto you his covenant, which he commanded you to perform." Right? So what is requiring of us to perform the covenant? Obviously, playing the laws, statutes, and commandments, but we're also supposed to teach our children these things, right? So what do we teach them? Job 8:8. And it reads, For inquire, I pray thee, of the former age. So we're supposed to teach our children the laws, but we're also supposed to teach them about the Bible and the history of it and our forefathers and what they achieved, their failures and their achievements. And prepare thyself to search of their fathers. Okay? So, and then that's actually told several times throughout the scriptures. Deuteronomy 32:17. Watch what it reads. They sacrifice unto death. I'm sorry, 32:7. It reads, remember the days of old. Consider the years of my many generations. Remember that, okay? Ask thy fathers, and he will show thee, thy elders, and they will tell thee. Well, if we keep doing that, that means we were already keeping the laws. So as of right now, we need to go back into our forefathers and find out more about them. What exactly is this mean, right? Especially this topic of like this the second Esdras, right? So now let's go to Amos. I'm going quick because I want to make sure I do this class quick, okay? Because I was earlier online. Amos 7:11, and it reads, for thus Amos saith, Jeroboam shall die by the sword. Wait, is this what I'm looking for? Oh yeah. For thus Amos saith, Jeroboam shall die by the sword, and Israel shall surely be led away captive out of their own land. Okay? So now we see in Amos that prophesying in regards to, or that we were going to be taken out of our own land, meaning the 12 tribes, right? But now here's where we start seeing what happened. So let me kind of run it by real quick, so at least we can get to the point of Arsareth, because this topic is pretty standard and pretty simple. Okay, I'm going to show you guys some maps, and then you guys pretty much, discern it and study it yourselves as well. Here's where it starts. 2 Kings chapter 17, verse 5. It reads, then the king of Assyria came up throughout all the land and went up to Samaria and began and besieged it 3 years. In the 9th year of Hosea, the king of Assyria took Samaria and carried Israel away into Syria and placed them in Halah and in the harbor by the river of Gazan in the cities of the Medes. Okay. Now that's over there by like Persia Medes, like further in. So let's check it out. Look, the city of the Medes, right? City of Medes. City of Medes location. City of Medes. Let's see. Where's the city of Medes? Empire. Oh, yellow. All of this, I'm sorry, I didn't even see it. So all of this is yellow, the Medes. Okay. Then the king of Assyria came up throughout all the land and went up into Samaria and besieged it 3 years. And in the 9th year of Hosea, the king of Assyria took Samaria and carried Israel away into Assyria and placed them in Halah. Okay, well, we don't see Halah here. Let's see what we can. Where is Halah in the Bible? So we see that. Oh, that's not going to help. Well, maybe here. Bible Atlas. Halah. Okay, so you see where Halah is, guys? Right there, okay? So they took us right around that area. All right. All right. So let me put this down real quick. We may need it later. Okay, so let me read it again. In the 9th year of Hosea, the king of Assyria took Samaria and carried Israel into Assyria, placed them in Halah and in the harbor. Okay, we saw that, right? Watch this. It says Halah in the harbor. Right? See? Halah in the harbor, map area. Okay? Harbor River. So around this area here. Okay? All right. So now let's go to 2 Chronicles 6:36. And then verse 22, and it reads, now in the 1st year of Cyrus, king of Persia, this is after the Assyrians. The Persians then took over and conquered the Assyrians, or, beat them, right? That the word of the Lord spoke by the mouth of Jeremiah might be accomplished. The Lord stirred up the spirit of Cyrus, king of Persia, that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom and put it also in writing and saying, thus says Cyrus, king of Persia, all the kingdoms of the earth had the Lord God of heaven given me, and he had charged me to build him a house, Jerusalem, which is in Judah, who is there among you of all people. The Lord, this his God, be with him. Let him go up. Now, remember, keep in mind that Cyrus was a Zoroastrian. So why would the Most High stir up his spirit, and why would he believe it? That's a hell of a question. I mean, honestly, right? What does that mean? Let me give you guys something real quick. I have a book called Eclipsis, Volume 1. Okay. And I'm gonna show y'all something. You guys can.
So what I'm doing, family, is making sure that we do the connection, right? That it's all in sequence. It'll start making sense, right? I'm putting it all together. Well, by the way, in case some of y'all don't know this, I keep the lunar Sabbath, so I'm in my Sabbath, meaning I'm in class like all day. My family and all of us, we watching this. So, anyhow, just giving you guys a heads up as to what my whole point is here. I'm trying to make sure that we connect all the dots so that nothing's skipped. So that now we see where this walk is going and why I was referencing those particulars regarding Abraham and how this Arthur concept was so taught wrong to us that we fell for the trick, but not anymore.
You can actually read it. This book here. If you look at versions, watch. Hopefully it doesn't log me out because it's gonna ask me to log on, and honestly, I don't want to have to log on. All right. So anyhow, in this book, you guys can read it. Okay. It shows and shares that Cyrus was a relative of Abraham. So let me see if I can get the book. Hold on. I'm gonna show you something. Okay. Real quick here. Second, guys. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm going to .org. Maybe I could get it here. Okay, here we go. Yep, there it goes right here. Okay, so let me go and do this one. All right, watch this. Versions. It's going to say a lot. Now, I'm not trying to segue from the topic. I just want to make sure that you guys understand that there was a lot going on in that time, and a lot of the, I guess you could say, a lot of the migrations, tribes, they were pretty much, somewhat relatives. Now, you also had obviously Ishmael and Elam in that area, but watch this. Originals are described. Let me see here. Let's see right here. No, this isn't it. Let's see. Here, I'll do this. Let me do it this way. Hey, bro. See, all of this mattered, guys. That's what I'm showing y'all. All of this mattered. Obviously, the Most High. There's a reason. Nobody was able to ever answer me. Why did God go give Cyrus, put it in his spirit? Like, why? If he wasn't an Israelite, okay? But no one was able to answer me that question. So obviously, I had to, answer my questions, because there was really nobody available to answer them, and even if there was, they weren't able to. And this is what I found. Excuse me. Let's see, I think this one. It's a great book, by the way. You guys should consider reading it. Herodias story about Abraham, Sarah. Let me see, maybe it's here. Abraham, Moses. Peruvians believe in one supreme being. This is basically talking about how the similarities. Yeah, and I touched on it on another class. But I'm trying to show you guys something here. Where are you? Where are you? Okay, no, that's not it. Oh, here goes. All right, here goes. We know that the religion of the Magi did become corrupted, and it was reformed before the time of Cyrus and Daniel by a man called Zoroaster or Abraham Zoroaster. Okay, so now what these guys are saying is that the Persians, look, there seems no doubt that this king and priest was the religion of the Persians, of Brahma, of Mithra, and of Abram, as professed at this time. Okay. Now it says here, let me see this one. Where are you? Still calling it Ishka. Ishka was the name of both Sarah and his wife. Jesus. No. Anyways, look, guys, honestly, if you guys can really look through this book and it's going to show you, it's going to say that these guys, the Persians, they know that they come from Abraham. Okay. So I'm trying to look for the page and it's going to be a while because honestly, it's a lot of pages. And I wasn't thinking of showing this. Let's see, maybe here. Okay, maybe not here. Let's try this one. This last one. If not, I'm gonna move on. The whole of the Jews were circumcised because they were said to have been a priestly nation, and if the history of Abraham can be believed, the Jews, probably so called, were all descendants of the Chaldean Brahmin, and of 318 persons said to be bred in his own house. It's weird. And who probably constituted of the whole tribe or high caste tribe who had come with him from India. I mean, look through the book, guys, honestly, and you're gonna find out that the Persians know that they come from them. Okay, so now we've got at least one answer in regards to why in the world did God choose Cyrus to free the Israelites? Okay, well, it was all prophetic, obviously. So now let's go to verse 23. I think I read it. I'll read it again. God say, yeah, I did. No, let me read it. Thus say Cyrus, king of Persia, all the kingdoms of the earth had the Lord God of heaven given me. See that? And he had charged me to build him an house in Jerusalem, which is in Judah. Who is there among you of all his people? The Lord his God be with him, and let him go up. Now, when would the Most High allow some heathen to do that? Well, we now know that they were relatives of Abraham. Okay? So now, since we are now so-called free to go, okay? Let me go to First Ezra just to show you and confirm. It says here, now is the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, that the word of the Lord by the mouth of Jeremiah might be fulfilled. The Lord stirred up the spirit of Cyrus, king of Persia, that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom, and put it also in writing, saying, thus say Cyrus, king of Persia, the Lord God of heaven had given me all the kingdoms of the earth, and he had charged me to build him a house at Jerusalem, which is in Judah. Okay? So now it says, who is there among you of all his people? His God be with him, and let him go up to Jerusalem, which is in Judah, and build house of the Lord, go to the house of the Lord of Israel. He is the God. Wow. Which is in Jerusalem. Remember, this guy was a Zoroastrian, right? And whosoever remaineth in any place where he sojourned, let the men of his place help him with silver and with gold and with goods and with beasts, besides the free will offerings for the house of the God that is in Jerusalem. Okay? So now we see that Cyrus allowed them to go. Something moved Cyrus' spirit, but it seems like Cyrus was related to Abraham. Okay? So now let's go to 2nd Ezra, chapter 13. Okay, verse 40. And it reads, Those are the 10 tribes who were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king, whom Salmanassar, king of Assyria, led away captive, and he carried them over the waters, and so they came into another land. Okay, so now let me show you a map real quick. Show you the map. Where is it? The world. I think it's this one. Okay.
Shalom,
That's
shalom.
not
Coming
it.
back.
What am I talking about? See, like that. Oh, I know why that happened. Okay, cool. So as you can see, it says here, I'm going to put it to the side. It says, verse 41, verse 40, those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king, whom Salmanassar, the king of Assyria, led away captive and carried them over the waters, and so they came into another land, okay? Now, I'm going to stop right there, because it says, but they took his counsel. So he took them into another land where? We found out when. We found out where. He took them somewhere around there, right? This is an old map, and I'm going to show you. I'm going to use this map too. Oh, please don't tell me you're going to freeze on me. Okay, cool. Sorry, guys. It's a little tricky map. I got to move very slow. Okay. So he took them there. Okay. Right there. And he carried them over the waters, meaning this here. Okay. And so they came into another land. Okay. Excuse me, guys. Sorry. It's a little difficult. I just want to make sure that we get the good view. All right. So now, they're over here. They're right here. Okay. You try to, how do I flip it up? Okay. It's a little difficult, man, but I'm trying to figure it out. All right. So they're right there. And here's the Euphrates. Okay. Now it says, but they took this counsel among themselves when? After Cyrus had given the decree to free the Israelites, that they would leave the multitude of the heathen. Where? Right there. The multitude here, wherever they were. Because, I mean, keep in mind, he might have taken them here, but that doesn't mean he took them there. They're slaves. He could take them anywhere else. Plus, if you guys remember, you have this area in a map which had Joktan right here. That was called Joktan. If you guys don't remember, there's a map that I have. And for the sake of time, I don't want to look for it because I have this in my mind here to make sure that we get through it. Okay? But it basically says that. Peleg and Joktan, all of that. Okay? But they took his counsel among themselves after Cyrus had freed them, all right? That they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt. So now, they're right here. Okay? Persia was ruling. Here, I'll show you guys. Persia. Look, Persia literally covered all of this. Okay? And the 12 tribes are well, the 10 tribes are right there. You see what I'm saying? They were right here. All right? So let's go back now. It says, but they took his counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude. Which multitude? This multitude. Wherever it would have been here. Remember, it's all under Cyrus's territory, okay? Now, the Assyrians, I'll show you the Assyrian, I think at the time it won't, but the Assyrians were less, okay? You guys can look it up. The Assyrians were conquered up until this point. So when Cyrus took over, he said, hey, where you guys are at, you guys can stay there, you guys can go wherever you want. So obviously, they're saying, well, you know what? They took their counsel among themselves. That doesn't overnight. That took years. It had to take years because the Bible is like that. You know, one verse can go to another verse, and all of a sudden it's like a couple, like 100 years maybe at times, or maybe more. So, you know, you got to be mindful that what were they sojourning? They took but they took this counsel among themselves. That means they had time to think about what they wanted to do. So if they were already free, they obviously weren't just staying here. They were maybe migrating somewhere around in this area of the Persian power, because this is where it gets really sick and sickening and ignorant, is when they say, the one where says, oh yeah, they took the Euphrates and went through Africa all the way around, like all the way this way. You're telling me that why would you do that? Why would you go all the way around? The Euphrates River goes this way, and then you're gonna go around that way on boats? Come on, man. It makes no sense. But what does make sense is this right here. Hold on. Let me get a different map, because this is really hold on, guys. Let's see, where you at? Let me try this map. Maybe this map will work a little bit. And check out the website. Oh no, that's not the map. I'm gonna show you that one in a little bit. Let's see this one. No, I'm gonna show you that one a little bit too. Well, let me just get that one, because honestly, it's not a waste. I'm gonna waste time looking for another example. I'll do my best to control it. Okay. So anyhow, it just doesn't make sense, and I don't see how there could be massive amount of boats that would be able to just do that. Okay. So why would we go that route? It makes no sense. All right. Now let's continue. It says here that okay. So it says, and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt. Another thing, mankind was already dwelling in Africa. And this kid that was saying, "Oh, well, you know, Africa's so big." No, come on, man. There's maps that show. And look, remember the Egyptians, the Canaanites, the Cushites. Where do you think they were? So, plus, on top of the fact that, well, if they're free to go in the Persian Empire, why would they go to another empire so then they can be enslaved? No, that would make no sense. So the only way this would make more sense would be a further country where never mankind dwelt. Well, at that time, there wasn't really not many people traveling through these areas. I mean, there were some kingdoms, but not many. And then from proof of the fact that we see a lot of relative, like similar customs, similar names in Mexico and South America, where the people in India, like the Raramuri. Oh, here, I'll show you guys in case you guys haven't seen it. This is a trip. Now, I'm not saying, all I'm saying is we traveled through there. So it makes sense that we would have gone that way. Watch this. Raramuri of Chiu wa sorry, Chihuahua. I think that's how you spell it. Oh, my bad. I was off. All right, so look, watch this. These are images, right? You can see this here. Look at this. I don't know what was that. Right here. Okay, I get. Oh, here it goes. See, this is the Raramuri of Chihuahua. Well, watch this. The Ramuri of Chihuahua. Look at that. Boom. The Raramuri of Chihuahua, the Ramuri of Chihuahua. Now, again, what this means is that we had to have traveled to those areas. Plus, remember, it says Joktan in the other map. Let me see if I can get it. Hold up. Map. Joktan, here it goes. Okay, this is more of a newer map. And you see it says here Joktan, Jokton, like Yucatan, Arfashad, Persia, Elam. You see, this was their kingdom. All of this was their kingdom. Okay, so the 10 tribes have more likely gone this way for security purposes because of the Persian Empire who understood that they were free. Okay, so obviously, as we were walking through, good chance that we would have picked up some customs. Then it says here that they made that. Let's see, but they took this counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt, that they might there keep their statues, which they never kept in their own land. Okay, meaning in Jerusalem, because we're falling off. And they entered into the Euphrates by the narrow place, right? This place here, narrow place of the river. For the Most High then showed them signs and still healed the waters. All right, so now this is where it gets tricky. Okay, so they go here. Oops. All right, here it goes. I'm getting a little better. So they go here. So they pass the Euphrates River, and then God shows them signs, and they say to a further country where never mankind dwelt. So watch this, guys. If you go further into this map, you pass India, you pass China, and then you deal with like an area called Tartary. These guys came later, by the way. But then you see this, Arsaris. Okay. Then you see Arsaris right here. All right. The same thing you see here. Now watch what this one says. Arsaris. 4 Esdras capítulo 13. Isio tribuil se fore Totarorum. Yeah, it's Italian. Tartoro, Scaith. They're just mentioning like places, people that Scythians right here, Tartary or Tartar, the Syria, the area. Look, Tartary, right? Remember, this is a later book, later map, not that in the times of, because we left. First of all, Assyria conquered us in about 700 BC. We left then about 535, 538 BC, give or take. So this is way later. And but here we understand that it's called Arsaris. Now I don't know what it would be called at that time, right? But that's the understanding of it. Now, when we look at this makes more sense because as you keep reading further, watch what happens. For the Most High then showed them signs for them, and held still the flood till they were passed over. So, are we talking about the Strait of the Anian, or the Barren Strait? Now, we were told that, oh yeah, it's because, the ice melted, or the ice froze. But, when we left Exodus, he also opened this. Namely, a year and a half, and the same region was called Arsaris, same region. So what's a region? Okay, so watch this. I'm going to get my Webster's Dictionary 1828 book. Watch what it says. Region. Region means a tract of land or space of indefinite extent, usually a tract or considerable extent. It is sometimes nearly synonymous with country, sometimes with country. It says the inhabitants of a region or district, right? A part of the body. So it says here, for through that country was a great way to war. I'm sorry, for the Most High then showed them signs for them, and still held the flood till they were passed over. For through that country was a great way to go, namely a year and a half, and the same region, meaning the same section, right, is called Arsaris. So if the entrance of Arsaris is here, and he held the floods for us, then it would only make sense that he would hold the flood for us there. It's about a 50-mile walk. I mean, excuse me. Not a 50-mile walk, but it's 50 miles. Okay? Now watch what this says. This is another map. More colorful. Look. It's the same one. 4 Esdras capítulo 13. Tribus Sephirah, I guess. Or Zephyrat, or I don't know what it says. Something like that. Totaroru. I don't know what.
But look, Strito di Anian. So again, for through that country was a great way to go. Which way? All the way this way. All the way this way. So now he holds the water for us. For through the Most High showed him signs and held still the waters, right? So here he held the waters out. When we were walking, he's showing us the signs. And then it goes, for through that country was a great way to go. Namely, a year and a half in the same region is called Arsarit, because there's a great space to walk through, right? If Arsarit is here, give me a second. Arsarit is right here. Here's the entrance of Arsarit. So it would make sense, so close, why the Most High would hold still the waters, and why it was a great way to go, namely a year and a half, because you consider the length from here to here, and then all the travel to America, all the way down to where we started migrating, mostly here. Okay, and here's why. Verse 46. Then dwelt they there until the latter times, and now when they shall begin to come. Whoa, let me read it again. Then dwelt they there until the latter time, and now when they shall begin to come. Watch this. Okay. The highest shall stay the springs, meaning hold the waters of the stream again, that they may go through. Therefore sawest thou the multitude of peace. So the only way that this scripture makes sense for us is, first of all, you got to understand Arsarit is here. So we could not have gone first. And okay, so Arsarit is here. All right, he held the waters, and then he held the waters again. Now, are we going to go back into our land in this way? I can't call that right now. As far as I know, the Messiah is going to return, right? That's something that I can dig into. But as far as my understanding from what we're sharing here right now, that we didn't take no boats around Africa, okay? That's stupid, because that takes forever to go around. Plus, that region, right? This was conquered by other countries, other people. They would have enslaved our people. Our people aren't dumb. We would have at least made sure not to go that way. If anything, we go this way. Because why? Because no one ever dwelt in these lands. When if they did, very minimal. Plus, we would have protection all the way up to this point. And then we go up here. That is not that far. Now, the great way to go, that's pretty far. So when the Most High holds the waters, that rock right there, if you're going to walk from the top of America, from Alaska, all the way down to South America, that's about a year and a half. Okay? And then on 47, it says, the highest shall stay the springs of the stream again, that they may go through. And you know that it's not, I mean, this is not a stream, but it's a river. It's pretty big. It's part of a sea. Okay? So now, let me go to Deuteronomy chapter 33, verse 17. So we can get an idea as to if it's prophetic that we were going to come here in the first place. It is. Look, watch. It says, his glory is like the firstlings of his bullock, and his horns are like the horns of the unicorn. This is the tribe of Ephraim, okay? With them he shall push the people together to the end of the earth. And they are the 10,000 of Ephraim, and they are the thousands of Manasseh. And Zebulun, he said, rejoice, Zebulun, in thy going out, and Issachar in thy tents. And they shall call the people unto the mountains. There they shall, okay, watch this. And Zebulun, he shall rejoice. Zebulun in thy going out, and Issachar in thy tent. Okay? And they shall call the people unto the mountain. Now, I was shown, I'll share you with you guys, that Zebulun was the Mayas, and Issachar the Aztecs. And the Issachar was when they sacrificed, they would blow the horn, and Zebulun would come and sacrifice with the Aztecs, or the Mayas with the Aztecs. That's how I was told, okay? As of right now, all I'm showing you is that the 10 tribes, were going to be pushed to the end of the earth, okay? Now, Deuteronomy 6 and 8, watch what it reads. Deuteronomy 6 and 8, and it says, and thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thy hand. And no, that's not it. Revelation. What am I talking about? My God. Sorry, guys. Revelations 6:8. It says, "And I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him. And power was given unto them over the 4 parts of the earth, the 4th part of the earth, to kill with a sword, and with hunger, and with death, and with the beast of the earth." Okay? Now, why am I bringing this up? Watch this. This is from a book called Geography Rectified. Give me a second. Watch what it reads right here. Here goes. America is the 4th part. Watch this. According to the greater integrating parts thereof, the ancient divided the whole earth into 3 great parts: Europe, Asia, and Africa, to which now added a 4th, America. Again, a 4th or 4th part, like Revelation. It says, I'm just going to get to the point. And it was given power, and it was given unto them. Oh, I'm sorry. And power was given unto them over the 4th part of the earth to kill with swords, and with hunger, and with death. Did they not come from the end of the earth and kill us with the sword? Did they not take away our resources, and now we're being in hunger? Our people dying at the border? Our people dying here too. Our people are poor. So-called illegal immigrants, they can barely make it. They're not getting paid that well. A lot of people pay them less because they know they're not quote legal. And with the beast of the earth, what is that? You know which one? Started 2 or 3 years ago. Are they not? Is this not happening here in this continent? Look, watch. This is from a system geography, a dissertation of creation and various phenomena. Okay, so this is what I wanted to show you guys. Tartar or Tartary, right? Tartar. Muscovite, 3 million square miles. But this is the weird part. In Europe, there's 2.7 square miles. Africa 10. I'm sorry, Asia 10, Africa 8, America 9. So how could these guys have 3 million plus 604,000 and about almost 800,000? Almost what? More than 4 million in square mileage. So that means what? What we were looking at earlier. These guys ran all of this here. Tartary. Tarsia. Tard. You see Tartary, I think it's in the other map. Yeah, Tartaria, right? And if this is an entrance, the 12 tribes, look, they're still naming them. America, right? Pars, Nova Ars Pars. I gotta look up what that word means. But as you can see, look. See that, guys? So the 10 tribes God held the waters. They crossed over in 1.5 years. So it wasn't necessarily ice like on the floor. It was the Most High. And I know that people won't be able to wrap their minds around it. Look, watch. This is what they say because apparently we came from that region. As for the original of these people, right? It is most probable that they did descend from the Tartars. If so be that the west side of America be continent with Asia, or disjoined by a very small strait, as this described in some maps I just showed y'all, where Russia was, right? But now Spanish and all of that stuff. It says here, watch this. But their numbers are much wasted since the Spaniards' discovery. For some authors affirm that they put to death about 15 million of the natives in less than 15 years,
and that the blood of those that perished in the mines where they were forced to labor weighed more than all the gold and silver drawn from hence. Wow. All of our gente died, and they weighed more than all the gold that these bastards got from us. Anyhow, I'm basically, I mean, it's a short class, guys. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to go too deep on this. It's pretty self-explanatory. Let me give you guys one more. Baruch, chapter 3 and verse 7. Why all this then? And for this cause thou hast put fear in thy heart to the intent that we should call upon thy name and praise thee in our captivity, for we have called to mind all the iniquity of our forefathers that sinned before thee. So this is why all this is happening. Our job as brethren is to find out and give y'all more answers that can give us a much more clarity. Because for some time we were told that this is who we were, that we were Africans, and that we came here. Well, One West needs to teach that in order for us to be the woolly team. But the simple fact is that they're not Israel. We already proven that left and right. I'll give you one example, okay? Look, Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 28. I'm going to show y'all real quick. This is off the topic, but I just want to prove a point. 28, verse 49, and it reads, the Lord shall bring a nation against you from far. Watch this. From far. From the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth, okay? So if you guys rule Europe, you're not far, okay? From the end of the earth, you're not at the end of the earth, you're right next door. That literally is it's a 2-hour boat ride from here, from this point here to this point there, okay? Literally. The Lord shall bring a nation against you from far. That's not far. From the end of the earth. That's not the end of the earth. As swift as the eagle flieth, well, you guys had the eagle. In Granada, you guys had, look at where Granada is, almost by Africa. A nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. You guys spoke Spanish, French, Portuguese, Dutch, German, English. What else? Prussian, Russian. How in the world could verse 38:49 even apply? And then you say, well, it wasn't 70 AD. Oh, well, that even makes no sense because it can't be another nation from far from the end of the earth that swift as the eagle flies, maybe the eagle part, but they can't because Rome conquered and he was in charge of Jerusalem. And they knew who they were because even Paul spoke Latin and Greek. And it says a tongue that thou shalt not understand. So however you slice it, One West, you're done. All right? That whole 12 tribe, that 10 tribe that came through Africa, that's a lie. And the only reason y'all did it is just so you could say that we look black. And that's the saddest thing in the world anybody could do. And you know what? Hey, man, the Most High has recorded everything that y'all have been saying and teaching our people wrong and correctly. Quite frankly, this makes more sense. Why? Because why would we go that other route? Why would we go that other route? It makes no sense. And then you would need tons of boats in order to do that. Okay? So, anyways, with all that considered, guys, like I said, it's a short class, man. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to go all crazy with this, but other than that, let me play a song for you guys real quick, and then we will call it a night. Give me a second. Let me find one.
Actually, fam, you know what I'm gonna do?
I hope it was edifying for everybody.
Yeah, I'm already kind of tired, so love you, family, man. I hope y'all doing well. I hope it was an edifying class. I wanted it to be in full sequence. You know what I'm saying? In order for it to really make sense, let me get rid of these people. Why did they come put that stuff up here, man? I don't understand them. Anyhow, Acts 13:1. Let me read that real quick, brother. Let me see. Give me a second. Acts 13:1. And I gotta fix this mic because I can hear a background in my ear. Acts 13:1. It says, there were in the church that was in Antioch certain prophets and teachers, as Barnabas and Simeon, that was called Niger, and Lucius of Cyrene, and Manaen, which had been brought up with Herod and Tetrad and Saul. Okay, so are you assuming because it says Niger, Niger, or Nigor, that they're African, like phenotype? Bro, you need to get that out of your head. Black doesn't mean African always. You got people with dark hair. Matter of fact, you know who has woolly hair? Samoans. So are Samoans Israelites too? Is God a Samoan? It's silly when y'all focusing on woolly and color. Look, man, spirit bear witness with our spirit that you are the children of God. And quite frankly, your women are a prime example of who y'all are. Okay? Shalom to you and your familia, hermano. Yeah, good class always, man. I appreciate y'all sticking around, man. Hey, we're gonna continue with Puerto Rico and then Peru. I got a lot more coming, but anyways, front line, bro. If you want to stick around, man, you may actually benefit from this class. But if you're here to make war, I'm gonna keep breaking you guys in half. All right, shalom, everybody. You take care.